Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see what if death sent Harry back to fix the timeline. Part 5. Here is short summary. Harry, Hermione, and Daphne fall in the final battle against Voldemort, but death isn't the end. Given one final chance, they're sent back in time with all their memories intact to rewrite history before darkness consumes the wizarding world. Can they change fate, outsmart Voldemort, and save everyone they once lost? Watch this epic Harry Potter time travel to find out. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. About an hour later, both Sirius and Remus arrived from Black Manor. Theoretically, they were there to add extra wands to defend the Potters and Astoria from another attack while in Diagon Alley, similar to what happened the previous summer. Personally, Harry thought any excuse to see him and his wives for either of the two men was okay by them and him. "So, Harry," began Remus, "get up to much mischief at school this past term?" "No," grumbled Sirius. "Not one prank. Not one, Moony. I was ashamed on James's behalf to be related to him." "No pranks, Padfoot," grinned Harry. "Who said we didn't carry out any pranks? Just because you never caught us in any, does not presuppose we weren't involved in any." Turning to his godson with a wide grin and a sparkle in his eye, Sirius asked, "Oh. And, pray tell, which ones were yours?" "The one that had Snivelus walking around with the theme song for the Muggle cartoon Batfink playing, and that only he couldn't hear," replied Harry, beginning to tick things off on his fingers as he walked. "The one that had Crabbe and Goyle following Ginny Weasley all over the school and swearing their undying love for her," smirked Hermione. "Wait," said Sirius, "that was you three. We had a 7th-year Gryffindor for that." "Misdirection," said Daphne. "We set him up after he tried to pinch my bum. A minor compulsion charm on him had him cast 2 major compulsion charms at a wall in a vacant CL room. That set him up to have the 2 charms that Hermione and I hit Crabbe and Goyle with show on his wand with a prior incantatum." Matthias, who'd been listening in, gave a sudden snort of amusement. "And, as the boy's wand displayed 2 major compulsion charms being cast, the teaching staff had no reason to look any further. And thereby punishing both young Miss Weasley and the fiend who took liberties." "Precisely," smirked Daphne. "What else?" asked Sirius, clearly happy to learn the 3 Potters were maintaining traditions. "The third one we got in trouble with Luna about," sighed Hermione. "Remember a lot of the walls in the castle turning pink for an afternoon?" "Oh, yes," laughed Sirius. "That was you." "Yes," replied Harry, trying not to laugh. "These 2 lovely ladies figured out how to use a protean charm to temporarily link one of the anchoring runes for the magic suppression fields in the corridors to all the others throughout the castle. Then they simply turned the one wall pink and allowed the protean charm to turn the rest pink. But Luna figured it out pretty quickly, as it only turned those walls pink that she knew had already had the anchoring runes carved, and nowhere else," added Hermione. "She was pretty irate about it and explained how it had a negative impact on how the magic suppression fields worked, and made us cancel them. So that's why none of the staff could turn the walls back to normal," laughed Sirius. "We all thought it was a charm of sorts when, all along, it was rune-based." "Clever. But, that was all we did," said Hermione. "I'm still not happy with committing pranks. It's too anarchical for me." "It's not committing, Hermione," disagreed Sirius. "It's pulling. And, of course it's anarchical, that's the whole point. It's rule-breaking," she grumbled back. "We harmed no one, love," said Harry, trying to soothe her. "We promised our pranks would not target anyone, specifically, except Professor Snape. And, even then, it did no harm to him. The one on Weasley and Atkins was more in the form of punishment than a prank. Except make them laughing stocks for the day," she muttered. Harry and his wives were surprised that their shopping outing went off without a hitch. There were no sudden attacks by Riddle or his thugs out to do mischief, and no major events to distract them from their tasks. The only downside was the general behavior of the entire alley, with many store owners and shoppers being furtive and very wary, even with it being the Yule season. After switching off with adults and forming different groups, everyone was able to buy Christmas presents for everyone else without them being around. When Dees declared she, Hermione, Daphne and even Astoria would be spending a bit of time in Madame Pimpernel's. Everyone knew what it was for. That Astoria was joining them saw Matthias quite unhappy about it, but he didn't say a word. That Astoria had only just turned 13 was clearly playing on the man's mind. To distract him from his thoughts, Harry, Sirius and Remus dragged him off to Quality Quidditch Supplies, where Harry engaged him in a serious discussion about the hopes of the next season of the professional Quidditch League teams. It helped that Matthias was an avid supporter of a team that was a rival of Harry's favorite team, the Caerphilly Catapults. When Harry mentioned that the Catapults were favored to win the league this year, Matthias shot back, "Oh, come on. Caerphilly have done nothing of much note since their oh-so-wonderful win over the Karashock Kites in 1956 to take the title. Since Di Llewellyn left in 1962, their limited successes have only been the result of luck, more than anything." Harry just scoffed back and said, "And the only thing the Tutshill Tornadoes have going for them is a good seeker. Their chasers are appalling, their keeper isn't much better, and their beaters are average at best. Put a decent seeker against them and they'll end up being relegated." "Blasphemy!" exclaimed Matthias, at the slight to his favorite team. "Bond or no bond, I don't know what my daughter sees in you, honestly. A person who's not blinded by the pretty blue the Tornadoes wear because they're a Johnny-come-lately team in a league where all the good colors had already been picked," huffed Harry. "A rich, half-millennium history does not make them Johnny-come-latelys," glared Matthias. While Harry and Matthias were having their debate, Sirius and Remus had joined the store proprietor, Phineas Quincy, over by the counter. "Is this usual?" asked Remus, indicating the two. "Nope," said Sirius as Quincy said, "Yep." Realizing the misunderstanding, Quincy elaborated. "It's usual for my store. I don't know about usual for those two. Harry's just distracting Matthias over how his youngest daughter is currently in Madame Pimpernel's to pick up some of those potions," said Sirius. "He's doing a pretty good job of it, too." "His youngest," exclaimed Quincy, trying to keep his voice down. "Isn't she, 9? With a smirk, Remus corrected him. 13, he softly said. "And, it's not as if she's actually needing the potions, you understand, because I don't believe there's a boy in her life. I think it's just a precaution." With a grunt of acknowledgement, Quincy nodded and said, "They just seem to grow up so fast, these days." With the argument between Harry and Matthias apparently over for the time being, Harry approached the counter and asked, "Any news on when the new Bolt broom is likely to hit the markets?" "Not yet," replied Quincy. "However, rumor has it, it'll be called the Lightning Bolt, and it'll be even faster than the Firebolt." "Well, can you keep me informed?" asked Harry. "I'd like to be one of the first to buy it, when it finally hits the market." "I'll go you one better, Mr. Potter," smiled Quincy. "I'll let them know you're interested, and see if they might be able to find a way for you to get one of them even before they hit the shelves." "Really?" asked Harry. "That'd be brilliant, but I don't want to have to actually endorse it, or anything, to get it early. I've got the money to pay for it fair and square, just like everyone else." With a smile Quincy replied, "I'll let them know." After returning to Greenger Farm, Harry set aside the gifts he purchased for family and friends and sought out a quiet room to meditate to begin the process of getting in touch with his magic. He found the best room was right next door to the Potter room, in one of the guest bedrooms. Settling down, he found it easiest to sit lotus style with his shoes off and his wrists resting on his knees. It was the sitting style he used to learn of his animagus form. Sitting comfortably, check, he thought. Not too hot and not too cold, check. Relax. Begin breathing. In through the nose, hold it. And out through the mouth, pause. In through the nose, hold it. And out through the mouth, pause. As he focused on his breathing with one part of his mind, he let the more conscious part imagine a lit candle sitting before him in a dark room. He focused on the flame. And focused on the very center of it. As he continued to breathe in a steady rhythm, he imagined himself losing himself within the steady flame of the candle. He became part of the flame. He was the flame. His meditating was shortly interrupted by Hermione, who had apparently come looking for him. "Harry, love," she said, pulling him out of his meditative state. "Harry, open your eyes." When he finally opened his eyes he realized just how alive and relaxed he felt. Turning to look at her he frowned. a little annoyed to have his meditation broken. "What's going on?" he asked. "I've only been at this for a few minutes. I need more time." "Harry, you've been sitting in the same position for more than 3 hours," she softly replied. "We're being called for dinner." Shocked at how much time had actually passed, he asked, 3 hours. "More than," she replied. "It's been closer to 3.5. When he unkinked his legs and tried to stand, he realized how numb they felt, and groaned. Hurrying forward, Hermione helped pull him to his feet, supporting his weight. "You all right?" she asked. "Yeah," he softly replied with a slight hiss. "My legs are just a little stiff, that's all." After getting feeling back into his legs, he said, "Better, thank you." "Need me to help you down to the kitchen?" she asked, tentatively stepping away from him a bit. "Nope, thanks, though," he replied with a sigh. "I'm fine now." Together, they walked downstairs to join the rest of the family for dinner. After a wonderful Christmas day, the 3 Potters moved to the Granger residence. This time, instead of side-along apparating, they took a portkey from the safe room to the garage at the Grangers. Dashing to the door, Hermione flung it open and called, "We're here." "Sele," called Aunt from somewhere within. "I think I'm suffering from auditory hallucinations. I can hear Pumpkin calling us, Daddy," Hermione happily exclaimed before she ran across the hallway into the front parlor. As the others glanced at one another with matching grins, they followed Hermione through the door and across the hall. They entered the parlor just as Sele walked in through the other door, cradling little William in the hollow of her shoulder. They found Hermione attempting to squeeze her father half to death with a hug. But, noticing her mother walk in with the baby, Aunt was quickly abandoned with a squeal as she then quickly made her way to her mother and the baby. Gently pulling the blankets wrapped around the baby aside, so she could see her baby brother's face, Hermione was cooing to the sleeping infant's face. "Ooh, he's getting so big," she softly said. "I should think so," said Sele. "He's almost 2.5 months now. I'm missing so much," whined Hermione. As Hermione was cooing over the baby, she was joined by Daphne as Harry made his way over to Aunt. "How was the farm?" asked Aunt. "Yeah, good," replied Harry. "It's just a pity we don't get to spend a lot of time with any of you." 2 weeks isn't a lot of time, but it's better than nothing, shrugged Aunt. Watching Hermione and Daphne fawning over baby William, he said, "Don't either of you get too clucky. I have no interest in being a grandfather just yet, thank you very much." Daphne just grinned as Hermione poked her tongue out back at her father, before turning back to the baby. "It's not going to happen, Aunt," said Harry. "None of us have any interest in parenthood until both Riddle and our studies have been dealt with. And, even then, we want to establish our careers first." With a quite audible sigh, Aunt said, "I know, but accidents happen." "Not with the potions," said Daphne, who had overheard. "I understand there were risks with the Muggle potions, but they don't exist with the magical ones." "But what about with how magically strong?" said Aunt, gesturing to Harry. "We were told there was a risk because of the bonds." "There was," she acknowledged. "However, if that was going to happen, it would have happened before now." "We're safe, Daddy," nodded Hermione. "The potions are strong enough to ensure we won't fall pregnant until we're ready." "We're being responsible. See that you continue to be so," said Sele. "I'm sure little William here doesn't want to be an uncle to someone in the same year as him at Hogwarts. Or even only a few years his junior. Study, Riddle, study some more, establishing careers and then babies," said Harry. "By the time a nephew or niece turns up at Hogwarts, little Wags will probably already have graduated." Sele scowled at him. "I wish you wouldn't call William that. That sort of nickname tends to stick." "Sorry," he smiled back. "But the oldest Weasley boy is named William. Bill, so, and you don't want to be reminded of the Weasleys," she sighed. "Oh, it's not that, exactly," he said, hoping to show it wasn't too big a deal. "I know I can trust the twins, Fred and George. I'm pretty sure I can trust Bill and Charlie, the 2 oldest, too. The same goes with Mr. Weasley, Arthur. I'm not sure, though, about Percy. And we definitely cannot trust Ron, Ginny or Molly. It's just that, in the old timeline, there was no William Aragon Granger. And William, Bill, proved to be quite helpful when he knew I was Ginny's boyfriend. He dotes on her, as she does him. However, now that I'm one of the ones who saw her face trial for the attempted immortentia dosings, that trust may no longer exist, though, I'm pretty sure it should. With a sigh, Sele relented a little. Fine, she said, but, only in the presence of family. Please don't use it in public. And, when he starts to make friends and they're over, not in front of them. Better, Wags, than a lot of other nicknames I could think of, smiled Aunt. Over the course of the break, Harry continued to spend as much time as he could working on recreating the bond he had with Riddle through his cursed scar. However, this time, as he would be the one controlling it, he made sure to set up defenses between the connection and his mind. This was his penultimate layer of protection, with the final layer being his active occlumency defenses. This time, Riddle would not be able to send him false visions or torment him in his sleep. His concept, which he made reality, was to first find where the connection was originally anchored in his mind. Once he found it, he built an all-encompassing fortification around it with a small doorway that only he could pee through. It was essentially keyed to his own magical signature. Other than that, the fortification was of null magic construction, that is, Riddle couldn't cast spells at it to tear it down. Next was spent a great deal of time trying to find the actual link between his and Riddle's minds. And, once he had it, he set about trying to configure it to be only one way. That is, he could enter Riddle's mind, but Riddle couldn't come back the other way. It was on the final day of their break, before heading to platform 9 3/4 the next morning, that he felt he was ready to push down the link. It was after a very satisfying night of sleep and a fulfilling breakfast, Harry retired to the bondmates' room to make the first attempt at entering Riddle's mind. First, he cast upon himself a mental disillusionment, sense confounding and an overlaid notice me not charm before he began to explore the path between the two of them. Then he gently began to ease along the connection. At first he only sensed an emotion of disgruntlement with an underlying more primal sense of fear. Holding off, Harry tried to figure out why Riddle was feeling that way. Of course, he thought, the whining is from his apparent loss of magical power, and the fear is from it being discovered by his lickspittles. Pushing forward, Harry began to sense conscious thoughts. Again, he held position to see if he'd been detected. As the thoughts did not change, he pushed further forward until, almost suddenly, he could make out things through Riddle's eyes. He could almost peripherally smell a musty scent, feel the touch of the acromantula silk robe on Riddle's body, the slightly seeping cold, and hear everything even slightly muffled. Wondering how long it would take Riddle to sense his presence, Harry held position in the connection and just monitored. By the time he ended the connection, which felt like a couple hours, Harry understood why Voldemort hadn't ordered as many attacks as the last run though. He was spending almost every waking hour researching why he was so magically weak. Instead of sending his Death Eaters on attacks, he was sending them around the world looking for books that would give him the answers he sought. Of course, he couldn't just send them for books specifically related to magical weakness. He could not risk them figuring out he was weak. So he sent them after books on a range of subjects. Some were on soul magic including soul bonds, soul bindings and the like. Others were on dark rituals used to strengthen the core, both temporarily and permanently. Owls were often flying in with the latest acquisitions from around the world. As for the few attack missions Riddle had sent his minions on, they were because he wanted to keep those he kept in England busy. The one on the train, St. Mungo's, and the I-Nation attempt on Harry and Professor Flitwick, and the one on Amelia Bones were the few Riddle had developed, personally. All the others, especially the attacks on the homes of the Muggleborns, were initiated and devised from among his followers. That the 4 attacks Riddle had personally developed were all failures was causing a great deal of doubt in his abilities among his so-called loyal followers. He'd had to kill half a dozen of his new recruits after the failed attack on the train, just to enforce discipline. The other news Harry had learned was that Riddle was definitely planning an attempt to gain the prophecy from the Department of Mysteries, and, as they expected, an attempt to collect the information about Muggleborns the Ministry had in its possession. It was also clear that Riddle was unaware the information had all been placed under a knowledge fidelius and was, therefore, useless to him. New information to Harry was that the attempt also had a third objective, a second attempt at inating high-level Ministry employees, including Amelia Bones and Tiberius Ogden. He watched as Riddle wrote down the information and an overview to the plan on parchment before him at the conjured desk he used. Carefully withdrawing from the connection, Harry wrote down what he'd seen and witnessed through the connection. He wrote out the same plan overview, and then started on listing who Riddle had summoned to his presence to give further instructions. While the Death Eaters all wore masks while out and about, they were banned from doing so in the privacy of Riddle's throne room. Other added names were those who he specifically named for specific tasks in the plan. Once he was finished, Harry made a copy of everything he'd written down and sent a copy, together with a covering letter, to Madame Bones. Hedwig took it to deliver it a little while later. Walking into the kitchen he found his wives and Sele sitting around the kitchen table drinking tea. He already knew that Aunt was at the surgery for the day. "Here he is," smiled Daphne. "How'd it go?" "We came up a couple of times to check on you," explained Hermione. "You seemed to be all right, so we left you to it." With a wide grin, Harry replied, "It worked. I was able to get into his conscious mind without being detected, then used that connection to spy on him." That had both wives perk up. "What did you learn?" asked Hermione, almost eagerly. Before answering, he ped the parchment he'd been writing on across to his wives and replied, "This is a copy of the information I discovered. I've already sent Hedwig off with a copy of it to Madame Bones." Quickly scanning down through it all, Hermione gasped and said, "This is amazing. What date is Riddle likely to try for the ministry?" asked Daphne. "No idea, yet," he replied with a sigh. "And I think that's because Riddle doesn't know when he wants to make the attempt. However, now that I know I can get into his head without being detected, and how, I'll be able to keep a near constant eye on him." "You're thinking of using his attack on the ministry as the time you go after him, personally," said Daphne, leaping to the same conclusion Harry had earlier. "Yes," he grinned. "What better place to defeat him than inside the ministry itself? Nice and public." "You intend to set a trap," said Hermione, already knowing what was to come. "I do," he replied. "And, with the help of Madame Bones, Unspeakable Croaker and their combined forces, I intend to defeat him." "Then, we need a plan," said Daphne. Though they knew there was no second attack upon the Hogwarts Express planned, the trip back to the castle still saw a small contingent of Aurors board at King's Cross with the students. They spread out to be 2 per carriage, and immediately transfigured their robes into those of students. On their persons they carried single doses of polyjuice potion, but they wouldn't be taking them unless and until the train was actually attacked. However, from Harry's initial trip into the mind of Riddle, they knew the identity of an Auror who was feeding information back to Riddle. And, using that traitor, they ensured Riddle knew a trap lay in wait for him and his Death Eaters if they did attack the Express. Therefore, they both ensured the Express wouldn't be attacked, and the true trap was still kept secret. From within their compartment Harry and his wives were the only ones who knew of his connection to Riddle. It was such a precious secret that they could not take the risk Riddle would learn of it. Therefore, they didn't speak of it with their friends. The train was slowing down at the end of its journey when Harry felt the wards at Potter Retreat signal someone had arrived by one of the special portkeys. He suddenly stiffened in shock. "Harry," asked Hermione, first to notice. "What's wrong?" "Someone just triggered one of the special portkeys," he said. "We need to go." "What?" asked Tracy, confused by Harry's behavior. "We need to go, Tracy," said Daphne, as the 3 bondmates all stood. "We'll see you at the castle." Harry quickly pulled a knick-knack from his pocket to pretend it was a portkey and held it out as he and his bondmates all ejected their main wands into their hands, ready to cast. "Ready?" he asked. "Ready," both wives immediately replied. "Activate Home Sweet Home," he said, almost barking it out. The last thing the 3 saw as the portkey swept them away with the hook behind the navel feeling was their friends staring back at them in shock. As they were released from the swirl of the portkey, all 3 immediately erected shields with their main wands as they ejected their second, hidden wands into their hands ready for battle. Landing in the entrance hall of Potter Retreat, Harry quickly turned about looking for trouble, as did his wives. All he saw was the face of Aunt peering around one of the doors leading out of the room. "Dad?" asked Hermione, also spotting the man and quickly walking over to him before enveloping him in a hug. After ensuring there was no immediate attack, Harry turned to Aunt Granger and asked, "Is everyone all right?" Coming further into the room, he led in Sele, who was carrying baby William in her arms. Yes, he sighed in relief. The three of us are fine. But, I don't know about Winky. Quickly, what can you tell us? Asked Harry. We don't know how many of them there were, replied Aunt. All we know is the alert ward triggered that magicals had just attacked our wards. Thankfully, all three of us were in the lounge when it happened. Winky popped in and declared we were under attack. Then she grabbed Sele, who was already holding William, and disappeared with them. Then she came back and popped away with me. She had taken us to the hidden room with the CCTV equipment, which she'd already activated. From that we saw there was at least 3 of them, 3 Death Eaters, all making their way to the front door. As one of them used some sort of spell to blow the front door off the house, Winky ordered us to grab one of the quoits. Then she activated it. The next thing I know, we're here, in the middle of the floor. But, no Winky. 3, you say? Asked Harry. Yeah, 3, replied Aunt. Winky's gone to ensure the protection of whatever ETS she can, Dad, said Hermione. She's been ordered to do so, but her priority is to stay safe, herself. Aunt frowned and began, I don't like. But was interrupted. In the few moments they'd been talking, Daphne had conjured a Patronus and sent it off. Harry and Hermione knew it was being sent to Madame Bones as a messenger Patronus advising her of the attack on the Granger residence. Harry, not really listening, pulled another quoit off the mantelpiece and held it out to his wives. Sorry, Dad, but we have to go again. Both wives immediately hooked a finger on the quoit as Harry continued, we'll be back in a little while. Call Jeeves and he'll look after you. Once both wives had secured a grip on the quoit, Harry activated it before Aunt could respond, as Harry knew he would in an attempt to stop them. And they were gone again. As planned, the portkey quoit dropped them off in the garage. Allowing his senses to expand outwards, Harry could sense there were no anti-apparition or portkey wards in place. Obviously, the Death Eaters did not believe the Muggles would have access to such. Hermione quickly made her way to the connecting door and, casting a quick silencing charm on the hinges, pulled it gently open, but only enough to peer out. Quickly closing it again, she turned to her bondmates and indicated with her hands. From her gestures Harry and Daphne understood there were 2 to the left and up, obviously, up the stairs. And 1 to the right and further back, the end of the hallway or kitchen. They'd practiced this, so few words needed to be said. With the order of who was where, the 3 bondmates UM'd their positions. All 3 then cast silencing charms on themselves. Hermione was then first through the door and stepping right, ready with a shield charm. Then Daphne threw and to the left with the same readiness. Finally, Harry stepped through. A quick check to ensure those 2 upstairs were not aware of them, the 3 made their way stealthily down the hall into the kitchen. Inside, they saw the back of a large Death Eater, bent over with his head looking inside the refrigerator. The 3 quickly stepped in behind him. Hermione cast a silent petrifying charm on him as Daphne erected a small anti-portkey ward around him. Finally, Harry gently lowered the man to the ground. A quick stripping of his wand, a second hidden wand, and 2 portkeys, the man was quickly stunned, bound and dabbed with the Sleepy Buys potion. From the kitchen, the 3 carefully returned to the downstairs hallway before making their way towards the front of the house and the bottom of the stairs. Hermione reminded them of which stairs creaked. However, Harry cast a silencing charm on the whole staircase before leading the 3 of them upstairs. From the noises the 2 upstairs were making it was easy to determine the 2 were in the master bedroom. The door was open. Hesitating to make sure his 2 wives were properly positioned to rush the room, Harry gave the signal. Stepping boldly into the room, Harry quickly stunned the first one he saw as Hermione, the second one in, stunned the other. Very quickly, both were bound, potioned and stripped of wands and portkeys. 3, right? Harry softly asked his wives. That's what Dad said, Hermione replied just as softly. With a sudden pop, Winky appeared before them. She almost got herself cursed, so startled were the 3 of them. One more out the front, Master Harry, sir, she said. Winky took care of her. With a snort of amusement, Harry was about to reply when Hermione suddenly said, bring them inside and put them in the lounge room, please Winky. With a firm nod, Winky popped away again. As Harry and Daphne levitated the two Death Eaters out of the bedroom and towards the stairs, Hermione led the way. And just because they now knew there were 4, did not mean they could lower their guards just yet. She led with both her wands drawn. The 3 had just lined up the 4 unconscious Death Eaters on the lounge room floor when the repaired front door burst open, and 3 Aurors almost stumbled in. The 3 had only had time to feel the alert of the ward's ping, and turn to the front door with wands ready and shields in place, before they were inside. "Identify yourselves," barked Harry. "Ah," whined Hermione. "I'd just repaired that door." The lead Auror, on facing 3 wands from whom he assumed to be teenagers, hesitated only for a moment before he raised his wand and other hand in the surrender gesture. "Aurors," he calmly replied. With a gesture to his partners, he asked, "Mr. Potter, may we lower our hands?" With a nod, Harry lowered his wand. His 2 wives did the same. Looking down at the floor to the Death Eaters as the 3 Aurors stepped more fully into the room, the Auror smirked and said, "Well, Mr. Potter, ladies, yet again you've done all the work except the paperwork for us. Perhaps I should send you a copy of the forms and you fill those out for us too, I'll thanks," smirked Harry. Bending down, Hermione had already removed the masks of the 4 on the floor. Neither Harry nor Hermione recognized any of them. However, Daphne seemed to recognize at least one of them. "Wilkes," she sneered at the one who had a little silver embossing on his mask. "I never did like him." "Brenton Wilkes," agreed the lead Auror. "His brother was a Death Eater and killed in the last war. I was sure he wasn't one." Giving a slight cough, Hermione stepped forward and offered the Auror one of their usual wand and portkey bags. "Auror?" she asked. "Senior Auror Stevenson, ma'am," said the Auror, taking the bag. "This is all their wands and portkeys." "Yes, Senior," she replied. "And they've all been dosed with sleepy buys. All that's left is to portkey them on their way." The Auror smirked and gestured to the 2 Aurors behind him. "You heard the lady," he instructed them. "Cuff 'em and port 'em." While his 2 partners set to work, he asked, "Any muggles need obliviating? Or need a hand here to set things to rights?" "No to both," she replied. "We contained it in here. However, we've no idea how much the neighbors saw." "We'll take care of it," he said, gesturing to doff his hat as he gestured for the other 2 to follow him out. "Good evening," he said, pulling the slightly re-ruined door closed behind him. "Well, back to Potter Retreat to send your parents back," sighed Harry. "I want to scan everything and again repair the door before we go," said Hermione. "We've no idea, yet, whether those thugs left any magical traps, or the like." "Good idea," murmured Daphne. After the 3 went through the house from top to bottom, checking for traps and the like and finding none, they portkeyed back to Potter Retreat. Arriving in the middle of the floor of the welcoming hall, the 3 still arrived with wands out in a defensive formation. "Jeeves," called Harry. When the majordomo house elf arrived, and confirmed only the Grangers were there, the 3 relaxed. Just as they did, Ant entered the room from the dining room kitchen direction. With a relieved sigh, he said, "I'm glad to see you're all safe." "We are," replied Hermione. "And so's the house." As they headed for the kitchen, where it appeared Sele was at the informal dining table in there, they explained about there being 4 masked terrorists, and that all 4 had been captured before they could damage the house. "I'll be checking with Madam Bones, in the morning, to see if we can get the protections on your house boosted," said Harry. "The attempted attack should now be enough for me to convince her to allow me to boost those protections, yet again." "But, it's safe now?" asked Sele. "It is," nodded Harry. "This attack was not a Riddle organized one. I think it was organized and carried out by one of his minions, in an effort to see himself elevated in Riddle's ranks. It was a rogue, for want of a better term, attack. There's no reason to believe it will happen again. However, it just might. So, that's why I can use it to see your wards strengthened." "But, it's safe to go back, tonight?" asked Sele. "As safe as it can be in our current political environment," replied Harry. "Besides, Winky can get you out if, contrary to the very low likelihood you're attacked again, it does happen again." "That's good enough for me," Sele stated quite firmly. "Where is Winky, anyway?" "Probably keeping an eye on things," said Daphne. "Call her Winky," called Ant. With a sudden pop, Winky appeared before him. "Yes, Master Antony, sir. Just checking to make sure you're all right, Winky," he urged the little house elf. "Thank you, Master Antony," she replied. "You is a kind master." With the help of a portkey, the Grangers returned to the Granger home a little later. The 3 Potter bondmates almost immediately left via flow for the 3 broomsticks. Stepping out of the 3 broomsticks, the 3 bondmates were surprised when they arrived just as the last few carriages were loading with students to head for the castle. "Oh, thank Merlin," sighed Daphne. "We don't have to walk." "I thought we'd definitely be too late," agreed Hermione. The 3 immediately hurried to jump on the last carriage, even though with them it made it a little crowded. Harry had to stand on the loading step at the back and hold onto the rail. Walking directly into the great hall once the carriage pulled up outside the main doors, Daphne hurried over to the Slytherin table to let Tracy and the others know they'd arrived safely. Hermione immediately sought out Neville to let him and Hannah also know. When both his wives returned, Harry had already sat at his usual spot opposite Luna, and was about to ask her how her break went when both wives joined him, sitting either side. "How'd it go?" he asked them both. "I invited them up after the feast," said Daphne. "Me, too," said Hermione. After the feast the 3 bondmates immediately made their way to their apartment. "Dobby," called Daphne, as soon as she walked in. "Yes, mistress," asked the little elf, after popping in. "When you're ready, you can collect our trunks," she said. "However, we've also invited some friends up for a quick hot chocolate and a talk. There should be about half a dozen of them. If you wouldn't mind organizing those for us, that'd be wonderful." "Yes, mistress," replied Dobby, giving a little bow before popping away again. Harry had pulled out his wand to do a bit of interior decorating, when Dobby obviously did it for them. There was now sufficient lounge seating for a dozen people. "Hun," he huffed. "The little ratbag beat me to it." Daphne snickered at the almost dumbfounded look on Harry's face as she and Hermione walked past to enter the bedroom. "Trunks are here," called Hermione back into the common room. Harry was about to follow his wives in when there was a knock on the door. Quickly walking to the door, he opened it, to let in Tracy and the other Slytherins, Draco and Blaise. "But, no Horace. The girls are in getting changed," he told them, letting them past. He was just about to close the door as Tracy hurried to the bedroom, when Neville arrived with Susan and Hannah in tow. "Come in," he told them. Once everyone was inside, he said, "Dobby's just organizing hot chocolates for everyone, and the girls are, I think, getting changed." Once everyone had returned to the common room and found seats, Dobby popped a serving of a large jug of hot chocolate with a dozen mugs on a serving tray, and a small tureen of tiny marshmallows. Once those who wanted one had a hot chocolate in their hands, Hermione told them about the attack on her parents' home. "You caught them?" asked Susan, clearly surprised. "All of them. There were only 4, replied Hermione. "And we had the element of surprise. Still, that's better than Aunt Amice Orrs achieve," said Susan. "That's because we didn't charge in yelling, 'Orrs,'" said Harry. "As Dobby would say, we were being all sneaky. Blaise snorted in amusement. "A mild wizard's notice me not charm, masking charms on our perfumes and deodorants, a silencing charm on our feet, and carelessness on their part," said Daphne. "The first one we walked up behind while he had his head in the muggle icebox, cast a silencing charm on him and dropped him with a mild petrifier. And the 2 upstairs were not expecting us to step in through the door and stun them both before they could even blink," added Hermione. "Winky took care of the lone watcher outside by herself. We had them all trussed up like Yule turkeys, stripped of wands and portkeys, before the Orrs even arrived," said Daphne. "The Death Eater's biggest problem is they're not trained to operate as a team," said Harry. "They are, in effect, all individuals who happen to be together when they attack. We 3, however, have been trained to work together as a team. That way we work as a single unit far better than the sum of our 3 parts." "How long did that take you?" asked Draco. "We've been training with Professor Flitwick and Snape for months," replied Daphne. "However, we were training independently since the beginning of 4th year. We combined helping Harry train for the Tri-Wizard tournament with learning to fight properly," added Hermione. "We worked out what worked best for the 3 of us working as a team, and then employed it." That's why we were able to easily take down the 9 thugs in Diagon Alley during the summer break, the 4 last night, etc., said Harry, giving a little shrug. We trained as a team, they didn't. Cleese quickly resumed, and the 5th years were, soon again, swamped with IGN ments. If anything, the second term was even busier than the first. And they already knew the third term would be the worst yet. Only a week into the second term and Hermione was already beginning to stress about the approaching OWL exams. We really need to keep reviewing, muttered Hermione. There's only 4.5 months to go until OWLs. Hermione love, stop it, Daphne berated her. We're 3 of the top students in the year. We don't need to devolve into a panic. But I need to recalculate our revision schedule, she whined. No, you don't, Harry firmly shot back. Think of it this way. If we work too hard now, we'll be burned out before the exams are even close. If we maintain a careful pace, we'll go into the exams alert and prepared. Now is not the time to hit our stride. There are at least a half dozen students, every year, who burn out before either OWL or NEWT exams. We don't want to become one of those, added Daphne. Harry's right. A careful and steady pace is what is called for, at this moment. Can I set the schedule up and we discuss it? Asked Hermione. Please. Fine, sighed Harry, but no trying to meet it until we all agree, all right. Thank you, she softly replied. While Hermione's schedule for revision wasn't followed, it made an excellent basis for doing IGN ments and the like. Once Daphne made the suggestion to use it that way, she and Hermione instormed between them to come up with something that worked for them. Of course, things like their fight training with Professors Flitwick and Snape could not be moved about, nor could CL times, but that still gave them a lot of leeway. When not working on an arithmancy IGN meant because he didn't take that CL like his wives did, Harry used the time to spy on Riddle through his re-established link. He learned that Riddle was becoming more and more frustrated as the hordes of purebloods he expected to flock to him after his rebirth was, in reality, only a trickle. He was further hoping that many would come from the ancient houses, but, again, there was only a few. With the loss of most of his original inner circle, Riddle had also lost the majority of his funding. Lucius Malfoy brought with him the entire Malfoy fortune, as did Rebeston Lestrange and his fortune. The rest were only on family retainers or their retainers plus their income from employment. However, many of them were the dregs of society, even if they were purebloods. Many could barely cast the killing curse, and not much else. Both the torture and imperious curses were beyond their magical power. Riddle had planned on bringing mercenaries over from the mainland, however, the funding for that was no longer available to him. He had begun plans to capture young Draco, to gain access to the Malfoy fortune. But, yet again, the plan was abandoned, as young Draco had fallen under the protection of the House of Black, and his regent had sealed the Malfoy vaults for the duration. With Lucius dead and Draco safe within the House of Black, he had no access to the Malfoy fortune. With the 3 Lestranges dead and ending the Lestrange line, he had no idea what had happened to the Lestrange fortune. He had no idea that, when he ordered the death of Regulus Black, he tossed away any chance of gaining access to the Black fortune, as the House of Black was now firmly entrenched on the side of the light. With the exception of Greenger, all the other ancient houses with fortunes were firmly entrenched on the side of the light. Bones, Longbottom and Potter were light. Bell, Abercrombie, Harper, Greenger, Smith, Quirk and Blenkinsop were locked into the neutral faction. Of those, if one should fall to his wand, it would likely drive the rest straight to the light. They were, effectively, untouchables. No, any money he had a chance of accumulating had to come from outside magical Britain. He needed to send emissaries to speak with the old pureblood lines on the continent. However, he had too few who were capable of holding themselves poised and skilled, or pure enough, to succeed. When he came out of his connection meditation, Harry smirked at his wives, who were watching him. News? Asked Daphne. Tommy's getting frustrated that he's losing Death Eaters faster than he can replace them, he continued to smirk. And, he's only able to replace them with the unskilled and unfinancial. He's short on funds and manpower, both. So, he's beginning to learn he's losing his war. Ah, diddums, laughed Hermione. Why is money such a big deal in fighting a war? Asked Daphne with a slight frown of curiosity. There are 3, ingredients in prosecuting a war, explained Harry. They are message, manpower and money. The message is, pureblood supremacy, pureblood rule, and, Muggles are beneath us, are a threat and need to die or be forced into Rye. You accumulate manpower through your message. A good enough message will bring support to you. And, money is brought in through the same method as manpower. Without money you cannot buy weapons, food, potions or ingredients to make them, and a host of other things you need to buy to keep your troops fit, healthy and happy to follow you. Right now, Riddle has a workable message. However, with the information control Minister Ogden and Madam Bones have implemented, Riddle's finding it hard to get his message out into the eyes and ears of those he's hoping to pull to his side. If anything, the counter message from the Ministry is pulling that support away from him even further. In other words, Riddle is currently being defeated through attrition. He has little actual support. He has few followers left, so cannot afford to use them as cannon fodder. He cannot go and buy followers, as he hasn't the funds to do so. He can only gain followers through empty promises of future riches, and only the weak-minded and desperate will fall for it. And without funds he cannot hope to provide them with food and other resources, anyway. So, all that is left to him is clever strategy and shows of power he can achieve with heavily reduced forces. That means nations, bombings, and the like. Those are the tactics of guerrilla warfare. But, it also proves to one and all that he lacks the support each time he employs such tactics. He proves himself weak. To counter that he's allowing them to run their own little raids and attacks. That's what all those attacks on Muggleborns have been, including the one on the Grangers. That means he needs to be careful about what he does and when. He will seek maximum effect for minimal risk. But, if he doesn't do much, those followers still working for him will soon grow disenchanted and leave. And they'll take with them the message that Riddle is all talk and no action. So, what's happening is, Riddle is being forced into an action of our choosing. By limiting his options we're reducing the variables of what target and when. He's being strategically forced into a fight we want him in. But, wouldn't he know that? Asked Hermione. Of course, replied Harry. However, there's little he can do about it. And one of those little things is employing distractions. Allowing his people to attack the homes of Muggleborns is, sadly, one of those forms of distraction. That's little different than Viking raiding parties of yesteryear. So, said Daphne after a bit of a hesitation. You know he wants the prophecy. You know he's going to go after it. And, because it was a major turning point in the old timeline, you expect it will happen in a similar fashion in this timeline. Because you know it's going to happen, it's towards that confrontation you're forcing him. Well, not me, per se, smirked Harry. I think that's what Madam Bones is doing. Too many people will die if we don't give Riddle a bit of a hurry up and get on with it. We know where, but we don't know when. My spying on him through the link we have will, hopefully, help us to learn that in the not-too-distant future. There are a very limited number of people who can actually collect that prophecy sphere. Dumbledore was one, but he's now dead. Trelawney is another, but he doesn't know that. He does not know who spoke the prophecy. There's someone working in the Hall of Prophecies who can touch them, an unspeakable probably, but he wouldn't know who that would be. He, of course, is another. And then there's me. Last time, he tried to fool me into getting it for him. It very nearly worked, too. However, this time he's going to have to go, himself, and that's the opportunity we need. His driving desire to know, and fear of, the prophecy will now be his undoing. The evil grin on Harry's face had both his wives grinning right back. Now all I have to do is make sure Madam Bones and I are on the same page with this, he said. Over the next few days Harry and Amelia Bones, with input from Unspeakable Croaker, Daphne and Hermione, hashed out the plan to trap Riddle in the Ministry for the final fight. The one between Riddle and Harry. When Harry gave his initial plan, at first Madam Bones was reticent. However, she also understood it would be a place where Riddle had to be, and a place where they could make sure what happened did not result in a catastrophic breach of the Statute of Secrecy, was in a place of their choosing, and would mean a minimal loss of life for either side. Once she realized what Harry planned to do, she immediately placed the plan and preparation for it under the tightest security seals she could, unspeakable seals of national security. It went under a knowledge fidelius. Between times, The three bondmates continued to work on their all-year IGN ments, trained and kept themselves busy. However, at odd times, Harry would disappear for a while and drop into the mind link with Riddle. As the Easter break approached and there was no apparent movement from Riddle to go after the prophecy, Croaker and Bones went to Hogwarts to meet the bondmates and to see what they could do to push the confrontation along. I don't think there's much more we can do without running the risk of Riddle becoming suspicious about what we're doing, shrugged Harry with a sigh. What are you getting from the link? Asked Croaker. Amelia, Bones and he were the only two outside of family who knew about the mind link Harry was doing. With Harry's permission, Croaker had also tried to use Legilimency on him while he had the mind link open. However, Croaker could only detect the link was there, not use it. He's getting more and more frustrated. And, I've been trying to give him an impression that his fear of what the prophecy may state is making things hard for him to properly think and strategize, replied Harry. If I push any harder he's likely to suspect his thoughts are being tampered with. But, you still think he's going to make a play for the prophecy? Asked Madam Bones. Definitely, Harry firmly replied. His planning is still heading in that direction. Can you gauge how firm his plans have come along? Asked Croaker. I think he's close, sighed Harry. Over the past week his plan alterations are more akin to shuffling about what's already in place. For example, go for the prophecy, first or second, go on a weekday or the weekend, early evening or late at night, that sort of thing. What seems most likely, at the moment? Asked Croaker. A Monday or Tuesday, very late evening, Harry promptly replied. With what little funds he has available to him, he's likely to hire mercenary hit wizards to boost his own forces. He and his forces will go for the prophecy while the hired hit wizards will make a play for whatever senior ministry personnel are working back. Further, because he'll have to hire the hit wizards, it won't be a spur-of-the-moment sort of thing. He has no choice but to choose a day, in advance, to hire the hit wizards for that specific purpose. They'll portkey into the atrium, take out any Aurors stationed there, then split up to accomplish their various objectives. Depending on who they know will be in the ministry working back at the time will determine where all but Riddle and his personal forces go or split up. Once they've completed their objectives, they'll reconvene in the atrium before portkeying away, again. However, Riddle's trying to get someone OCIATED with control of the wards over the ministry building to have the anti-portkey ward taken down for the evening. That way, once their objectives are achieved or they're ambushed, they'll be able to portkey out immediately, rather than go back to the portkey point in the atrium. What we have is our very own Throckmorton plot, said Croaker. An attempt to have the head of government and possible replacements removed by iNation and replaced with their own, chosen, successor. Harry nodded and said, that's more than likely to be Pious Thickness. Yes, agreed Madam Bones with a bit of a low growl. My own personal little songbird, who's currently reporting as much as he can of what I'm doing back to Riddle. Senior Auror, right? Asked Croaker. Yes, she nodded back. How about using him to draw Riddle out on a specific day? Asked Harry, as he developed a little smirk. How? She asked. Her head suddenly snapped up to stare at him. You've figured something out, or have an idea for a plan. I do, he agreed. With a small little evil grin, he leaned forward. How about this for an idea? Once Harry had outlined his idea to Bones and Croaker, and between them they refined the concept, the two left with a bit of a spring in their steps. Everyone could now see the endgame in sight. The idea was to see Riddle informed of a meeting of the heads of departments, including the minister and his undersecretary, on a Tuesday evening in about 2 weeks. The meeting would supposedly be for the ministry to put in place a strategic plan to combat the problem of Voldemort. Of course, with the exception of Amelia Bones, the actual heads of department would not be there. Instead, the roles would be filled by combat specialists from the Department of Mysteries and skilled combat hit wizards and Aurors from the DMLE. The Unspeakables would also set in place a second, backup, set of anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards powered up but inert, ready to be deployed. The Flow network would also be taken offline after Riddle and his forces arrived. Once in place, the only way in and out of the ministry would be via the phone box and specially prepared portkeys made by a single magical signature, Croaker's. Those tasked with combating Riddle's forces on the night would be the only ones who carried the portkeys. For the bondmates, especially Harry, training in combat was suddenly increased. Though Riddle's magic was obviously nowhere near the previous levels, his knowledge of magic, especially the dark arts, was unchanged. He was still a formidable opponent. When Harry, 2 nights later, expressed how he didn't want either of his wives anywhere near the ministry on that night, he suffered over 3 hours of both witches yelling and screaming at him. It wasn't until after midnight before both witches calmed down enough that he could try and reason with them. "You don't need to be there," he reiterated for about the 12th time. "It's Riddle and me, not Riddle and us 3. And that's utterly irrelevant," Daphne shot back for about the 10th time. "We are bonded, you moron. We've trained for this. You've said it yourself. We are greater than the sum of our parts. Just because you have to be the one to ultimately kill him does not mean we can't hurt him," added Hermione. "And what happens if you die?" he shot back. "There's no way I can face your parents, after something like that." "And if you die we're as good as dead, anyway," snapped Hermione. "You know that. Hell, it'd be more merciful if we died alongside you. At least, that way, we won't be tortured by Riddle's flunkies before they eventually killed us anyway." "We're your shield maidens, Harry," said Daphne. "We provide defense while you focus on attack. You're only going to beat him if we work together. Your parents are going to kill me if I bring you to face him," he added. "You leave them to us," Hermione firmly retorted. "I wonder if this is why our angels activated both soul bonds," he muttered. "What was that?" asked Hermione. "Nothing," he sighed. "I was speaking to myself." "So, finally, the matter is settled," said Daphne, quite firmly. "We'll be standing beside you when you face Riddle, and there'll be no further attempts at stopping us from doing so." Harry just sighed and rested his head on the back of the sofa he was sitting on when the whole discussion started. "Fine," he grumbled, "and don't use that tone with me, or you'll be sleeping on that couch for the foreseeable future," she added. He couldn't win a trick. The one thing the 3 agreed on from the start was that the families would not be informed of the plan until after Riddle was dealt with. They did not want to see the Order, Sirius, Remus or Matthias, especially, turn up and get themselves hurt or killed. The combined forces of the DMLE and the Unspeakables was more than adequate manpower to deal with the issue without muddying things up with others acting as righteous vigilantes. Immediately after CL each day, with the exception of when they went into training with Professors Flitwick and Snape, the 3 headed directly to the Room of Requirement. There, they configured the room to be similar to the atrium at the Ministry. Once configured, and with the use of dueling dummies, they went into combat battle training. They trained with using both wands and making generous use of the environment. One problem they immediately recognized was a complete lack of detritus to use for configuration into marble blocks to block killing and cruciatous curses. To alleviate the need for conjuration, and the inherent waste of magical energy that went with it, the girls carried with them little blocks of stone. And spent a great deal of time practicing snap casting, transfiguring them into large enough blocks of marble to block such curses. Harry also practiced, more and more, the Aegis shield charm to surround the 3 of them. However, even the Aegis shield with its whirling objects wasn't good enough to block certain curses. For example, area effect curses could not be blocked that way. They had to be dispelled before they reached you, or soon afterwards. The same also applied to charms such as Incarcerus, Fiendfire and the Flame Whip, and combinations such as Aguamendi and Glacius. For each of those they needed to be careful with their counters. However, Fiendfire would always be a real threat, but required a very skilled and powerful wizard or witch to cast and control it. Riddle no longer met the second of those conditions. Because of the skill of Riddle, Harry developed and practiced very quick spell chains that rated from simply annoying the victim, to being flat-out lethal. Everything was practiced and, where possible, incorporated into the chains. A particular favorite was the pranking cantrips and hexes. Professor Flitwick was firm in his conviction that such, used at specific times, could even be the turning point to bring about victory. He then went and proved it with nothing more than a tongue-locking jinx, coupled with a jelly fingers curse, tickling charm, and finally wrapping Harry up in ropes with an overpowered Incarcerus charm. Not one spell was beyond the capabilities of a first year. So, Harry's spell chains included those plus jinxes and cantrips such as the knockback and tripping jinxes, the scouring charm, and a host of others. Anything that would annoy Riddle and interrupt his attacks was valued and used when possible. The idea was to so annoy Riddle he'd finally make a mistake that Harry could use to slip through his concentration and take him out. It was when they were about to return from such an evening when they were attacked using a method they'd not previously considered. While all pageways, corridors, and the like throughout the castle were now warded against spellcasting, there were still the odd areas that hadn't been so warded. Of course, these included some broom closets, though Luna had recognized the issue and her teams of rune carvers were attending to them. Some unusual sets of stairs, unknown even to them hidden pageways, most of the abandoned or unused CL rooms. And, of course, the room of requirement. It was as they were cooling down after a training session and walking back to their apartment it happened. The first Harry learned of it was when he was hit around the kidney area and went down with an arrow piercing his side. He heard Hermione scream, "Harry!" and saw and heard little more after a second arrow hit him high in the right shoulder as he tried to stay standing. When Harry was hit, both girls spun about and tried to conjure shields but found them weakened by the anti-magic fields. When a third arrow flew out of the doorway of a broom closet at Daphne, she was able to dodge it but could not retaliate with magic. Instead, she snatched a handful of her remaining small rocks out of her pocket with her left hand, and flung them at the doorway, hoping to distract the attacker. Both girls heard a much-hated voice cry out, "Death Eater!" Hermione screamed, "Dobby!" and the little elf popped in. Dobby took one look at what was going on, flung his hand out and banished whoever was standing hidden in the closet back within, and slammed closed and elf locked the door. Again, they heard the hated voice cry out as it was sent flying backwards. Grabbing Harry he said, "Master Harry needs medical help," and popped away with him. Daphne quickly checked to ensure the door to what they recognized as a broom closet was closed and warded before she spun about and grabbed the arm of a clearly shocked Hermione. "Come on," she barked, pulling her sister-wife along towards the stairs. A few moments later, after being dragged a few steps first, Hermione had snapped out of her shock and was chasing after her sister-wife. Running down the stairs as fast as they could, they sent other students scuttling for the walls to clear their way as they ran. As soon as they burst through the doors into the infirmary they could see Harry laying face down on a bed with Madame Pomfrey working on him. Both arrows were still sticking out of his back, one low and one high. Dobby was hovering nearby and bouncing from foot to foot. "This should not have been possible with that ward schema you and Miss Lovegood designed," said the healer. "Someone found a way around it," retorted Daphne. "They cast arrows out of their wand from within one of the unwarded broom closets." "It was something we had not foreseen," said Hermione, still upset. "You're not expected to anticipate everything, Mrs. Granger Potter," the nurse lightly scolded. "What you have already accomplished has already made my life a great deal easier." "Why are the arrows still in him?" asked a worried Daphne. "Because I need to see if any damage will happen if I remove them first, and be prepared to deal with it," replied Pomfrey. "At the moment, I have him under a light somnolence charm to keep him asleep, so he doesn't move about and cause further damage." A few moments later, the nurse muttered, "Right," and with a wave of her wand vanished the second arrow out of Harry's shoulder. Then she cast a quick Episky healing charm on the wound before moving on to the first, more serious, injury. As she worked, she spoke about what she was doing and seeing. "The arrow pierced through the top of the kidney very close to the adrenal gland," she explained. "From there it's ped through and also nicked a section of the upper intestine. At the very least, the arrowhead is lodged within them." A few more waves of her wand and what looked like a three-dimensional CAT scan appeared to hover in the air above his back. You could see the arrowhead firmly lodged partway through the kidney and into one of the ropes of upper intestine. "All right," she muttered. She reached for her ever-ready wheeled cabinet of potions, selected one, and spelled the contents straight into Harry's stomach. "Organ heal," she muttered. She gave that a moment and spelled a second one in. "Skin knit," she also muttered. Another moment to let the potion settle within and she vanished the arrow. As blood bubbled up she was quick to begin casting healing charms and hurrying the potions to do their work. As both girls and Dobby carefully watched and fretted, Headmistress McGonagall came striding in. "What happened?" she asked. Daphne stepped back from the bed and turned to her. "An attack from behind. Someone, we believe Ron Weasley, shot wand arrows at Harry and us too." He was standing within the doorway of one of the unwarded broom closets on the 7th floor under a disillusionment charm or similar. Dobby banished him fully into the closet and then shut and warded the door closed. You should find him still there. Dobby should be able to let him out for you. Don't let him still be here when Harry wakes up, please, begged Hermione. Harry'll kill him without even thinking about it. He won't be, whoever it is, said the headmistress firmly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to drag him out of the closet and call the Aurors, before she left again. Harry woke the next morning, sore but healthy. His wives were watching over him but talking between them. When he tried to sit up, he groaned from the pain around his lower back. Both wives turned to him and put their hands on his, holding him down. Don't try and sit up, Harry, said Daphne. You were hurt pretty bad and the wound is still healing. Suffering from fur mouth, he gestured for water, which Hermione was quick to provide. After taking a couple of sips he sighed in relief and asked, "Who attacked us?" "Ron Weasley," Daphne near snarled. "Has he been suitably dealt with?" he asked with a bit of a growl. Headmistress McGonagall pulled him out of the broom closet. Dobby locked him inside of, dragged him to her office and called the Aurors, explained Hermione. The Aurors cuffed him and took him away. For a start, she expelled him on the spot, said Daphne with a pleased little huff. But she couldn't snap his wand, because it's evidence of the attack. Madame Pomfrey had to vanish the 2 arrows that were sticking out of you, but there was another that didn't hit anyone still up in the corridor on the floor. That's also been taken away as evidence. The red-headed git didn't know, or forgot, that conjured items retain the magical signature of the caster. The Aurors came back later and interviewed us, said Hermione. We've both given memory strands and statements of what happened. According to the Aurors, irrespective of what happens with this, Weasley's going to Azkaban. He's breached the conditions of his court order from the potion case, so the full weight of the findings of that case will be added to this one. And this one is a case of Alt causing grievous bodily harm at a minimum, but it will probably be considered attempted murder of a member of the Wizengamot, growled Daphne. He's going away for a very long time, if he doesn't get the veil. He's a minor, said Harry. His 16th birthday isn't until the 1st of March. That's only a couple of weeks away, scoffed Daphne. But no less relevant, sighed Hermione. You are not considered in full control of your actions until you turn 17. And, as he's only 15, he won't get the veil for his actions. But he will be locked away for a great many years, said Harry. The veil may prove to be a kindness for what he's going to go through. Harry was stuck under Madame Pomfrey's care for another day before he was released in the morning 2 days after the attack. His wives made sure he had all his IGN ments on hand, and they worked together to get it all out of the way during the day he was convalescing. The next morning Harry and both his wives received letters from the DMLE detailing the court case of the Ministry of Magic versus Ronald Bilious Weasley. He was informed he wouldn't be able to sit the Wizengamot that day, while his wives would both be called as witnesses for the prosecution. It seemed that the Wizengamot were most eager to speedily try cases when one of their own was attacked, as the case was due to be heard only 3 days later. Ron was being kept in the DMLE holding cells for the duration instead of at Azkaban due to his status as a minor. Harry was expecting his own personal howler from Molly Pruitt over it all. He wasn't aware until later that Professor McGonagall had changed the wards so that all howlers were automatically destroyed as they crossed the school's boundary, anyway. However, as far as the Weasley twins knew, their mother hadn't sent one. "We're really sorry about this, Harry," they told him. "Not your fault, mates," he replied. Ron's jealousy and overblown sense of self-entitlement was always going to lead him towards doing something like this. "I just didn't expect it to happen while we were all still at school." "His mind healer, counselor, is appalled," said one twin. "Ron had her completely fooled," said the other. "She thought he was well on the way to getting over his issues," said the first. "Apparently not," said the other. "Look, know that I don't hold any other Weasley responsible for this, yeah," said Harry. "And please make sure your dad knows that, too." This was all Ron. "We're actually surprised he figured out a way around the magic suppression wards," said one twin. "We didn't think he was smart enough to do that," said the second. "It surprised us, too," said Hermione. "It was a condition, of the wards we didn't expect to be a weakness. We'll be working to block that weakness, you can be assured. Once the twins left again, Harry turned to Hermione and asked, and how are we going to do that? The wards and anchoring runes would all need to be recarved. No, smiled Hermione, all we need to do is finish warding those areas that are not yet done, such as the closets. As long as there is no area where someone can stand and launch something like arrows at those ping by, the weakness will be blocked, said Daphne. However, the weakness will remain for active CL rooms. Someone will be able to stand within the doorway of the CL room and attack. And there's nothing we can do to cover that, sighed Harry. The ward scheme isn't the be-all and end-all of stopping attacks, Harry, said Hermione. It's just made it a hell of a lot more difficult for someone to do it successfully with magical means. Of course, someone can still attack another with, say, a kitchen knife or something. We can't stop everything. Over the next few days, Harry worked hard to recover from his injuries before they could return to the room of requirement and their combat training. The only break was sleep, meals and clees, with the one morning at the ministry for the trial of Ron. Apparently still angry at everyone and everything, Ron sat in the accused's chair with the chains binding him tight. And, from there, he glared at almost everyone. Of course, much of it was a facade. A careful look at his hands where his fingers tightly gripped the arms of his chair showed he was literally shaking in fear. Harry sat in the visitors' gallery in support of his wives. As he hadn't actually seen anything, he was not a witness, and Madame Pomfrey was there to detail the extent of his injuries. Once everyone had provided their testimony, and evidence such as Ron's wand and the conjured arrow were presented with the results of magical analysis of both, the Wizengamot were quick in their deliberations. While they were deliberating, Harry looked around. Arthur Weasley sat with his 5 eldest sons and daughter, as Percy was not the court scribe for the proceedings. Molly sat apart but clearly wanted to join them, casting her longing eyes towards them every few minutes. She refused to even look in Harry's direction. When the Wizengamot concluded their deliberations and the gavel was banged to show they were ready to proceed, Madame Longbottom, as chief witch, read out the sentence. Mr. Ronald Bilious Weasley, this court, on the preponderance of evidence against you, finds you guilty of the charges of attempted murder, alt occasioning grievous bodily harm, alt upon the person of a Wizengamot member, and revisits and finds you guilty of the charge of alt occasioning bodily harm for your part in the attempted potioning with love, loyalty and aversion potions of one Harry James Potter, and breaching your bail conditions relating to that crime. As such, and in recognition of your current age and status as a minor, it is the decision of this court to sentence you to no less than 10 years imprisonment in the medium security section of Azkaban prison. Sentence is to be carried out immediately. Madame Longbottom banged her gavel once and intoned, "We are adjourned." Ronald had to be physically lifted out of his chair and dragged off. It appeared he had fainted. The Weasleys were all sad, with Ginevra actually sobbing. As too was Molly Pruitt. She sounded as if she was softly wailing, "My baby, my poor baby," repeatedly. Harry and his wives quietly left in the company of Sirius, to return to Hogwarts. They flew from the atrium directly to his office. Once they had all safely arrived, Hermione spun about and threw herself into Harry's arms. She was sobbing her heart out. "Why," she almost wailed, "he was our friend." "No, he wasn't, love," Harry firmly replied. "He just pretended to be our friend. He was just a very sad boy who grew up thinking he was hard done by being the 6th son of 6 sons, and felt the world owed him. It didn't help that his mother made he and his sister aware of how I'd probably be unaware of the magical world and my place within it. And, it was his mother that dragged him into her plans for getting a large slice of the Potter fortune. He grew up thinking he was going to get rich off my money. He grew up absolutely the Potter fortune was going to be theirs before long. He could not accept that all his mother's planning was for naught. He could not accept the Potter fortune was never his to begin with. That's what's led to him being jailed, probably for life. I can't see him being of strong enough mental fiber to withstand the effects of the Dementors for long. It's just so," she said, waving her hands about and unable to find the right term for her feelings. "Yeah, I know," he sighed. "Our view of the world, and our place within it, took a knee to the groin. Until today we were, I guess, hoping our angels were wrong about everything. Or, That Ron would see the error of his ways and turn back into what we thought of as a friend. Hermione nodded as she quietly sobbed into his robes. With Harry's injuries from Ron's attack fully healed, the three returned to the room of requirement whenever they could to continue their training in magical combat. That training was also reflected in their training from Professors Snape and Flitwick. However, it was only a couple of days later when Professor Flitwick called a halt. With a sigh he looked at the three of them and said, "You've reached a point where, if we were to continue, people would become seriously hurt. You're now having to hold back, as are we, on your spells because they will cause significant harm if they connect. I don't know what to do from here, other than to teach you better spell chains and shortcuts in casting." "Point casting," said Snape. "They need more practice in that. And they can practice that on their own," said Flitwick, turning to his colleague. "They're already well beyond newts for anything related to Da-Da, and they're pretty close to that for the related subjects of charms and transfiguration. If they were to turn their knowledge of both incantless and point casting to the 7th-year curriculum for the Da-Da, charms and transfiguration practicals, they're a shoo-in for outstanding pluses in all three subjects." "I wouldn't go that far," sneered Snape. Ignoring the sneer, Flitwick shrugged his shoulders and said, "If they get the written theory down between now and then, they will be. And that's just independent study. If I didn't know it could cause problems, I'd suggest all three prepare to sit their newts at the end of the year, rather than their owls." Looking like he'd just thought of a good idea, Flitwick said to Snape, "What about if we were to cover the use of potions in the combat environment?" Instead of just sneering and scoffing at the suggestion, Snape frowned and appeared to think about it. "I consider all three adequate brewers. Mrs. Greenger Potter may even be a little better than that," he softly said. "High praise, indeed," smiled Flitwick. "Nevertheless, I doubt we'll have time between now and when their likely confrontation with the Dark Lord will occur to get much out of it," continued Snape. "I think it may be more productive of my time if I was to brew the potions for them." "And what would you recommend, sir?" asked Daphne. "Healing drafts, pepper-up potions, core rejuvenators, essence of dittany, and similar," the professor immediately replied. "Excellent choices," nodded Flitwick. "Then I shall dedicate this weekly time slot, in future, to that endeavor," said the sour potions master. Without another word he rose and headed for the door. "Professor Snape," called Harry. When the dour man turned back before reaching the door, Harry softly said, "Thank you, sir, for your efforts and time." Snape hesitated for a long moment before he finally gave a single curt nod before turning back to the door and leaving. "Well, Mr. Potter, Mrs. Granger Potter and Mrs. Greenger Potter," said the diminutive professor, drawing their attention back to him. "I suppose we'll spend the rest of this lesson working on spell chains and speeding up your ability to cast them." The professor stepped the three of them through a couple of specialist dueling spell chains and explained how and why each charm was in the chain. All three bondmates carefully watched each but knew something was wrong. It was Hermione who figured it out first. "Professor, I noticed something about each spell chain that proves a problem for us," she carefully said. "Oh?" asked Flitwick. "And what would that be?" "First," she replied, "each spell chain is developed with a duel in mind under, what? International rules." "Yes," he replied. With a nod of acknowledgement, she continued, "We won't be dueling, let alone operating under rules. This will be a fight. A dirty, no-holds-barred, bare-knuckle fight. No referee. No mandatory distances. No dueling pieced. No dueling circles." "Secondly," Daphne piped up, before the professor could respond. "Secondly, we fight as a team of three. Hermione and I work primarily on defense, while Harry goes on full attack. These spell chains are developed for the individual who needs to work on both defense and offense at the same time. We need different spell chains." "Professor," said Hermione, "we need spell chains developed for someone who is primarily on defense, and someone who goes full out offense." "Ah," said the professor sitting back and frowning. "I see." Harry turned to look at his two wives, hoping they'd understand what he was asking of them. With Hermione he gave a small flick of his eyes upwards and smiled. From the expression of surprise on her face and her eyes widening in understanding, it was only a moment before she smirked and nodded. Turning to Daphne he gave the same signal, but she didn't seem to understand. He said, "Requirement." Suddenly, she understood and, When Harry indicated the professor with a slight tilt of his head towards the man, she smiled and nodded. Turning back to face the professor, Harry could see the man knew they were talking about something between them, and smiled back. "Professor," he calmly said, "we're going to show you a really big Hogwarts secret. It's somewhere well beyond any magic that we, dare say, even you could understand. But, we're very sure it's something the founders put in place. I doubt there's much about Hogwarts I do not already know of, Mr. Potter," smiled the professor, as if he was humoring Harry. "However, you have me suitably intrigued, and the Ravenclaw in me urges me to learn more." With a grin, Harry and his wives stood and led the professor out the door of the seal room they were using. Entering the dead-ended corridor with the tapestry, Daphne and Hermione had the professor stand between them with his back to it. "Watch," smiled Harry. He began to walk back and forth the required 3 times. As he ped on the 3rd time, he heard the professor gasp as the door appeared in the wall directly in front of him. "My word," the professor exclaimed. Grinning and walking to the door, Harry said, "Professor, welcome to the Room of Requirements," and pushed the door open and stood aside. Flitwick walked in to see the room configuration the 3 Potters had been using up until they started configuring it like the atrium at the Ministry of Magic. There was the wide platform with the 5 dueling dummies at one end, the ablutions room with its toilet, hand basins, mirror, shower and bath. The study table they used that was still loaded with books on offensive and defensive spell casting, especially curses, charms, hexes, jinxes, cantrips and the like, and the small potions workbench with its small cabinet of ingredients, a cauldron with a cauldron fire, and a couple of potion recipe books. "My word," the professor near whispered again. "Now watch this," said Hermione, who stared hard at a section of wall off to the right. A few moments later, a fireplace appeared surrounded with a mantelpiece. "Merlin," the professor gasped. "The room can configure itself into any configuration you want," explained Daphne. "It can even assume the form of an island oasis, complete with sea breezes, the sounds of birds cawing and chirping, and living plants. The only limitations we have found is that most of what appears in here cannot be removed from the room. They're conjurations that do not last beyond the boundaries of the room." "Can I see something else it can do?" asked the professor, still a little awed. "Of course," said Hermione, pleased. "For minor changes, we can stay in the room. For major changes, though, we need to step outside." With a gesture from her, the 4 of them stepped outside again, and the professor watched as the door faded back into the stone wall until it has disappeared. "Now, let's see," mused Hermione. "Ah," she suddenly said. She then developed an expression of deep concentration before she walked back and forth in front of the wall. As she ped for the 3rd time, a new door appeared. Harry could see the professor was surprised by its appearance. "Surprising, isn't it?" chuckled Harry. "It seems to pick a door that would best suit, shall we say, the decor within." Hermione walked over and opened the door, holding it open as she gestured everyone in. Having recognized the door, inside Harry wasn't surprised by what he found. It was the Room of Lost Things. Professor Flitwick stood just inside the door with his mouth agape. It was the most flummoxed Harry had ever seen his head of house in all the years, both timelines, he'd been attending Hogwarts. It caused him to burst out laughing. After giving Harry a dirty look, Hermione turned to Professor Flitwick and said, "Welcome, sir, to the Room of Lost Things. Any time over the past 1,000 years that the house elves have not known to whom a lost item belonged, or something was damaged beyond repair, they brought it here. In here, besides broken furniture, you will find a full millennium's worth of items belonging to students who never claimed them back. In here, I've no doubt you will find copies of old textbooks and the like that have been out of print for hundreds of years, priceless antiques and other works of art. For instance," she said, before raising her wand and clearly intoning, "Accio, an original edition of Hogwarts, a history." It took a few moments but, suddenly a copy of the book soared through the air from out of the stacks towards her. She caught it on her. Checking she had the right one, she then offered the book to the professor. The professor took the book with trembling hands. "It's real," he softly said. "It's a first edition, and quite well preserved. It must be worth a fortune." "In here, Professor," said Daphne, "as the answer to Hogwarts' financial problems. If you were to use the castle's house elves during a period when the school is empty and they've little to do to begin to sort through all this, you'll find there is plenty here that can be sold to raise funds for the school. From what's in here it shouldn't be too difficult to create a bursary fund to keep the school well funded in perpetuity. It'll just take a little effort, and the services of an expert on antiques, and a selling agent, to create that fund. The little charms master and deputy headmaster was completely gobsmacked. "Let's step back outside, shall we?" asked Harry, after a moment. "We came here to show the professor what we've been up to, dueling wise." Once everyone stepped back outside, with the professor still holding the original edition of Hogwarts A History, Harry reconfigured the room back to their personal dueling self-study CL room. Stepping back in, Harry said, "Now, for what we've been practicing. Professor, if you wouldn't mind remaining off the platform. It has a containment area to stop spell fire exceeding the boundaries of it." "Understood, Mr. Potter," replied Flitwick with a bit of a bow. Turning to his wives, he gestured to the platform and said, "Ladies." Once the three were on the platform and ready, Harry called to the room, "5 inner circle Death Eaters, please. Level 5. The 5 dueling dummies immediately reconfigured to look like 5 Death Eaters in robes and masks. "Okay, here we go," he warned his wives. He then barked, "Begin." And the 3 of them were then battling the 5 dueling dummies as a single team. After about 30 seconds Hermione called, "Hold," and the 5 dummies immediately froze in place. "I think that should be enough," she said, as the 3 of them relaxed. As the 3 stepped off the platform the professor looked at them with an expression that looked like it kept changing from awe to a little anger. "You've been holding back even more than I thought. During our sessions," he accused them. "We have," agreed Daphne, not in the least embered to make that admission. "Even now we don't know how much we can trust Professor Snape. We feel it's best we don't show our true level of ability in his presence, just in case his position within Riddle's ranks is compromised and Riddle learns the truth." The professor looked a little thoughtful before he gave a slow nod of recognition. "Wise, I suppose." He then looked more fully at them and said, "Who else knows of this room?" "We know Riddle knows of it, but not how much he knows of it," replied Hermione. "We found something that belonged to him in the room of lost things. It was something we had to destroy. Even so, it's too good a training aid we need for my eventual confrontation with the Dark Tosser," said Harry. "Then, I suppose we should move all your combat training to here," said the professor. "You're right, it's too good a training aid not to make use of it. However, once the unpleasantness with Riddle is done with, I want you to teach me everything you can about this room." "Agreed," smiled Harry, as both wives smiled and nodded. The next evening, after dropping into his, as he called it, communication trance in the common room of their apartment about 15 minutes earlier, Harry suddenly popped out of it and crowed, "It worked." Surprising both wives with his sudden movement, it took a moment for Hermione to exclaim, "Merlin, Harry." Daphne asked, "What worked?" "Riddle's taken the bait," he laughed. "He's going after the prophecy and the heads of department on Tuesday evening, as we expected." Quickly rising from where he sat on the floor on a thick piece of carpet, he hurried to his stationery and pulled out parchment, quill and ink. Quickly, he wrote, "Carrot is a go," before blow-drying the ink and hurrying over to Hedwig on her roost. To Madam Bones, "Head," he whispered to her. "Quick as you can." After Hedwig gave his finger a quick and affectionate nip before flying out the window, Harry turned back to his wives. That was the go signal to Madam Bones. Riddle took the bait. He attacks the ministry on Tuesday night. Even though both were clearly worried, both grinned back. "That means this whole thing can be over in a couple of days," said Daphne. "Thank Merlin." "What was the go signal?" asked Hermione. "Carrot," replied a grinning Harry. "Car. Oh," said Hermione, a little sheepishly. "As in, you dangled a carrot and he took it?" "Yep." He positively grinned. "Clever." She smiled. "Pardon?" asked Daphne, confused. "It comes from a Muggle expression," explained Hermione. "You dangle a carrot in front of a donkey to get it moving in the direction you want it to go. By holding the carrot before it, it will continue to head towards it." And the carrot for Riddle was the opportunity for him to take out the leadership of the ministry at the same time as he went for the prophecy, added Harry. "Madam Bones has an Auror who reports back to Riddle. And she used him to ensure Riddle knew of the opportunity. So, that's how you're going to get Riddle into the atrium at the Ministry, said Daphne. I was wondering why you were so sure the final battle was going to take place there, rather than at Hogwarts as in the old timeline. During the intervening days between when they learned Riddle took the bait, and the actual day of the battle, the three increased their training. They were just pleased that 2 of those days was the weekend. Finally, the Tuesday rolled around. The previous evening, the three all took sleeping drafts to make sure they had a decent night's sleep, and then followed it up with a morning of stress relief in the form of Professor Flitwick was made aware the three would not be attending Cleese that day, so ran interference for them from the other professors. That they never put in an appearance for either breakfast or lunch led to their fellow students believing the 3 of them were sick, and were staying in their apartment due to their illness being contagious. The professor did not dissuade that belief. If anything, he encouraged it. Finally, at 6 in the evening after an early light dinner, the 3 snuck out of the school and were collected from the Shrieking Shack by one of Madame Bones's trusted senior aurors, Shacklebolt. They were taken under glamour direct to her office, where they settled in to wait. How are you making sure the rest of the Ministry is evacuated before Riddle gets here? Asked Hermione. We're publicly claiming it's so the whole building can be fumigated, explained Madame Bones. But, we're privately claiming it's for a special War Council meeting of the heads of department. And that's an open secret. Of course, said Daphne. You tell a lie they all know is a lie, and let slip a second lie everyone then believes is the truth for which the first lie is the cover. Precisely, smirked the older woman. And actually holding the heads of departments back adds to the evidence of the second lie, said Hermione. A lie, hiding a lie, covering the truth. Is everything else in place? Harry suddenly asked. It is, replied Madame Bones. So, now we wait, he sighed. Now we wait, she agreed. As soon as the Aurors and Unspeakables were pretty much the building had been cleared of all non-essential personnel, the 3 were hustled under disillusionment charms down to a room off the atrium. It was a broom closet that had been hidden and magically expanded within. Inside, the room had a magical toilet installed behind a temporary wall and door, and other equipment moved in. The room had all the appearance of a tactical operations room. There were Unspeakables and Aurors moving about within. The 3 had just entered when they were approached by Croaker. Potter, he softly said. I didn't expect your wives to be accompanying you. You argue with them, Harry shot back. It was them who reminded me we fight as a team, and that the prophecy only requires I be the one to kill him. They, as can everyone else, can still hurt him. Croaker turned to look at each of the ladies before he gave a grunt and said, no thanks. However, their safety is your responsibility. We know that, snapped Daphne. Croaker just gave another grunt before he moved away again. Moving further into the room, Harry and his wives could see that one of the long walls was covered in large mirrors. And those large mirrors were acting as communication mirrors similar to the paired ones he had between he and Sirius. On the screen, they could see that certain rooms and hallways were being displayed. Harry could see one that showed the narrow aisle between racks of prophecy orbs, and guessed it was the aisle that contained the prophecy orb containing the fake prophecy they had caused to be made. Another was of a lavishly appointed boardroom, and guessed it was the room where the supposed meeting of the heads of department would take place. A third was the flow control room. A fourth was the room of spinning doors in the Department of Mysteries. A fifth was of the lobby immediately in front of the lifts leading in from the atrium beyond the security point. A sixth was of the security checkpoint. A seventh, eighth, ninth and 10th were of rooms and corridors Harry didn't recognize. All right, he told both his wives. I'm going to find a corner, drop into my communication trance, and see if I can get a handle on what Riddle's up to now. Both wives nodded and followed him to the corner. He conjured himself a wide stool with a large cushion and settled onto it, lotus fashion, before dropping into his meditative state. 5 minutes later, he was back. When he opened his eyes it was see Croaker standing directly in front of him, staring at him. Well, he asked. He's just finished embling his troops, replied Harry. I pulled out just before he started what I'm sure was an impressive monologue into how great he is. I'll go back in a couple of minutes. Croaker gave a firm nod and said, let me know when he makes his move. With murmurs of urence to both his wives, Harry caught Croaker's eyes before letting him know he was dropping back in. When he came back out about 15 minutes later, it was to again face Croaker. This time, everyone else was watching him, too. "They're minutes away," said Harry. "You know how they're coming in the breakup of teams?" asked Croaker. "I do," he nodded back. "Right," said Croaker, reaching out and dragging him to his feet. "You're up front and briefing everyone. I was unable to use legilimency on you." "Me," squeaked Harry. "Yes, you," growled the older man, dragging him to the front of the room in front of the mirrors. Turning to the crowd, Croaker barked, "Listen up. Potter's giving the briefing," then stepped away to listen, himself. Taking a deep breath, Harry said, "Okay." Plucking his Gryffindor courage, he firmly said, "Riddle's broken his forces into 7 groups. With the exception of the last group, they'll be coming about 15 seconds apart. First is a team of 4 that appears to be led by someone with knowledge of the Ministry's Ward Keystone. They'll be heading directly for the Wardstone. They seem to know exactly where that is." That had a few unspeakables lightly muttering between themselves for a moment, before they turned back. Second is a team of 4 mercenaries led by a Death Eater. They're heading directly for the Ministry boardroom to innate the Ministry leadership. They're armored with various dragon hide under their robes. Third is 2 Death Eaters tasked with going to the flow control room to take control of it. They have someone on the inside for that. Fourth is a group of 4 low-level Death Eaters who are setting up a fallback position in the atrium near the lifts. The fifth is a group of 4 Inner Circle Death Eaters and 3 not-so-Inner Circle, with Riddle himself leading. They're heading straight for the Hall of Prophecies in the Department of Mysteries. The sixth is a group of 6, I think, Death Eaters led by an Inner Circle member. They come through about 5 minutes behind Riddle and take up positions near the apparition point. They're Riddle's forward support. The final group of what's left remain at Knot Manor, where they've all embled. I think it might be about half a dozen to a dozen, but I'm unsure of the exact numbers. They provide extra wands, if called, and they're his rear support. They're intending to apparate in at the apparition point if they are. But Riddle doesn't believe he'll need to call them, so they're not expecting such. All teams know their objectives and know they'll be killed if they don't accomplish it. So, be prepared for them all to fight to the death. Give no quarter. That's all." Croaker immediately stepped forward and barked, "Team Baker, you've got the Wardstone. As Mr. Potter said, give no quarter. Go." And 4 unspeakables suddenly apparated out with the barest sound of cracks. "Everyone else, you know what's coming, when, and what their objectives are. There are no surprises except for the Wardstone, and that's now covered. Teams Alpha, Charlie, Wolf and Shadow, go." Almost all the remaining unspeakables left almost as one. The slight cracks of apparition sounded like a muffled string of firecrackers going off. Teams Cracker and Warden, prepare for an alt on Knot Manor immediately, but hold. As soon as we know Riddle's dealt with, you'll be leading the remaining forces on that manor. When Harry looked around, the number of occupants had been reduced by about half. Those who had gone were all unspeakables. But there were still a few of them mixed in with the Aurors or carefully watching the mirrors. Once he'd finished giving orders to his people, Croaker turned to Harry and said, "Good job, Mr. Potter. Again, I hope you'll consider a career in our ranks once you've completed your studies." Harry just smiled back. It was something he'd have to discuss with his ladies. Last run through he had his sights originally set on becoming an Auror. This time, he really didn't know what he wanted to do. However, any position within the Ministry other than as a seated member upon the Wizengamot was low down on his list. It would all depend on what the angels had in mind for them. A couple of minutes later, one of the Aurors watching the large mirrors suddenly pointed and said, "There." As expected, the first group of 4 had apparated in and were hurrying across the floor of the atrium towards the lifts. "That's Group 1, said Harry. They'd no sooner disappeared when the second group arrived. This group had the single Inner Circle member and the mercenaries. They, too, hurried over to the lifts and disappeared. "That's the group heading for the boardroom," said Harry. The third and fourth groups arrived together and hurried to the lifts. "That's groups 3 and 4 arriving together, it seems," he said. 2 will head for the flow control room while the other 4 remain behind in the atrium. This time 2 continued into the lifts and were away, while the other 4 simply stopped in the little foyer between the checkpoint and lifts and proceeded to mask their appearance. One kept an eye on the lifts while the other three kept an eye on the checkpoint. Finally, Riddle and his group arrived. "Here's Tom," said Harry. "Next stop, the Hall of Prophecies. I wonder if he'll enjoy what he hears." Croaker just grinned at him, while everyone else appeared slightly confused. Clearly, Croaker hadn't told his people of the switch. Riddle simply strode across the floor with his bald head held high, heading direct for the lifts. He didn't even bother to look to either side as he went. He simply relied on his flunkies to watch his flanks. He'd barely been gone when the final group arrived. They immediately separated to each side of the room and donned invisibility cloaks or disillusionment charms. "How long do we wait?" asked Hermione. Croaker turned slightly towards her and said, "I give the signal to go when Riddle picks up the prophecy globe. You wait until I've got the atrium clear." The first group of Death Eaters to reach their target was the team of mercenaries targeting the, now empty, board room. As soon as they breached the double doors with wands ready and spells flying, they were shot from behind with stunners to the heads. Two went down immediately, the Death Eater and one of the mercenaries. The other three were taken down with stunners to the face as soon as they whirled about. In the monitor mirrors, they watched as Madame Bones stepped forward and shot each of them at close range to the face with a potion ball gun. As each shot was fired, the three bondmates winced. "Ouch," said Harry. "That's gonna leave a welt." As he was talking, Harry watched as a young Auror leaned down and dabbed his finger into one of the splats of potion on a mercenary's cheek. As he raised his finger to peer at it, he suddenly keeled over. That had the three bondmates and the unspeakables all laughing, while Madame Bones looked directly at what must have been the other mirror, high on the wall in the corner, and seemed to roll her eyes. "Well, that's one Auror who's going to find himself on perpetual night watch duties when this is done," muttered an unspeakable. One of the Aurors still with them said, "Tompkins. He always was an idiot. Remind me to talk to those Weasley twins." Croaker chuckled to Harry. "Will do, sir," he dutifully replied. Next group was the two heading for the flow control room. They walked in, bold as BR, and immediately toppled over to stunners. A third stunner was fired at someone who had been hiding under a desk, and rose to greet them with a smile on his face. All three were dabbed with potion by Master Auror Scrimgeour before they were stripped of wands, portkeys, masks and whatever else before being bound. After watching Riddle move through the Department of Mysteries, he finally made his way into the Hall of Prophecies. Just as clearly, someone was leading him to the right area. "Another traitor," sighed Croaker. "Whoever it is, they're a walking dead man." As Riddle strode up the aisle of prophecy spheres, the one leading him turned and indicated the correct sphere. Croaker, almost surreptitiously, raised his hand to hover a finger over a pip on the hem his hood. Riddle reached out with his left hand, appeared to almost begin to caress the sphere, then quickly plucked it off its little stand before raising his wand to it. Croaker suddenly pressed the pip and almost barked, "Execute." Immediately, Harry watched as there was sudden movement at both ends of the atrium on the mirror monitors. Spells flew and bodies went down. All Death Eaters, with swishes and shimmers, invisibility cloaks and disillusionment charms were removed. On the monitors, Harry saw Alistair Moody stomping over from a door at the security end of the atrium and pull out one of the potion guns from his robes. Just like Madame Bones, he quickly shot his four in the face with the gun, and didn't even blink when he did it. He left the four for the two Aurors who were with him to finish policing as he quickly glanced at the lifts before stomping back out through the security gate. A quick double tap on their door from outside and a head peered in. "We're clear," it said, before pulling out and away again. "Come on, lad," said another unspeakable, who indicated Harry on his way out. "Let's get you set up for your confrontation, shall we?" Croaker, from where he was watching his mirrors, gave Harry a quick glance and nod before turning back to them. Harry indicated for his wives to join him and the three followed the unspeakable out the door, leading most of the remainder of the room out. As he walked out the door, Harry heard Croaker say, "The White Knight is crossing the chessboard. The Black King is on his way." As Harry, Daphne and Hermione led the others out onto the floor of the atrium, he watched as Aurors began levitating the unconscious forms of unmasked Death Eaters back in through the doors of the expanded broom closet they'd just left. Once in the middle of the floor, about 2/3 of the way back from the fountain, Harry turned to his ladies and those behind and said, "Us three will make our stand, here. Remember. Riddle's mine. For those who haven't figured it out yet, there's a prophecy that states only I can kill him. However, everyone he's with is fair game. Take them down, hard. If you just stun them, their friends will simply revive them again. We cannot afford for anyone taken down to be revived and getting back into the fight. If you get a free shot at Tommy Boy, then, by all means, take it. However, you will fail if you try to kill him. The prophecy and Lady Destiny won't let you. That, however, does not mean you cannot hurt him. Now, we've got a bit of time. Conjure yourselves up some shields, walls and revetments to shield yourselves, even if it's just something that's hip high. They will be throwing killing curses at you. Make sure those walls are strong and thick. Angled up polished marble is the best, but anything is better than nothing. Putting actions to words, Harry and his ladies immediately transfigured a few of those stones they carried about in their pockets into thick, angled polished black marble walls that rose to hip high. To each side, the walls went even higher, to almost shoulder height. In less than a minute they'd fashioned for themselves a suitably strong three-sided marble roofless redoubt from where to make their stand. They paused for only a few seconds when a voice from the door to the broom closet firmly called, "Here they come." "All right, my lovelies," said Harry a little tensely. "Remember, safety first, no heroics. We just pour the firepower at him and take him down hard and fast." Calling over his shoulder, Harry called, "Remember, wait until they pee the fountain. We don't want them using it to hide behind. We want them between the fountain and us." While he'd been talking, either Hermione or Daphne had created a small stack of marble blocks in front of their walls, ready for them or Harry to use to shield them from killing curses. The more they could block from reaching their walls, the less time they'd have to spend repairing those walls. Hearing a ding from the direction of the lifts, everyone tensely waited. Riddle strode out of the lift foyer and immediately turned and walked through the security gate. At first, it didn't appear he'd seen them. Suddenly, he hesitated in his stride just a little, before continuing in their direction. They'd been seen. Once past the fountain he slowed before coming to a stop, evilly grinning at them. He only had 5 Death Eaters with him. 2 stood to his left with the remainder stood to his right. "Well, I'd love to stay and chat," he silkily smirked. "However, I have a prior engagement." He gave a quick snap turn to apparate and only staggered. Harry could see the look of shock as it ped across his face before he quickly donned his superior, disdainful smirk again. His sudden whisper to activate a portkey also failed, making his smirk even wider. "It appears my friends have failed in their task of taking down the wards," he said. "No matter, I'll just have to walk past you to apparate out." Harry couldn't help it. He began to chuckle. Riddle turned to look at him, clearly only seeing him properly for the first time. With a cruel smile he said, "Ah, Harry Potter, come to die. Are you aware of the prophecy, young Harry? Did you know it says I'll kill you?" "Oh, Tom," smirked Harry. "You were quite foolish to think the only copy of the prophecy was in the Hall of Prophecies. Dumbledore kept a copy in his pensieve. That's the one I listened to. And, I know full well I'm destined to kill you. Just as you're destined to be killed by my hand." Angrily, Riddle retorted, "This is not where it all began, boy. It is only there could that come to page. But this is where it all began, Tom," replied Harry. "It is here, where magical Britain formed as a unified society. It is this spot, at ground level above us, where the original 8 powerful families met to form the original Council of 12. It is this you wanted to tear down and replace with a dictatorship, with you as the dictator. And, it is to here where you willingly, even eagerly, came to meet your death." As Harry spoke, Riddle stared back with an expression of superiority, then fear, then anger. "I am immortal, Potter," snarled Riddle. "You, at least, witnessed my resurrection. I cannot be permanently killed." Harry chuckled back and, in an innocent voice, asked, "Oh, you mean your little trinkets?" At the look of shock on Riddle's face, he continued, "Sorry, Tom. We found all your little anchors and dealt with them, including the one you were unaware of. Diary, ring, cup, locket, diadem, your pet S and my scar. You're now back to being as mortal as everyone else." With another look of comprehending horror that transformed to rage, Riddle suddenly raised his wand and slashed down with it, point first, as he yelled a snarl of Avada Ked. He was interrupted by Harry having Snap cast back both a tongue-locking hex and knockback jinx with each wand, stopping Riddle's killing curse before he could even finish casting it, as the so-called Dark Lord staggered on his feet and had to dispel Harry's overpowered Langlock hex. Chuckling, Harry called, "And that, folks, is how you stop the killing curse in its tracks with 2 first-year minor charms." Building up to a full rage, Riddle began his attack, throwing everything he could at Harry. And Harry and his wives retaliated. Riddle's barraging attack was the signal to start the main part of the battle. However, only 2 of his remaining Death Eaters even managed to get a curse off before the 5 of them were blasted back off their feet by the combined power of the Aurors and Unspeakables. As curses flew back and forth, Riddle managed to maintain his own against Harry, his wives, who joined in when they could, and the occasional curse from one of the Unspeakables and Aurors arrayed behind them and to their sides. What became apparent pretty quickly was that Riddle had managed to find a ritual or 2 to build up either his magical core or power or both. However, it wasn't nearly enough. Whether it was because of a distraction caused by an Auror or Unspeakable, or a drop in his magical power, or similar, Harry managed to get a curse through Riddle's formidable shields. The curse tagged Riddle in his wand arm. He even saw the sudden fluctuation of power Riddle was using, and subconsciously capitalized upon it with his own attack. It was just enough to throw Riddle's casting off. The follow-up reductor curse to his head impacted without being sufficiently shielded and blew his head clean off his shoulders. The headless body was flung backwards until it impacted the low wall of the fountain, where it clearly snapped its spine. Spell fire immediately stopped. Shocked at how anticlimactic the battle actually was, Harry and his wives just stood there for a few moments wondering where the next attack would come from. However, it was over. Riddle was dead, and, with the destruction of his Horcruxes, he wasn't coming back. In the silence, Harry didn't know who, but someone began to cheer. Very quickly there was cheering from all the surviving forces of the light behind them. Harry just stood there, staring at the body of Riddle when it was DD over the wall of the fountain, as his wives wrapped him in a hug from either side. "It's over," sobbed Hermione. "It's really over." When Riddle suddenly woke up, he was lying on his back in the middle of a pale blue plush wool carpet. It actually felt quite comfortable. "Hello, Thomas Marvolo," said a deep baritone voice. Suddenly snapping up into a sitting position, Tom reached for his wand with a snarl on his lips. It wasn't there. A quick look around for his missing wand and he found he was sitting on said carpet in the middle of a room. Other than the carpet, everything was white. Looking down at himself, he also found his robe was white. That he was barefoot, however, was not that unusual for him. Standing just off the rug before him was a white man of average height, with long wavy black shoulder-length hair on broad shoulders. His hair was loose and hung to his shoulder blades. He, too, wore white robes and was, apparently, barefoot under them. "And who might you be to be standing in the presence of Lord Voldemort?" sneered Tom. The man smirked back and allowed something to happen. From behind his back stretched out 2 white wings clearly anchored behind his shoulders. And, shimmering into existence above his head, a golden halo formed. "I am called Michael," said the man. "And, to you, I am your angel of death." Tom gaped back in shock and great fear. "You cheated us in October, 1981, Thomas Marvolo," said Michael, as his voice became colder. "However, thanks to Harry James and his wives, you don't get to cheat us this time." Suddenly the angel's face turned to one of great anger and he barked, "Now, get up. Judgment awaits you." Once the initial solutions finally abated, Harry joined Madame Bones and Unspeakable Croaker in the minister's office. The minister, who'd been immediately summoned once Riddle was dead, was one of the first back to the ministry building, and ensured Harry, Hermione and Daphne were immediately escorted directly to his office. For the first time in either timeline, Harry actually drank a GL of fire whiskey. And immediately decided he didn't like it. Minister Ogden was gushing in his effusive praise of Harry and his wives. "There's another Order of Merlin, first CL, in this for you, Mr. Potter," he rapidly gushed. "My, I don't think there's been a dual winner of such an honor." "Stop, please," Harry interrupted, raising his hand in a warding-off gesture, as if in pain. Once he realized the minister had finally shut up, he calmly said, "Minister, it wasn't just me and my actions that led to the final death of Tom Riddle. Both Daphne and Hermione played significant roles, as did Madam Bones, Unspeakable Croaker and Professors Flitwick and Snape. I was just the one who got in the final kill shot. For a start, both these ladies, he indicated his wives, have trained with me since September, the year before last, to fight and ultimately defeat that monster. And both Madam Bones and Unspeakable Croaker, together with their people, and the two professors were deeply involved in that. Both adults snorted, and Madam Bones scoffed and said, "Rubbish. This was all you and your wives." "Nevertheless," retorted Harry, "I simply will not accept any formal acknowledgement of what happened if, at least, everyone else involved is not also recognized for their efforts. So, forget it." "Ah," exclaimed the minister, settling back into his seat. Yes, I see. In the meantime," said Harry, leaning forward to place his partially drunk GL of Ogden's Finest on the minister's desk. "I'm tired. I'm a 16-year-old boy who's just had to kill a man, all because of some blasted prophecy given by a batty old drunken fraud. I'd like to go to bed, cuddle my wives, and, if they'll let me, make mad and peonate love with them." "Harry," squealed both girls, as they both blushed to the tips of their roots. Before dropping off to sleep, he finished. "I think we can leave it to you people to handle the media and whatnot," he said with a wave-off gesture. "Starting tomorrow, us three have owls to prepare for. They're only in a few weeks, you know." Oh, of course," stuttered the minister. Standing up, with both girls moments behind him, Harry asked, "May we use your flow, minister?" As the minister was about to reply, Croaker said, "I've a better idea." He stood and pulled an old quill out of his robes. He then popped his wand out of his holster and, while intoning, "Portus," tapped the quill with the tip of it. The quill glowed blue for a few moments. Offering it to Harry, he said, "This will take you right to the front steps of the castle." Taking it, Harry nodded his thanks while holding it before him. Turning to the minister he said, "Please, let me know sometime tomorrow after class what your final decision is. I'm too tired to be of much use, at the moment." As both wives stepped forward to grab a pinch of the quill, the minister said, "Of course, Mr. Potter, ladies, leave everything to us. I'll talk to you tomorrow afternoon." As Harry gave the minister a small smile and nod, Croaker tapped the quill with his wand and said, "Activate." The three teens disappeared in the swirl of a portkey. Once the three teens had disappeared, the minister sighed and said to the other two, "I cannot not award Mr. Potter an Order of Merlin, 1st CL, for this. The public would lynch me in the middle of Diagon Alley, and I cannot say I'd blame them for it." "He didn't say you couldn't award him one, minister," said Croaker. "He said you'd also have to recognize his wives and teachers for their contributions, if you did." "Ah," said the minister, understanding. "Yes, interesting. And, might I also say, minister," said Madam Bones, "sometimes it is better to beg forgiveness than ask permission. Mayhap it would be better to present Mr. Potter and his wives with a fait accompli." "Oh," exclaimed the minister, "capital idea." As the minister appeared to stare off into the distance, thinking deep thoughts, Croaker and Bones just looked at one another and rolled their eyes. As promised, the portkey dropped all three teens on the steps immediately outside the main doors of the castle. And, surprisingly, Harry only managed to stumble a little from the landing. If he hadn't felt so tired, he might have thought it was from a much reduced reserve of magical power he was currently experiencing. Walking in through the doors, he said, "I think we'd better go see the headmistress and tell her what's happened, before we head for bed." "Yeah, I think that'd be the right thing to do," agreed Hermione as Daphne just nodded. While it was well past the evening meal, it was not yet past curfew. So, all the lights were still on. The three walked through the castle to the gargoyle at the bottom of the stairs to the headmistress's office. Stopping in front of it, Harry said, "Oi, we need to see the headmistress. We have important news." The gargoyle stared back impavely for a few moments before it gave a curt nod and stepped out of the way. A few seconds later, the three were standing on the landing before the office door. As Hermione raised her hand to knock, the headmistress called from beyond, "Come." No longer surprised they were now detected when approaching any professor's private rooms, Harry reached out and opened the door, before stepping back to allow his wives to precede him. Headmistress McGonagall was sitting at her desk, obviously going through paperwork. As they stepped through and approached, she looked up and said, "I had been informed you three had snuck out of the school. I trust you had a very important reason for doing so." "We did," smiled Daphne. After staring at the three of them for a long moment, and recognizing how tired the three were, the headmistress conjured 3 matching chairs before her desk and indicated they should sit. Once the three were sitting down, Harry sighed and said, "In leaving the school, as we did, this afternoon, I'd first like to say that we did so with the full knowledge of Minister Ogden, Madam Bones and Unspeakable Croaker." That clearly surprised the headmistress, but she didn't respond. Instead, she simply raised an enquiring eyebrow and waited to hear more. "We had specific intelligence relating to Riddle and his activities. We knew an attack was planned on the ministry this evening. As we learned of it in plenty of time, we, together with the departments of magical law enforcement and mysteries, set up an ambush for the Dark Tosser Dork Lord. And, this evening, Riddle and his remaining forces walked into a trap of our making." That surprised McGonagall, but, before she could voice anything, Harry continued. "About 2 hours ago, Riddle entered the ministry with the intention of accomplishing 2 main objectives. The first was to innate the entire leadership of the ministry. The minister, his undersecretary, and the heads of all the departments was the first. His second objective was to enter the Hall of Prophecies and collect the prophecy that was specifically related to him and me." "Prophecy?" exclaimed the headmistress. "Yes, ma'am," said Harry. "It was one that said Riddle and I would face each other, and that one of us would kill the other." "My word," she exclaimed, clearly shocked. "Yes, well," said Harry. "Us three have known about it for quite some time. However, Riddle only knew of the first 2 lines of it. He went to the Hall of Prophecies, this evening, to collect it, so he could hear the rest of it." As the headmistress sat there staring back in shock, Harry said, "As I said, because we knew of the attack, and when it was going to happen, a trap was set. And, at about 7 p.m. this evening, in the middle of the atrium at the Ministry of Magic, with Daphne and Hermione by my side, and a great deal of Ors and Unspeakables easting, I managed to finally off the bastard for good. He's dead, and he ain't ever coming back. The threat of Voldemort is over, and the ranks of his Death Eaters are well and truly broken. Not that there are many of them left alive, at any rate." At Hermione's suggestion, Headmistress McGonagall summoned the 4 heads of house to her office, Professors Snape, Sprout, Flitwick and Babbling, who had become head of Gryffindor House when Professor McGonagall accepted the permanent post of headmistress. When all 4 heads of house arrived and were offered chairs, they were surprised to see the 3 Potters sitting off to one side alongside the headmistress's desk. Their curiosity was quite clear. Once the 4 professors were sitting, Headmistress McGonagall cleared her throat and said, "I have little doubt we'll learn more of what has actually transpired, earlier this evening, over the coming days. However, Mrs. Granger Potter feels you 4, and I'd have to agree, need to be aware of the wonderful news that's about to befall our student population, once the Daily Prophet arrives tomorrow morning." Professor Snape almost unobtrusively reached down and bared his left forearm to his side, and glanced at it before looking back at Harry in shock. Harry caught it and gave a snort of amusement. "I shall be blunt," said Harry. "At approximately 7 p.m. this evening, in the middle of the atrium at the Ministry of Magic, I killed Tom Riddle. Voldemort is dead," and what else he was going to say was suddenly drowned out by the exclamations of shock from 3 of the heads of houses. Professor Snape just sat there, completely stunned. However, Harry caught the almost imperceptible look of gratitude on the man's face, and gave a nod and smile back. Once the shock had passed, the headmistress and senior staff of the school, with input from Harry and the 2 girls, decided how they wanted the school populace to learn of this momentous occasion. While they were working things out, Professor Snape said to Harry, "You'd best summon the mutt. If he finds out about this through any way, other than directly from you, he'll kill you. Mind you," he smiled, "he might just decide to kill you, anyway, for not letting him know what you were up to, in advance." Professor McGonagall smirked and said, "That's a wise idea. Harry, the flow powder is on the mantelpiece. Professor Black's flow address is, Defense Office. Ask him to come up here, won't you?" With a pained expression and a sigh, Harry said, "I'd rather not." But did as he was bid. With his head in the fireplace he ended up having to yell, "Hey, Padfoot!" before his godfather walked into the room, probably from his private quarters. "Pup," he asked, a bit sleepy. "How do you manage to get a flow call through to me?" "I'm in the headmistress's office," replied Harry. "We need you to step through. There's important news in the offering." As Sirius hurried to don a pair of boots and make himself better presentable, he asked, "What sort of news?" "Too important for a simple flow call sort of news," he replied. "That's why the headmistress asks you to come through." Then he pulled his head back out of the flames and waited. As Sirius stepped into the office, Harry moved back to his chair between his wives. Professor McGonagall conjured him another chair and bid him to sit. Once a thoroughly confused Sirius sat down, McGonagall smirked at Harry and said, "Mr. Potter, would you like to do the honors?" "Nope," Harry instantly replied, folding his arms and looking adamant. "He's gonna wanna hug me, then kill me, then hug me again. And, all the time, he's gonna yell at me." That earned him a few chuckles from the staff. Even Snape smirked at that one. It was Hermione who spoke up. "Mr. Padfoot, Mr. Hunter, Miss Tracker and Miss Pouncer formally advise you that Mr. Hunter ended the Dark Tosser tonight, in the presence of Miss Tracker and Miss Pouncer, and Madam Bones, Unspeakable Croaker and a host of other supporting cast members." Sirius appeared confused and shocked as he tried to figure that out. "In other words," smirked Daphne, staring at a very shocked godfather. "Harry killed Voldemort tonight. The Dork Lord, as Harry often calls him, is dead. And, it's for good, this time." Sirius stared back in shock and a little horror, his mouth gaping open and closed. "Wait for it," muttered Harry. Suddenly, Sirius surged to his feet and appeared one moment as if he wanted to attack his godson, while the next storm out of the office, before turning back again. His mouth still not working. "Here it comes," muttered Harry, cringing back a little. "Harry James Potter," Sirius finally barked, getting his in-and-mouth to sink, before finally managing to half-push other staff members out of his way heading for his godson. "What the bloody hell have you done?" his godfather cried at an almost screech level, before grabbing Harry by the front of his robes and dragging him to his feet, to envelop him in a hug. Sirius hugged him very tightly for a couple of seconds, before then shoving him out to arm's length. Harry just went with it. As Sirius began to spin him about, looking him over, he babbled, "Are you hurt? Did he get you? Do you need to see Pomfrey? What the bloody hell were you thinking?" No. Getting an annoying prophecy out of the way, so I could live," replied Harry in all the right places. Past Sirius's shoulder, Harry managed to see Snape sitting with a hand shielding his face and his shoulders jiggling up and down. Apparently, the potions master thought the whole thing hilarious. "You could have been bloody killed," yelled Sirius. "Moony would kill me." Sirius suddenly stopped, so befuddled he was apparently unable to think and act at the same time. He suddenly shouted, "Moony's gonna kill you, then me, then you, again. You're gonna be grounded." "Wait, I'm your godfather. That's my job." "You're grounded, mister. You're grounded until you're, like, 90, or something." "Sirius," Harry calmly said. "I'm fine. We're fine. It's done." When it appeared Sirius was going to start yelling again, it was Professor McGonagall that rescued Harry. "Professor Black, enough." Sirius whirled on her and it looked like he was going to yell at her before his in obviously kicked in time. "He's my godson, Minnie," he whined. "I'm allowed to yell, and you have," she cut in. "And now you're done. Sit down." Looking like he was going to disagree, Sirius hesitated a moment before he cast one last filthy look at Harry before returning to his chair. As he moved back to it with his back to Harry, Harry turned to the headmistress and mouthed, "Thank you." McGonagall then proceeded to tell Sirius how the staff was going to break the news to the students the next morning. Apparently, something very similar occurred after Riddle was destroyed the first time, back in 1981. Once the decisions had been made, the headmistress shooed everyone out of her office while saying, "I need to confirm everything with Madam Bones or the minister first, before we act tomorrow. I do not want students complaining to their parents how we withheld their mail, even if for only a little while, with the minister unaware of the why of it." As they filed out of the office, Sirius quickly tagged the three bondmates and said, "My office, before you head for bed. You need to tell both Moony and the Greengrass, at least, of what has happened. Like me, you do not want them learning of it from the Daily Prophet tomorrow morning. And you need to send Hedwig to your parents tonight with similar news, said Harry, looking at Hermione. When the three trudged after Sirius into his office, Sirius, noticing how tired they were looking, suggested they call Dobby and share a pepper-up potion between them. Dobby was happy to bring the potion from Madame Pomfrey's stores. While they were getting that done with, Sirius attempted to call Remus but was unsuccessful. Eventually, he called Chuckles, and had him wake Remus and get him to the fireplace and call him. Remus appeared in the flames a few minutes later. Damn it, Padfoot, Remus half whined half snarled. What the bloody hell was so important you had to drag me out of bed on a work night? Your boss wants a word, replied Sirius. After Harry gave his godfather a filthy look, he turned to Fireplace and calmly said, your boss is telling you he has no problems with you taking a day off tomorrow. Voldemort is dead. What? Pardon. I mean, what? Spluttered Remus. Sirius leaned in and barked, your bloody idiotic honorary nephew and his wives snuck out of the school, today, and offed, the dark bastard. He, what? Remus almost snarled. Sirius, whined Harry, wincing. Mr. Hunter, accompanied by Miss Pouncer and Miss Tracker, laid a trap for Moldy Shorts at the ministry, explained Sirius. When Ol S face turned up, Harry killed him. Voldemort's dead. This time, apparently, for good. Padfoot, if this is a prank, snarled Remus. Marauder's honor, said Sirius. No prank. Harry's off the S-faced bastard. He did it earlier tonight. Remus appeared to stare back for a few moments before he snarled, I'm coming through. And, I'm outta here, exclaimed Harry. However, as he made a break for the door, Sirius hit him with an incarcerus from behind, causing him to trip and fall to the floor, well short of the door. In the meantime, Daphne had transfigured a desk chair into a long couch, and she and Hermione were sitting on it. As Remus stepped through the floor into the office, Harry was being levitated onto the couch. Harry thought it was Hermione using a mobilicorpus levitation charm. She was quite good with charms. Remus took one look at a bound and floating Harry, before turning to Sirius with fire in his amber eyes. Harry tried to make a break for it before you stepped through, explained Sirius. Then, how about you explain to me just how it is the cub managed to kill the Dark Lord? Demanded Remus. After a glance at Harry he continued, and, apparently, come through unscathed. As Harry was reluctant to speak, as he was bound and all, Daphne and Hermione explained everything to him. Was it Snape that gave you this intelligence you spoke of? Asked Remus, once they'd done describing their day and evening. That we can't tell you, explained Daphne. Sorry, we had both experience and reason to believe it was accurate, said Hermione. This evening proved that the entire operation was placed under the tightest and highest security restrictions by both the departments of magical law enforcement and mysteries, said Daphne. And much of it is still under a knowledge fidelius. And why were you three involved? Asked Remus. There was, a prophecy that stated only I could kill him, Harry finally spoke. Both Madame Bones and Unspeakable Croaker were both aware of it, and knew I had to be there to kill him. Hermione and Daphne wouldn't let me go alone. You could have been bloody killed, barked Remus. That was not likely with the way we planned and carried out me facing him, snapped Harry. He was tired and becoming irritable. With Hermione and Daphne providing point defense, and about 30 Aurors and Unspeakables behind me in support, it was more likely I was going to get killed by a piece of falling masonry than Riddle hitting me with a curse. Bloody hell, sighed the old wolf, finally starting to calm down. Yeah, bloody hell, echoed Sirius. With Remus calming down, faster than Sirius did, Sirius looked to Daphne and said, you'd better hurry up and call your mum and dad. Daphne gave a slight wince before she sighed and nodded. Then she moved to the floor to make her call. By the time Daphne finished her call to her parents, with almost as much drama as with Remus but without her parents stepping through, the three finally made their way back to their apartment. As she'd well and truly finished her letter, having drafted and edited it a number of times while in Sirius's office, Hermione moved to Hedwig and sent her off with her letter to her parents. At least with a written letter, there would not be an immediate bout of yelling. All three were thankful for that. What they didn't know, and may not have slept as well if they did, was that the yelling part was only delayed. The three went directly to bed, afterwards. And, contrary to Harry's stated intentions in the minister's office, the three immediately went to sleep. All three were simply too tired. The three were up reasonably early the next morning. And, though they felt they had definitely earned a sleep in even if it was a school day, they knew they needed to be in the Great Hall for breakfast. They needed to be there to assure everyone all was well. As they walked into the hall, the noise dipped only momentarily, before rising to its normal levels. And they walked over to join Luna sitting in the middle of the Ravenclaw table. On the way, they made sure the headmistress was aware of their presence. All three were still, pretty much, exhausted. But they also knew a good feed for breakfast often lifted energy levels again. Though, not wanting to eat much just yet, Harry decided to grab a small bowl and partially fill it with porridge, a tablespoon of diced fruit, and milk. Looking up at the head table as he ate, Harry could see the senior staff looked as tired as he felt. "You did something really big last night, didn't you?" asked Luna. Hermione snorted a little before she calmly said, "Yes, Luna, we did." "What did you do?" she asked. "Something that will make everyone, well, nearly everyone, very happy," replied Daphne. "I'm sure the headmistress will make an announcement about it in a few minutes." "Oh, have you managed to rid the castle of the nests of blibbering humdingers?" she asked. "Something even better, dear Luna," replied Harry. "Now, hush, you don't want to spoil the surprise." A few moments later, one of the Ravenclaws in their year, Michael Corner, leaned over and asked, "You're not still contagious, are you?" What?" asked a confused Hermione. "Contagious? What are you talking about?" "Well, the three of you were off sick yesterday, right?" he replied. "Supposedly, it was with something highly contagious. That's why you spent the day in your apartment, rather than in the infirmary." Daphne gave a little snort but didn't say anything. "Michael." "No," said Harry. "We weren't sick. We had something else we had to attend to." "What do you mean?" The boy frowned. "And why all three of you?" "You'll find out before breakfast is over," scowled Hermione. "You'll need to wait for the headmistress's announcement." "No hints?" asked Corner. "Not even a little one." Hermione scowled but seemed to think about it. Eventually, she said, "You think we were sick? You're not even close." "What does that mean?" asked Corner, clearly completely confused. Before Hermione could snap at the boy, as Harry could clearly see she was about to do, he said, "You have your little clue, Mr. Corner. It is not Hermione's fault you don't understand it." When Corner pulled back to tell those around him what he'd been told, Harry leaned into Hermione and quietly said, "Careful, love. You're tired. And, when you're tired, you become a little waspish." She sighed and leaned back towards him. "Sorry," she said. "I just wish McGonagall would get on with it." Quickly checking his watch, Harry said, "Soon. It's just gone 8 a.m. So, she'll stand before the owls are due at 8:15. When Headmistress McGonagall finally stood about 5 minutes later and made her way to the lectern, the whole hall was waiting for her to speak. With a little clear of her throat, McGonagall allowed the magics of the lectern to carry her voice across the hall. "Good morning, students," she said. Once what little noise there was died down, she continued, "For those who don't already know, the reason you were asked to all be here this morning was because I have a very important announcement to make. Today is a day for Salesians." She let that settle into the minds of the students before she continued. "Last night, after the evening meal, I was visited in my office by 3 of our own. There, they informed me of the most auspicious news. Once they left for the evening, I was able to confirm their news, beyond any shadow of a doubt, with both Madame Bones of the DMLE and the minister himself. At a little after 7 p.m. last night, while we were all enjoying the last moments of our evening meal, the Dark Wizard, Tom Riddle, otherwise known as the Dark Lord, Lord Voldemort, there were only a few gasps, was killed in combat. It took a moment, but the hall suddenly erupted with cheers and shouting of joy. However, there were a few who either chose to simply disbelieve the news, or were very unhappy with it. Harry could even hear one foolish Slytherin exclaim, "But, the Dark Lord's immortal. He can't be killed." His voice was almost lost in the din. After allowing the school body to cheer for a while, Professor McGonagall then managed to calm them down enough to sit down again and listen. Quiet, she snapped to one student who hadn't gotten the hint already. When that student, a Gryffindor, finally calmed down, she gave another little throat clear and said, "I assure you, all, that it has been confirmed by many that Tom Marvolo Riddle is dead. For myself, this information was confirmed by Minister Ogden, Madame Amelia Bones of the DMLE and Unspeakable Croaker of the Department of Mysteries. They had it confirmed by experts in necromantic and soul magics." She hesitated a moment before she turned to look directly at Harry, Daphne and Hermione. "Will the Potters please come up here and stand before the student body?" With a groan and sigh, Harry stood, Daphne and Hermione only a moment behind him. Stepping over the bench seating at the Ravenclaw table, he led his ladies towards the front of the hall. Many students were whispering among themselves as to why. Professor McGonagall, looking at them with both pity and kindness and a small smile, gestured for them to stand side by side in front of the lectern and off the dais. "Yesterday," the headmistress called out, "most of you were aware that the Potters did not attend Cleese. The reason is because they were involved in a highly secret operation, run through the offices of the Departments of Magical Law Enforcement and Mysteries. And, yes, that operation concerned the takedown of Tom Riddle. They were not even in the castle, at the time. It is these three students, Mr. Harry Potter, Mrs. Greenger Potter and Mrs. Granger Potter, who faced Dark Wizard Riddle in combat of magic in the middle of the atrium at the Ministry of Magic, and defeated him." She then stepped away from the lectern and began to applaud them. In moments everyone else had joined in a standing ovation, with lots of cheering and yelling, from the entire hall. Harry had just turned to stare daggers at a very unconcerned headmistress, who just smirked back. After allowing it to go on for over a minute, the headmistress lowered her hands and stepped back to the lectern. This was the signal for everyone else to settle down again. It took about another half-minute before she, again, had the attention of the hall. "Secondly, Cleese for today are cancelled, so you may spend the day in quiet solution. Please remember that there are those in the final weeks of their study for their OWL and NEWT exams, and give them the respect to study for those important examinations in peace. Now that we've shown our gratitude to the Potters," she spoke up, "I think it's time I allowed the OWL mail to be delivered." As she stepped away from the lectern, and gestured for the Potters to return to their seats, the owls began to stream in through the owl windows at the peak of the roof to deliver their loads. Of course, many of them were carrying copies of the Daily Prophet to those students who held a subscription. Of course, the front page of the Prophet led with the sensationalist headline, "He's Dead," and opened with the paragraph, "Last night, one-time hero of the wizarding world, Mr. Harry Potter, 15, again rid us of the Dark Wizard, Tom Riddle, writes your source of all the news that's critical to you, Rita Skeeter." Reading through it, Harry grumbled until he reached the third paragraph. "Well," he scoffed, "neither of you two ladies even gets a mention until the third paragraph. And all the unspeakables and horrors, that did most of the work, don't even get a mention until towards the end." "The wizarding world needs a hero, Harry," said Daphne. "Not a whole heap of them." Harry, Daphne and Hermione were still going through the paper to point out all the inaccuracies to one another when they were interrupted by a voice opposite. "Is it true, Potter?" asked the voice. "Did you really kill the Dar Riddle?" Looking up into the face of Justin Finch Fletchley, Harry snarked, "No, Finch Fletchley. This whole thing has been one great prank, perpetuated by us, the Ministry, the Daily Prophet and the staff of Hogwarts, just to prank you. Of course it's bloody true, you pillock. With Hermione and Daphne helping me, I blew his head off with a reductor curse, in front of a whole slew of horrors and unspeakables." He was just about to turn back to reading over Hermione's shoulder her copy of the Prophet when he looked back up and said, "Oh. And, you're welcome. We fixed your bloody problem, just like you had the gall to demand I do." Finch Fletchley flinched and looked like he wanted to say something back. Instead, he just gave a slight nod and walked away. As the boy walked off, Daphne smacked him in the back of the head. "Ow," he said, glancing accusingly at him. "What was that for?" "Try to, at least, be a little gracious of their thanks," she replied. "It's the best they can do." "I'm supposed to be gracious after what he said to me the other day?" he asked in disbelief. "Yes, you are," she firmly replied. With a little sigh of annoyance he grumbled, Fine. While sitting apart a little to check out his mail, Harry noticed a couple of official letters from the ministry. Of course, before he opened them, he checked all of it for portkeys, potions and the like. The first he opened was a personal letter from the minister. This time it was an official, personal thank you from him, together with a note informing him the minister would be paying all due care and attention towards a more public thanks from the people of Wizarding Britain. Plus, an addendum informing him his presence was not required for that day's emergency session of the Wizengamot. The next was a letter from the Wizengamot Administration Services informing him of an emergency session of the Wizengamot being called for that early afternoon, and that he was required to attend as a full sitting member. Clearly, this was the session the minister had already excused him from. He actually didn't want to attend it, as he felt, those old blowhards will spend the whole time telling him what a wonderful person he was, and he could do without it, thank you very much. His real reason was he wanted to fulfill his promise to his wives he made the previous evening, and spend the rest of the day in bed having wild and peonate. Thankfully, the swarms of mail he knew he'd soon be receiving had yet to be sent. He made a mental note to himself to work with Dobby to continue to have all that mail redirected and searched. He had little doubt the hyperactive little elf would be responding to most of it in his name. Once all the mail was out of the way, and it appeared his two ladies were pretty much finished with their own mail and reading the prophet, he gestured them in close. I think it's time for Cleese, ladies, he softly said. But, Harry, said Hermione, a little confused. Headmistress McGonagall said today's Cleese had been cancelled. Ah, he said. But, I'm talking about our personal CL on Advanced Ology, to be held in the master bedroom of our apartment in about 20 minutes. While Hermione blushed quite deeply, Daphne burst into laughter. With Harry still grinning at Hermione, and trying to waggle his eyebrows thinking it was in a seductive manner, Daphne wiped her mouth of the last remnants of breakfast and said to Hermione, "Come on, Hermione love. I do believe we have, as Harry suggested, Cleese to attend. And, I dare say, there is likely to be plenty of practical applications. But, he stuttered Hermione. Harry just scooped her up by the arm and the three of them beat a hasty retreat for the 7th floor. By the time lunch approached, the three of them were sprawled over the bed, and half dozing. What had started as a tender foray into three-way, quickly became a lot more vigorous in its application. A first time became a second, quickly followed by a third. It was only that they were getting exhausted from all the physical activity that they finally collapsed. I'm getting hungry, muttered Harry. Then get up, call for your crazy little elf, have him set up the dining table in the common room, and then have him lay on a lunch for us, suggested Daphne. Why do I have to be the one to get up? He whined. Because you're the one who said they were hungry, said Hermione. And you're not, he asked. I am, she calmly replied. However, you're the one who mentioned it first. Harry, said Daphne, I'm hungry now, too. Get up and organize lunch for us. Hey, aren't I supposed to be the man of the house? He whined. Why can't I order you? While Harry was whining with his version of logic, Daphne calmly reached for her wand in Harry's cubbyhole in the head of the bed. The next thing he knew he was hit with a depulso charm and sent flying off the foot of the bed. He landed on the floor with a thump. Oh, good, said Hermione, in a chipper but tired voice. You're up. Both wives snickered as Harry groaned and climbed to his feet to glare at them. Somehow, I don't think that's what the banishing charm was designed for, he snarled. Oh, asked Daphne. Mother tells me she's used it that way on Father a few times now. Where did you think I got the idea from? As both wives snickered again, Harry began snatching up clothes left strewn on the floor and angrily pulled them on while grumbling to himself. Only wearing pants and a shirt, he stormed out of the room into the common room. Forcing himself to take a couple of deep breaths first so he wouldn't appear angry at the elf, he called, Dobby. The little elf immediately arrived with a pop. Yes, Master Harry, we'll be having lunch in here, today, Dobbs, said Harry. Can you set things up so we can sit down for lunch in about a half hour? Something light, please. Yes, Master Harry, replied Dobby, before he popped away again. Walking back into the bedroom, Harry looked at both his wives, still sprawled on the bed, and said, lunch will be light, and in about half an hour. Since I was so rudely flung out of my own bed, I'm going for a shower. A shower sounds good, chirped Hermione. I reek of. A moment later, she said, I can still taste Daphne on my lips. Already stripped back off again, Harry had a most evil thought. Turning to his wives in the bed, he wandlessly and incantlessly summoned his wand to his hand. Then he turned it on Hermione. A quick incantless total body petrifying charm, followed by incantless silencing and body levitation charms, and he had the girl off the bed and following him in through the door and into the shower. He stood her, frozen, in the shower stall before going back for Daphne. He was surprised to discover Daphne hadn't even noticed her sister wife had disappeared. He hit her with the same 3 charms and soon had her in the shower stall, as well. Both were propped against the wall. He grinned at them both before immediately turning the shower on cold, then releasing the petrification charms and jumping back, out of the way. Both girls immediately screeched and screamed, and tried to stop themselves collapsing to the floor of the shower in a tangle of arms and legs as they were drenched with near-freezing shower water. Howling with laughter, Harry had backed off to the wall near the door and was leaning against it, watching their antics as they screamed threats of dire harm at him. A few seconds later, one of them managed to at least turn the hot water on to stop them half freezing to death. Once the water had warmed up to a suitable temperature, and the girls weren't yelling at him anymore, he calmly walked into the enlarged shower to join them. Since you've finally decided to join us, you can start by washing my back, huffed Daphne, dumping her washcloth into his hand and turning around. Now that the fun was over, he was happy to comply. Once they'd finished their shower and were suitably attired in casual wear, the 3 of them walked out of their bedroom and into the common room well after the original half-hour Harry had set Dobby. There, they found Luna, Blaise, Tracy and Draco chowing down on their lunch. Hey, that was supposed to be ours, complained Harry. You weren't here, and it was going to waste, said Draco with a sniff as he ate a combined fruit and cheese plate with water crackers. Thankfully, at least someone asked Dobby to enlarge the table first, said Hermione. Where she'd expected their usual round table set for 3, was the rectangular table set for 8. As they walked over, Dobby popped more food on the table for them. As the 3 sat down, Harry asked, What brings you 4 to unexpectedly visit? We came up to find out the truth, rather than what was written in the prophet, said Draco. Luna was already here and let us in. As the 3 looked to Luna, she calmly said, I came up to see if you were finished having yet, and wanted to ask if you'd provide an interview for the Quibbler. That caused Draco to cough up what was in his mouth across the table. Blaise and Tracy, sitting opposite, immediately pulled a face as Tracy exclaimed, Ew. Blaise drew his wand with a disgusted expression on his face and vanished the mess. Sorry, coughed Draco, as he reached for a goblet of pumpkin juice, taking a huge swig. Wrong hole. Luna simply sat there with a knowing smirk on her face. If you must know, Luna, we were ensuring the strength of our bond, muttered Hermione. Is that why you were screaming those nasty words from the shower? She innocently asked. You'll have to tell me what some of them mean, later. Trying not to laugh, Harry blushed and coughed. Hermione and Daphne did not appreciate the nuance of a sudden cold shower. Especially when it's so unexpected. And why would they? Began Blaise, before he suddenly waved his hand as if swatting them away. No, don't tell me, I really don't want to know. Hermione gave a bit of a haughty sniff and said, Harry got a bit miffed when Daphne used a banishing charm to toss his bum out of bed. He retaliated by using petrification and levitation charms on us and put us in the shower, before turning the cold water full on. Only then did he release the petrifications. Oh, said Luna, as the 3 Slytherins grinned. Yes, that would do it. Anyway, said Harry, as the 3 Slytherins grinned. In answer to your request, Luna, I think we'd be happy to provide an interview for the Quibbler. However, if I remember correctly, the minister will be dropping by sometime after about 4 p.m. I suspect there will be quite a few people with him, including the press. You're more than welcome to join us. Thank you, Harry. That would be nice, replied Luna. Actually, we should probably discuss that with the headmistress, before the minister and his entourage get here, said Hermione. We don't know, for sure, that she knows. You should probably ask her if you can have the Great Hall reconfigured for his visit, too, suggested Draco. If the minister intends for you to give an interview, there'll be a lot of people coming. He'll want everyone there to witness it. Harry just kept eating, glared at his cousin and muttered dark thoughts as he ate. Hey, said Draco, a bit affronted by what he thought was an attack on him when he heard some of the imprecations. You're the one that went out and decided to kill the Dark Lord. What did you expect? To be left alone now I've gotten rid of the problem for them? Harry asked, a little irritated. After all, everyone's been saying I should go and do it, so we did. Is it too much to ask they leave me alone, now? In order. That's never going to happen. Just because they said you should doesn't mean you had to. And yes, said Blaise, ticking them off on his fingers. You've up and made yourself a hero, again. What happened at breakfast this morning is only the very tip of what's about to befall you. And, by being with you, Daphne and Hermione. Damn it, growled Harry. All I've ever really wanted is to be left to grow up happy and healthy, marry, raise a family, have lots of grandchildren I can spoil. Now, I'm once more touted as the hero of the wizarding world. I'm never going to get a moment's peace each time I step outside our wards. Too bad, said Tracy, a little angry at him. You're alive, you beat him, you have 2 lovely wives, who are going to spend the better part of their lives making you happy. You're going to have plenty of children and, through them, those grandchildren. Be happy with that. You've been sheltered from your fame pretty much all your life, Harry, said Draco, gently. That, at least, was something to be thankful to Dumbledore about, irrespective of the rest of his manipulations. However, now you have to get used to it coming at you, directly. This time, you can't be hidden away. And, the Harry Potter I know wouldn't do it. The Harry Potter I know is more than capable of being able to face the surge coming at him, and will bear it with dignity and nobility. Staring at his cousin in shock and a little awe, Harry softly exclaimed, Damn, Draco. After the talk settled down to more mundane tasks, such as the upcoming owl examinations, it was a while before the 7 of them were joined by Neville, Hannah and Susan, who all entered together. The table was expanded by Dobby, who then brought in butterbeers for everyone. That leaves the only ones of our friends missing as the twins and Horace, said Harry. He turned to the Slytherins and asked, Where is he, by the way? I'd have thought, now that the Dark Tosser's dead, he might feel he could rejoin us. After glancing between themselves for a few moments, Blaise said, Horace's father was killed last night. He's already gone home. As a 6th year, he doesn't need to worry about owl or newt exams. Ah, crap, sighed Harry. Where was he? I thought the ministry people had done a damn good job of taking them all alive. Apparently, his father was one of the ones who joined Riddle in going to the DOEMM, said Draco. He was killed in the atrium. Harry sighed again and said, that meant he was both a member of Riddle's inner circle, and one of his most trusted. Again, apparently, he was, nodded Blaise. As silence descended into the now uncomfortable situation, Neville suddenly asked, Where did you disappear to in such a rush this morning, Potters? They came back here to have, said Luna. While Neville gaped back at her in shock, Harry saw the expression and began to chuckle. Susan and Hannah had both instantly blushed and refused to look at anyone. Finally, Harry managed to get Neville's attention. She says things like that just to shock you, Neville, he giggled. Shish, she does? Asked the boy in a slightly squeaky, strained voice. She does, grinned Harry. But, it makes it no less true, said Luna. They did come back here to have. Luna, stop it. Hermione scowled at her. Her expression changed a little to a slight smirk, and she almost haughtily said, You're just jealous you weren't invited to join us. True, Luna readily agreed, almost happily. From the way I've seen both you and Daphne walk, sometimes, I think Harry must have a wonderful broomstick. That had Draco spray up a mouthful of butterbeer and proceed to try and cough his lungs up. Daphne was quietly trying to smother her giggles, while Hermione couldn't seem to make up her mind between glaring daggers at the little Ravenclaw and blushing. With another look of distaste, Blaise drew his wand yet again and vanished the mess. Really, Black, he drawled. You have no manners, at all. After coughing for a while and waving his hands about, Draco eventually stared at Luna and snapped, Stop that. Luna just smiled back at him. Once they had a semi-organized plan to handle the rest of the afternoon until the minister arrived, the group of 10 friends left the apartment and headed for the headmistress's office. However, as they descended the stairs towards the 3rd floor, they were met by Madam Bones and 2 oars coming up. "Ah, Mr. Potter, ladies, friends," she said, nodding to each in turn. "Madam Bones," smiled Harry. "I take it you're here to give us advance notice of what the minister's up to." The smile on her face confirmed his belief. "Indeed, Mr. Potter," she smiled. "Shall we head for that wonderful conference room you showed us before?" "Why not?" he shrugged. And, together, the now group of 13 made their way down to the 2nd floor conference room. As they walked, she quietly asked him, "Are you sure you want all your friends to accompany us?" "They're fine, ma'am," he said. "Everything's going to be public soon enough, anyway. They may as well join us." She med, and nodded in agreement. Once everyone walked into the room, no one felt there was a need to put up privacy wards or seal the door. With Dumbledore dead, they felt there was little risk of being disturbed. When everyone was sitting down, Madam Bones pulled out a shrunken package of notes and returned them to normal size before placing them on the table in front of her. "All right," she said, causing everyone to quiet down from their softly spoken quiet conversations. "Here's what's been going on since you left the ministry last night." She hesitated a moment before she said, "Just so you know, 2 oars and 4 unspeakables died during the various battles last night." Harry was horrified. He didn't know his wives reacted in a similar fashion. Quickly holding up her hand in a stop gesture before any of the teens could say anything, she said, "No one is blaming you, Mr. Potter, for those deaths. The 2 oars and 1 unspeakable were killed when one of the Death Eaters who accompanied Riddle back to the atrium cast a wide-area asphyxiation curse at them before he died. And no one realized they were in trouble until it was too late. However, 2 others were saved by the unspeakables, healers, who were able to get to them in time. The other 3 unspeakables were killed on the subsequent attack on Knot Manor. 2 ran afoul of a vicious war ward, and the other died in the subsequent fighting. I only mentioned their deaths because the minister will be honoring their sacrifice when he comes to speak with you this afternoon. And I didn't want to see you surprised by that announcement." Harry could only nod back. "Now, whether you like it or not, you and your wives are heroes, Mr. Potter," she said. And there would be a miv outcry from the wizarding public if the minister did not suitably award the 3 of you for your heroic actions. "Told you," muttered a grinning Draco. Harry just flipped him 2 fingers without even looking. His attention was on Madam Bones. With a twitch of a smile at Harry's gesture, Madam Bones continued. "The minister will be coming here for a major press conference, an award ceremony, to commence at 4 p.m. I have already spoken with Headmistress McGonagall, as has the minister's undersecretary, about setting up the Great Hall to hold it. I don't think there's anywhere else in the castle large enough to seat everyone likely to attend. And the minister feels that it would be best to award you, your award, here, at the school, rather than summon you to the ministry, as he did with your First Order of Merlin." With a frown and heightened worry, he asked, "What do you mean by First Order of Merlin?" Realizing her slip, and that Harry had quickly picked up on it, Madam Bones gave a little wince before she sighed. "I wasn't supposed to let that slip out of the bag," she muttered, before firming her shoulders and looking Harry directly in the eye. "The minister is going to award you a 2nd Order of Merlin, 1st CL, for your actions in bringing down the Dark Wizard Tom Riddle." "No, he's bloody not," Harry snarled as he surged to his feet. "I told him, last night." "Calm yourself, Mr. Potter," she snapped back, almost yelling the first word. With a frustrated sigh, Harry plonked himself back onto his chair. "I told him," he tried again. "I know what you told him," she interrupted. "I also remember what conditions you put on him before you'd accept it." "Conditions?" he repeated, a little confused. "You said you would not accept an award without your wives and everyone else involved also receiving awards," she replied. "The minister agrees. That's why Mrs. Daphne Grainger Potter and Mrs. Hermione Granger Potter will be awarded Orders of Merlin, 2nd CL, for their actions." The gasps of shock from his wives and friends was quite telling. Harry had to admit, it wasn't something he'd expected, either. After significant interviews held last night and throughout today, we have gained a better picture of what you've been up to, she said. We're also aware of the roles played by Professors Flitwick and Snape in training the three of you, in secret, for your eventual confrontation. They, too, are being awarded. They shall each be receiving the Medal of Meritorious Service to Wizarding Britain. It is one step down from an Order of Merlin, 3rd CL. Professor Snape should be receiving the 3rd CL, at a minimum, disagreed Hermione. His work as a spy for the light within Riddle's ranks had his life constantly at high risk. That he managed to survive over the past near year is more to do with his indomitable skills and luck than anything else. The only reason they're not receiving the 3rd CL award is because the minister felt it would detract from the order to be handing them out in what he referred to as light confetti. I happen to agree with him, as does the leadership of the ministry. And you also need to be aware that, before Severus Snape became that spy, he was a fully active and participatory Death Eater. It is only his work as that spy that sees him not being sent to Azkaban for his crimes. Madame Bones allowed that to settle in for a few moments, before she continued. Both myself and Unspeakable Croaker have also received awards. However, as we're employees of the ministry, and it's our role and duty to deal with dark wizards, ours will be Meritorious Service Awards recognizing we supposedly went above and beyond our duty. Like you obviously do, Harry, we don't believe we deserve such, but we're both going to it up and accept them, just as you will. The order of presentation will be myself and Croaker, then Professors Flitwick and Snape, then both Mrs. Potter, and, finally, yourself. You also need to be aware that you will then be the first wizard or witch in over 3 centuries to hold the Order of Merlin, 1st CL and Bar. The Bar designates the second award of the 1st CL. That will also be the cause for much discussion and debate among the wizarding populace. To keep the presentations as brief as possible, speeches will be kept to a minimum. None of the awardees, except you, will be required to speak other than a few words of thanks. Even the minister is aware of public sentiment, and will keep his remarks to a bare minimum. Immediately after the presentations, the floor will be open to the press conference. You will be expected to answer all questions as honestly and briefly as you can. To enable this, the knowledge fidelius on the operation has been lifted as of 12 noon, today. It was the last thing Croaker and I did before I came to see you today. Now, any questions? How did you manage to get the minister not to waffle too much over the presentations? Asked Hermione. With an almost predatory grin, Madame Bones replied, I told him Headmistress McGonagall would not let things run past 6 p.m. She'd want the Great Hall back so it could be reconfigured for the evening meal. Then I asked her to support that. Instead, she set the time limit to 5:45 p.m. and berated the minister like an errant schoolboy until he agreed. That elicited quiet chuckles among the teens. They all knew exactly the tone the headmistress would employ, as they'd been on the receiving end of it often enough over the years. The only change Harry was able to get through as a demand was he wanted Draco to be the one who held the case as he was presented the order. After Draco eeped, in shock, then spluttered about how he wasn't worthy of such an honor, Harry eventually relented and chose Sirius in his stead. And, you too? Asked Madame Bones, turning back to Daphne and Hermione. My father, Hermione instantly replied. I want my parents here for the presentation, anyway. And this forces the ministry to allow them to come. Mine, too, nodded Daphne. I expected as much, she slyly smiled. They'll be here. Have Professors Flitwick and Snape been informed? Asked Daphne. They have, she replied. I had just finished speaking with both before we bumped into you on the stairs on our way up to inform you. After only a few more questions, and the demand of a promise from Harry he'd go along with it, Madame Bones and her aurors left. They still had work to do, and even Madame Bones grumbled about how she had to pull out her dress uniform robes again. At 3:30 p.m. the Potters were already dressed and on their way to the headmistress's office. An elf had delivered a message shortly after they'd returned to the apartment to ask them to be already dressed in their finest as it was likely they'd not have opportunity to dress afterwards. As the three walked into the office, the first thing they saw was all 4 parents and Sirius rising to their feet and turning towards, from where they were sitting in chairs before the headmistress's desk. Both parents hurried over and all three teens found themselves enveloped in almost crushing hugs, before being released and handed to the next parent. Surprising to the Potters, both Grangers wore high-quality robes. And both wore the crest of the House of Granger on their robes on the left to match what everyone else wore. Even Headmistress McGonagall wore a tartan sash with the crest of Clan McGonagall emblazoned upon it at upper level. Once the hugs were out of the way, Aunt looked at the three and said, "I've heard the three of you have already been berated by Sirius, Matthias, Dees and Remus. Well, now it's our turn." Suddenly he reached out and grabbed Harry by a lapel on his robe and gave him a bit of a yank. He barked, "What the bloody hell were you thinking? You could have got yourselves killed. Our only children and you go and do something so bloody foolish as that." Now quite used to being yelled at, while Hermione and Daphne cringed back a little from the force of Aunt's tirade, Harry stood firm. When his father-in-law finally stopped, he intoned, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies." That was a prophecy given to Albus Dumbledore about 3 months before I was born. And Riddle very quickly learned of the first 2 lines of it. From that moment on, I was specifically targeted by Riddle. The prophecy was also a true prophecy. And, because of the line, "Either must die at the hands of the other," only I could kill him while I still lived. The only way for someone else to be able to kill him was if he'd already killed me. And, I was not willing to allow that to happen. I'm sorry it caused you a great deal of stress and worry. However, it was better you not know too much in advance of what was going on. Besides, the Ministry had already placed all the information about the operation under a Fidelius charm, which meant we physically couldn't tell you, even if we wanted to. As the Grangers and Greengrass relaxed again, Aunt almost whined, "Please don't go doing something like that again." "We have absolutely no intention of doing so," replied Harry. "I'm done with being the hero of the wizarding world, thank you very much. Some else can go hunt bad guys. I've even removed my desire to become an Auror when I graduate off the table. I'll be quite happy being a gentleman farmer, or some such, into my dotage. I hope you'll consider becoming a professor, at some time, Mr. Potter," said the headmistress. "I've no doubt I can use your now prodigious skills in magical combat in the role of Dada Professor, if that tickles your fancy." Harry thought about that for a few long moments before he said, "You know, I think I'd like that. Professor Potter. It's got a nice ring to it. Alliterative, too," smiled Hermione. Just before everyone sat down, Sirius and Matthias stepped forward and ped their wands with a few softly muttered incantations over the front of the robes of the bondmates. When he looked down at the result, Harry could see the black crest now sat high on his right pectoral, and slightly smaller than the Potter crest. It was joined side by side with the Granger crest with the Granger crest subservient. On Hermione's robes, she wore the Potter crest, the same as Harry. But her right now also had the black and Granger crests with a much smaller version of the Granger crest below it. Daphne's had the black and Granger crests with the Granger crest in the subservient position. "Damn, that's a lot of houses," muttered Harry. "As well as being the head of the House of Potter, Harry," said Sirius. "You are the heir presumptive of the House of Black, the heir presumptive, through marriage, of the House of Granger, and, since the birth of their son, an heir once removed, through marriage, of the House of Granger. And Daphne's and Hermione's crests both reflect that, and recognize their standings as daughters in their own houses," added Matthias. After the initial yelling, then relaxing into a more familial setting with the combined families and Professor McGonagall, they were soon joined by Professors Flitwick and Snape. "Hang on," said Harry, turning to Sele. "Where's Way Air, William?" She smiled and said, "Winky's looking after him. She's more than proven she's capable of caring for him. She actually begged us to leave him behind so she could look after him," smiled Aunt. "And, she knows to bring him to us if something actually does become a problem," added Sele. "I'm glad to see you're becoming accepting of the skills of a house elf," smiled Dees to the Grangers. "I actually think they're more capable of taking care of an infant than the vast majority of parents." Nodding, Harry turned to Professor Snape and noticed his robes reflected his position as the head of House Prince, and his standing as a potions master, just as Professor Flitwick's had an heir's crest for Gringotts and his standing as a charms master. But, Professor Flitwick also wore a highly polished battle axe strapped to his back, in easy reach of his right hand. Harry took one look at the potions master's expression before he snickered at him. "And, just what inconsequential matter has you so amused, Mr. Potter?" grumbled Snape. "The expression on your face," replied Harry. "Mind sharing what your reaction was, when Madam Bones informed you of the award you're about to receive?" The normally dour-faced man gave a short look of distaste before he sneered, "I know not of what you speak." That had Professor Flitwick chuckling close to full-blown laughter. "Nonsense, Severus," he laughed. "I have to say I, for one, much enjoyed your efforts in berating our illustrious Madam Bones about what you felt of the matter. I think even she was impressed with your diatribe. I thought, for a moment there, she was going to stand and applaud you for your efforts. Amelia has never been lacking in the skill of using, shall we say, colorful language when it's required," smiled the headmistress. "Oh, Severus never swore, headmistress," said the charms master. "He never even raised his voice. It was the depth of emotion, and vituperousness he employed in voicing his displeasure, that was almost awe-inspiring." With a soft smile, Professor McGonagall murmured, "I'm sure." Snape merely folded his arm and glared back, daring anyone to speak of it with him. It was only a few minutes later when one of the castle's house elves popped in to let them know the minister and his party had just entered through the gates. "Thank you, Dippy," said the headmistress, beginning to rise. "Shall we?" she asked, gesturing towards the door. Together with Professors Snape and Flitwick and their families, Harry and his wives waited off to one side on the dais that usually held the head table as the minister, and far more people than Harry expected, entered through the main doors of the Great Hall. They were joined a few moments later by Astoria, who had been summoned by the headmistress to join them. The Aurors immediately began to sort the large crowd out towards seating while the minister, his under-secretary, Madam Bones and Unspeakable Croaker, joined the awardees and the family off to one side. "Everyone's ready?" asked the minister. Without waiting for an answer, he rubbed his hands together and said, "Good, good." Madam Bones gave a sigh of annoyance before she gestured to the seats on the dais. This time, sitting on the right were Newt Scamander, Order of Merlin, 2nd CL, and Arabella Nuttall, Order of Merlin, 2nd CL, and ex-minister Fudge, Order of Merlin, 3rd CL. Again, a chair was set aside for Flofart. With his picture set on the chair, Harry could see Fudge was expressing his distaste for having to be seated next to a framed photograph. But, he had no pity for the man. On the other side of the dais was Madam Bones, Unspeakable Croaker, Professors Flitwick and Snape, Hermione, Daphne and Harry. Between them, and directly back from the lectern, was a row of chairs that sat Minister Ogden, Sirius, Aunt, Matthias, and the Undersecretary. The last four all held small cases on their laps, with the Undersecretary holding the largest of all. The rest of the expanded family sat on the opposite side of the hall from the extra-large media contingent, which put them directly in front of the recipients. As promised, the minister only gave a general overview of the event, referred everyone to that morning's edition of the Daily Prophet for what had essentially transpired and finally indicated for his undersecretary to join him. First, he called up Madam Bones, presented her with her award and a short mention of how she'd earned it, and called for applause. Next was Unspeakable Croaker, with the same pomp. The minister then called up Professor Flitwick, who iced it by conjuring for himself a small set of steps, so the minister would not need to bend down to pin the medal to his. Then came up Professor Snape, who banished the steps as he approached. Then it was on to the Orders of Merlin. The Undersecretary, Harry never did learn the man's name, closed the now empty case with a snap and returned to his seat. Hermione was called first and was joined by her father. The minister spoke quite well as to Hermione's role over the past year and a half and her role in the final battle, before then picking up the ribbon supporting the Order of Merlin, 2nd CL, medallion, and lowering it gently over her bowed head. As Hermione straightened back up, she gave her hair a flick to cause it to fall over the ribbon at her neck, before she shook the minister's hand with a wide smile. Aunt then stepped forward and gave her a quick hug and a peck on the cheek, before he indicated she should turn and face the hall. Once the applause died down, a little quickly, Harry thought, she stepped to the lectern and simply said, "Thank you, to all. As we have 2 more of these to get through, I'll just say we'll answer your questions during the press conference." Then she returned to her seat, fingering the order medallion, as she did so. As Daphne was invited by the minister to step forward, her father walked forward holding his own small case. Again, the minister spoke about her role, especially around the final battle, and picked up the ribbon for the medallion from the now opened case. Daphne's actions and words were very similar to Hermione's, and she was soon sitting back down. When Harry was called up, he was already wearing his original Order of Merlin. As Sirius stood between them, the minister spoke more in depth of what Harry had accomplished, brushed on the battle with the basilisk, which earned him his first Order of Merlin, first CL, before going into the final battle. A little uncomfortably, he even mentioned that the battle was the result of a prophecy between he and Riddle, and that the full wording was now considered a state secret. Just before the minister was about to reach for the new Order of Merlin, he softly said, "Mr. Potter, you will need to remove your original order medallion, so I may hang the new one around your neck." Harry immediately reached up and removed it, dropping it into the opened case held by Sirius, but out of the way of the minister picking up the new one. Then the minister reached in and drew the new one out. Before hanging it around Harry's neck, he pointed out the long bar on the ribbon that signified. "It is a second award of the same caliber. We actually had to delve back into our record storage before we had any idea what a second award would look like," he spoke loud enough for the gathered to hear. Then he indicated for Harry to bow his head, before then hanging the new ribbon around his neck. As the final awardee, and with the highest honor, it was left to Harry to give the longest speech. And he intended to make full use of the opportunity. Stepping up to the lectern after the applause died down, and both Sirius and the minister returned to their chairs, he withdrew a scroll of parchment from his robes. Laying it on the lectern, he gave himself a few moments to collect his thoughts. "First, thank you to Minister Ogden, and the members who graciously agreed to see me awarded the Order of Merlin, first CL, for a second time, and my wives, who also played a significant role in bringing down Tom Riddle," he began. "I have no doubt that, without their direct eye stance, I would not have been successful. The same can also be said for the training we 3 received from Professors Flitwick and Snape. I can say that, just about everything we threw at Tom last night, was taught to us by them. And I also give my sincere thanks to Department Heads Unspeakable Croaker and Madam Bones, together with their people. I have no idea why the Daily Prophet, and other disreputable media organizations of the same vein, believed I could deal with the entire problem on my own, because I couldn't see it. It actually beggars belief by anyone who has a comprising more than 2 cells that such could be even remotely successful. Perhaps they expected me to walk to my death, and allow someone else to kill the Dork Lord. I have no idea." That caused a bit of irritated grumbling from the press seats. "However, that's not what I want to talk to you about," he continued, ignoring the press. "What I want to talk to you about is stopping what happened, that created Lord Voldemort, from ever happening again. Over the past 200+ years, he began after a slight pause, magical Britain has felt the depredations of no less than 3 dark wizards intent on forcing their rule upon the world. They were, of course, Tom Riddle, Gellert Grindelwald, and Malachi Peabody. Riddle and Peabody were homegrown dark wizards, and Grindelwald, even though he was raised for the most part on the continent, still had family within our shores that he spent time with. All 3 are, therefore, products of wizarding society in magical Britain. All 3 promoted very similar beliefs. All 3 promoted blood bigotry at its worst. All 3 preyed on the blood bigotry of the so-called pureblood citizenry of magical Britain as a whole to further their quests for power. Now, I can see you're a little uncomfortable hearing that. I can see some of you do not believe it is that great a problem. A storm in a teacup, so to speak. However, I can easily prove just how widespread and insidious the problem is, just by what you have witnessed in the last less than an hour. Blood bigotry was, though subtle, on display during the awards today. The awardees were called up with the, shall we say, lowest award first, culminating in the awarding to me of the highest award, the Order of Merlin, first CL. First called up were Madam Bones and Unspeakable Croaker for identical awards. I know that Unspeakable Croaker is a pureblood, just as I know Madam Bones is a half-blood. And Madame Bones was called up first, the furthest away from the awarding of the Orders of Merlin. Next was Professors Flitwick and Snape, also with identical awards. Professor Flitwick is of mixed breed, while Professor Snape is a supposed half-blood. Professor Flitwick was called first. Third was my wives, Mrs. Daphne Grainger Potter and Mrs. Hermione Granger Potter. Daphne is a pureblood and Hermione is a supposed muggleborn. Hermione was called up first. Right, there is 3 examples of those of, supposedly, better blood being treated better than others. Once as an accident, twice as coincidence, 3 times as deliberate. And, I dare say, the minister and his staff who planned all this and the order folks were called, had no idea they'd done it. The bigotry is such an ingrained part of magical British society, a great many of those perpetuating it don't even realize they're doing it. And the annoying thing of all this is, there's no such thing as a muggleborn, or a half-blood who has a so-called muggleborn and a pureblood parent. Muggle scientists working in the field of genetics right around the world all agree on specific points. One of those is this: if an identical genetic change occurs between 2 diverse people, it could have been an incredible coincidence. The odds of such are counted in the millions to 1. However, it is possible, and they recognize that, if the identical change occurs a 3rd time, the chance is considered so astronomically remote as to be considered as close to impossible as it can get. The odds are in the many trillions to 1. If it occurs a 4th time, then it is irrefutable proof it wasn't spontaneous. Instead, it was clearly the result of a predisposition. Something had to already exist across the 4 that triggered that change. Now, consider this. Hogwarts accepts as students an average of 6 supposed muggleborns each year, and that doesn't include those whose parents decline the invitation. In every case they demonstrate the exact same genetic change. They are all capable of wielding magic in a near identical form. That form is the exact same as those who are supposedly pureblood. And this occurs every year. Every year approximately a half-dozen supposed muggleborns walk into this hall for the first time. And, out of a total population of students, those supposed muggleborns form about 1/7 of the total. If you were to take those figures to a muggle geneticist, and try to convince him or her that it was the result of spontaneity, he or she would roar with laughter and think you were trying to pull a prank on them. And that's because they know that the chance of that sort of thing happening is inconceivably impossible. In other words, it's a nonsense. It could never happen, not even once, not in a million lifetimes. However, if you were to consider that supposed muggleborns are actually the descendants of magicals, then you start to see possibility. We move from the realm of impossibility to the realm of probability. All those supposed muggleborns could now have as inherited traits in their genetic makeup the ability to wield magic as well as any supposed pureblood. So, how do those genetic traits make their way into the muggle world? Again, it's simple to explain. And I can explain it with one word: squibs. Since the time the magical world cut itself off from the muggle world, magicals, who should know better, have been sending their squibs into the muggle world. And, of course, in the muggle world, they grow to adulthood, marry and have children. These non-magical children of magicals, and their children and so on, grow and live with the ability to wield magic in their very genes, their cells, inert. Then, sometimes hundreds of years later, or as soon as a couple of generations along, that inert ability becomes active in a newborn. And you have a so-called muggleborn. Muggleborns are, in reality, the children of sometimes long lines of squibs. However, at the very least, they can only be referred to as half-bloods, due to breeding with true muggles. And Gringotts recognizes this. In chatting with the goblins responsible for recognizing inheritances, they have informed me it is the policy of the bank to blood test as many so-called muggleborns as possible. And the reason is obvious: they're looking for the children of squibs of pureblood lineage whose magical predisposition has become active. And their interest in doing so is to reactivate long-dormant vaults. Where the wizarding world believes a family line is dead, the goblins know better. They know the likelihood of the children of squibs of those lines thought dead but still being alive, is a near certainty. But, they're patient. They know they only have to wait long enough, and one of those children will walk through their doors as a so-called muggleborn. And they'll be able to reactivate that vault. You have storekeepers in the alley, in Hogsmeade and in other wizarding towns who refuse to serve anyone not considered of pure blood. You have different, higher, prices for those considered of poorer blood to those of known bloodlines. Your own ministry employs far less so-called muggleborns and half-bloods than would be the average. If the hiring practices of the ministry was fair, it should currently employ at least 15% so-called muggleborns. That it employs less than 1% is proof of its inherent bigotry. You have so-called muggleborns who, once they graduate these hallowed halls, find themselves unable to find work in magical Britain, based solely on their so-called blood status, and flee to other shores. Mostly, they head for the United States and Australia, but they also head elsewhere. And there, they are welcomed with open arms, leaving the rest of the world laughing at us for losing educated, skilled and capable witches and wizards, for no other reason than they were seen as lesser beings. Pureblood extremists will cry that muggleborns are stealing magic. What a load of hippogriff dung. It's only the magic within the grandchild of a squib that's changing from inert to active. It's only the children of those who you threw out years ago, activating and allowing them to return to the wizarding world. Nothing less. Therefore, blood bigotry is a nonsense that does not but harm our society. And anyone who actively encourages it is an ignorant fool. Tom Riddle, Gellert Grindelwald, Malachi Peabody, and almost all those dark wizards and witches who preceded them over the centuries, spouted that nonsense as fact, and had witches and wizards turn their wands on each other in anger. For what? I, for one, am frankly sick of it. So, I make this promise to you now. If you are unable to rid yourselves of your bigotry, your illogical, though often suppressed, hate, and learn and understand the truth, there's likely to be yet another dark wizard or witch in your lifetime. However, next time, there won't be a Potter there to save you. You'll have proven yourselves unworthy of the efforts of the House of Potter to come to your aid, other than to support our existing alliances. Change, or suffer the consequences. As Harry rolled his scroll back up and stepped back, bedlam ensued. As he sat down, ignoring the shouts coming from those who had been sitting to witness the awards, Hermione leaned over and asked, "I thought you said muggleborns are the result of magical souls inhabiting the bodies of muggles." "They are," he replied. "I just had to get things moving towards getting rid of the bigotry, and something like convincing the populace of the soul's theory is harder than this. It's the unborn physical bodies of those with the predisposition to handle a magical soul that get them. If I can get them thinking, we can then get them considering alternatives." Leaning over, as she was sitting on the other side of Hermione, Daphne asked, "This is the start of the second stage, isn't it?" "That it is, my love," he smiled. "That it is." Once Madame Bones and her Aurors got the crowd under control, the actual press conference could begin. However, they first had to move the lectern out of the way, and replace it with a shortened version of the head table. It was when the awardees and the minister sat at the table, facing the crowd, that the crowd finally finished settling down. Though many were angry at Harry's remarks. And that's when the barrage of questions began. Many of the questions were more angry retorts from those who considered themselves purebloods. However, there were a few that were asked where the person asking was clearly considering what Harry had said. One questioner asked, "How do we rid ourselves of, as you believe, our bigotry?" "That is up to each of you," replied Harry. "It's not my job to fix your problems for you. However, I can tell you that bigotry is often born from a position of ignorance and fear. You solve both by educating yourselves to the truth. So, go educate yourselves. Open your minds. Look around you without a heart filled with bias and preconceived notions of what you believe the truth to be. Question everything. Oh, and don't rely on just one source of information, either. Over the past 4.5 years, since my return to the wizarding world, according to the Daily Prophet and the Wizarding Wireless, I've gone from an ignorant muggle raised, to a dark wizard in the making, due to my ability to speak Parseltongue, to a poor boy targeted for I-Nation by his murdering godfather, the same man sitting only a few places to my right, to an attention-seeking liar, who entered his own name into the goblet of fire, to the so-called chosen one, who would save everybody by facing Riddle in one-on-one combat, killing him for you all. And you people continue to turn to that rag and believe as near gospel every word within it. I don't hold a subscription to the Daily Prophet, because I don't need any more lining for my owl's roost, as I think that's all it's good for. However, my wives subscribe so they can see who my solicitors can next litigate against for libel. What are your plans for the future? Asked another. My owls with lots of outstandings, relax, enjoy being a married man to the two most beautiful witches in the world, and have a decent holiday free of the threat of a sociopath whose primary desire is to kill me, he replied. And where do you plan to holiday? Asked someone. I've no idea, yet, he replied. But, I envision a tropical island with a private beach, somewhere. My wives and I have spent so much effort on training up to face Riddle we've not even had time to properly enjoy a honeymoon, yet. The short one we had was in solitude, hiding. As soon as possible after owls are over, we're off. If Muggleborns believe they may have a vault filled with treasures waiting for them at Gringotts to claim, another grumped, I think the goblins are going to be very unhappy with you. They'll be swamped. Harry laughed, as did his wives and most of his family. That many people coming to his bank to take blood tests. Besides being able to claim a payment for the test for each so-called Muggleborn who walks through their doors and asks for it, the goblins want those vaults activated. Inactive vaults make them no gold. No, as a result I think Warlord Ragnarok might want to adopt me, or something. He's a nice person. He enjoys a good laugh. A question to Croaker. What do you think of Mr. Potter's claims that Muggleborns are actually the descendants of purebloods through squibs? It would be an interesting research project, replied Croaker. The Unspeakables aren't already looking into that? Asked the same. The Unspeakables, myself included, do not speak about what we are currently researching, or are not researching, replied Croaker. Will you be offering Mr. Potter a job? The same questioner pressed. The hiring practices of the Department of Mysteries are confidential, replied Croaker. Turning to Harry, the same questioner asked, what about you, Mr. Potter? Are you looking for a position in the Department of Mysteries? I've not even sat my owls, yet, replied Harry. Therefore, I'm not ready to make a decision as to my future employment prospects. But, would you accept if offered? As with any employment offer, when or if it finally comes, it would be something I would first discuss with my wives, he replied. Harry could hear Croaker lightly chuckling from where he sat further along the table. Obviously the man found the whole thing, especially Harry's answers, pretty amusing. Someone finally asked a question of someone else. The first was from a witch in the press area to Hermione. Mrs. Granger Potter, she asked. My readers of Witch Weekly would like to know how it feels to be a Muggleborn married to the hero of the wizarding world. Bully for them, Hermione quietly said. Was there a question in there, somewhere, that had her dad snort in amusement as many of the family grinned or outright chuckled? The now flustered witch asked, well, what's it like, as a Muggleborn, being married to the boy who lived, and now man who conquered? Harry winced. You forgot Slayer of Slytherin's monster among those hyphenated nicknames you folks in the press have made up for him, and Tri-Wizard Champion, smirked Hermione. As to your question, if Harry is right, then there's no such thing as a Muggleborn. Therefore, your question is moot. Would you like to reword it? Another female journalist apparently came to the rescue of the well-flustered first. What's it like being married to Harry Potter? Well, as I've never been married to any other wizard, I've no one to compare it to, she calmly replied. However, I can tell you that Harry is a wonderful husband. I could not ask for anyone better. And you, Mrs. Granger Potter? Asked the same witch. I think Hermione said it all, replied Daphne. And, while we appreciate you need to ask questions for your nosy, sorry, loyal readers, you will respect our familial privacy. That had Matthias murmur only loud enough for family to hear, good answer. Finally, someone asked a question Harry was near begging for. Someone asked Snape a question. Professor Snape, having iced it in the training of Harry Potter to face he who. Tom Riddle, how do you feel? Harry looked down the table at the professor, almost in glee, as he waited for the man to answer. Apparently considering his words carefully, Professor Snape took a few moments before responding. Having spent a great deal of time and effort in training Mr. Potter and his wives to face Riddle in combat, as he managed to kill the man, I feel he performed adequately. As to how I personally feel, I feel relieved, as, I think, does everyone in magical Britain, that Mr. Potter was somehow able to rid us of this threat. Looking down the table and watching the professor respond, Harry couldn't help but grin his head off at the man. Snape refused to look back. Instead, his expression turned from its customary slight annoyance to mild annoyance. As backhanded a compliment as it was, Harry could see the potion's master was still annoyed he actually had to say something nice, in public, about him. Harry was already considering copying the memory and sending it with a nice card to man for his own pensieve. He was even thinking of tying a nice ribbon around the file for delivery and signing the card, "With love, Harry." As the press conference wound down, Headmistress McGonagall began making noises and glaring at the minister. Not stupid, the minister finally called a halt to the press conference and sent those watching on their way. As the hall emptied out, the minister turned to Harry and said, "I wish you'd informed me of your remarks relating to the Muggleborn before you made them today, Mr. Potter. I may have been able to advise you on how to word them so they weren't so inflammatory." "I wrote and spoke them from the heart, Minister," replied Harry. "Though I'm not a politician, I'm not unaware of the overwhelming support I've gained from the populace. And, as such, I'm not adverse to using that to make some necessary changes." "I see," said the man, clearly unhappy with Harry. He then turned to Croaker and said, "I want to see the Department of Mysteries investigate Mr. Potter's claims, to see if there is any validity in his beliefs. I expect to see a report on it." "It bears investigating," replied Croaker. "We'll have a report for you as soon as we're able to fully assess the matter." With a final nod, the minister turned and strode from the hall. His undersecretary and a pair of Aurors followed him out. As the minister left, the headmistress came over. "Though I know you think you know what you're doing, it pays not to antagonize the minister unnecessarily." "Oh, I think he's going to soon forget about my remarks today, headmistress," he smiled. "I don't think he realizes, just yet, that he's going to have to elevate a so-called Muggleborn into the tiers of the Wizengamot. As a new holder of an Order of Merlin, Hermione's earned the right to sit on that body." Harry heard Sirius snort in amusement from behind. "Good one, pup," he chuckled. "I think you might be right." Headmistress McGonagall sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose with one hand as she hung her head. "Just clear off, while I have the hall configured back for the evening meal, would you?" Impudently grinning back, Harry replied, "Yes, ma'am. And I think we should be heading back to the ministry," said Madame Bones. She gave a little mock salute to the Potters and the headmistress before she and Croaker left with the rest of the Aurors in tow. "I need to get changed," muttered Snape before he walked away without acknowledgement. Professor Flitwick congratulated the Potters before hurrying after the man. "Back to our apartment before dinner?" asked Daphne of the family. "Yes, please," said Sele. "We've not had a chance to have a decent look about yet. This is our first time here. And that's once more than almost all non-magical parents get," said Matthias. "Sorry, but it's true. Due to the nature of the wards on the castle and grounds, muggles, such as yourself." "No, wait, if Harry's right, you're actually squibs. If that's the case, depending on how much, or how little, magic you actually have, you may or may not be able to see the castle." "Is there any way to test them for their magical strength?" asked Hermione. "Yes," replied Dees. "But, if it's very very low, it'll need to be done at St. Mungo's. That's something we can organize for one day when they've a day off work." "If their magical power is at a reasonably powerful squib level," pushed Hermione, "is it something Madame Pomfrey can test?" Dees frowned a little, thinking about what was asked. "Yes, possibly." Harry gave a little snort, knowing what was coming, stuck a finger into the air and declared, "To the infirmary." Madame Pomfrey stepped back from both beds, next to each other and with an adult Granger on each, and lowered her wand. "Well, sweet Merlin's ghost," she said, clearly surprised by what she'd discovered. "Well?" asked Hermione, almost hopping from one foot to the other and back again. After giving Hermione a look that said, "Watch your tone with me, young lady," Madame Pomfrey turned back to the adult Grangers and said, There. Both of you have very weak magical cores. Mrs. Granger's is a little stronger than Mr. Granger's, but both have a magical core. Neither are at the level of what we'd commonly refer to as a squib, but, they're there, nevertheless. And just because the magical world does not think of them as squibs, that they have a magical core each means magic thinks of them as squibs," stated Harry, quite pleased. "This is actually quite astonishing," said Madame Pomfrey, clearly surprised by her findings. "I really must ask to go and visit the homes of our Muggleborns, and see if their parents and siblings will allow me to perform the same test." That means Harry's likely right, stated Matthias. Harry grinned back. It would also explain why magical souls are drawn to particular so-called muggleborns in the first place. With both Cele and Ant being squibs, it's no wonder Hermione and William were born magicals. I dare say you'll find the same with the parents of the rest of the so-called muggleborns. The family left Madame Pomfrey muttering to herself about the research possibilities and continued on their trek back to the Potter apartment. As they walked, Daphne and Hermione showed them all one of the magical suppression fields, and where the rune array was located that powered it. That then led to a discussion between Matthias, Daphne and Hermione on how it worked. As they had paused to inspect one of the rune arrays, Harry called Dobby and told the little elf they were expecting guests, and to set up the seating accordingly. Dobby took one look at the size of the party, nodded, and popped away again. Outside their apartment, Hermione gave Professor Whittaker the P word, the Potter's rule, which replaced the old P word, the headmaster is a manipulative old coot. Inside, they could see Dobby had already reconfigured the couch seating to take into account the number of guests. It was now getting to the point where Harry recognized the same couches being used over and over again. "Harry," said Daphne, "please entertain our guests while we go get changed." And she and Hermione immediately left the room and walked to the master bedroom without waiting for him to respond. As the girls walked in, Cele and Dees glanced at one another and chased the girls in, firmly closing the door behind them. "Well, ordered about like a house elf," huffed Harry. Matthias and Ant just laughed and Sirius grinned. "Get used to it, Harry," said Matthias. "It means they've become very used to you, and are starting to exert their own authority on the marriage." "But, aren't I supposed to be in charge?" he asked, confused. "In public, yes," said Ant as all three men laughed. "In private, however, let's just say, sleeping in the bed is far preferable to sleeping on the couch. Either that, or buy yourself a really comfortable couch you can easily sleep on," added Matthias. "Until you can accept the wives are in charge at home, you're going to be spending a lot of time sleeping on it. The ladies know, almost instinctively, you could say, the lady of the manor is in charge of the home," said Sirius. "And, for the time being, this apartment is your home. Therefore, they're in charge inside this apartment." "Don't worry, Harry," smiled Matthias. "You're allowed to be in charge of everything outside of the home." "Allowed?" asked Harry. "Allowed," Ant immediately and firmly replied, as both other men nodded. As dinner approached, the ladies had returned, so Harry quickly ducked into the master bedroom to get changed into something more casual. Then the entire family headed back to the Great Hall. Along the way, the family pointed out things to the Grangers, like the talking portraits, the moving stairs, secret pageways, the charms and transfiguration seal rooms, how some doors pretended to be walls at various times, and other unique features. "Are you sure they won't have a problem with us joining you for the meal?" asked Cele. "After what happened today, no one's going to complain," grinned Sirius. "You can sit with us at the Ravenclaw table," said Hermione. "We sit with Luna. You remember Luna, don't you? The young Elle who was always so ready to speak her mind, and your bridesmaid?" asked Cele. "Of course, we remember her." "Well, we'll sit with Luna," said Hermione. "Tracy, Blaise and Draco will be at the Slytherin table, Neville will be at the Gryffindor table, as will the twins, and Hannah and Susan will be at the Hufflepuff table. We'll have to sit at house tables for the meal. Sirius, as a professor, will be sitting at the head table." As the family walked into the Great Hall, the noise dimmed right down for a few moments, before returning to its previous level. "That was a little odd," muttered Ant. "That's not unusual for us," said Hermione. "Harry's had to put up with that happening since the second day of first year. Daphne and I have only had to put up with it since the beginning of fourth." Sirius broke off from the group and headed for the staff table, while the family group made their way over to the Ravenclaw table. Thankfully, they were there early enough that they only had to ask a couple of students to budge over to allow the family to sit together across the table with Luna. "Hello everyone," said Luna, as they all sat down. "Today was very interesting, wasn't it?" "That it was," smiled Cele. "It isn't every day you see your daughter-in-law and son-in-law presented the highest awards in the land." Looking at Harry, Daphne and Hermione, Luna asked, "Why aren't you wearing your medallions?" "As soon as I could I took it off," Luna dear, said Harry. Hermione and Daphne nodded in agreement. It's only for wearing at special occasions, and a regular night's dinner in the Great Hall isn't one. Then, what is the point of it? She asked. The point is to make the people of magical Britain happy. The minister awarded us for getting rid of Riddle for them, replied Hermione. The people of magical Britain want to feel good that their heroes have been properly rewarded for their efforts, and the minister is happy to comply. So, the orders are for them, rather than you? She asked. Yes, replied Harry, but that's because we care less about the awards than the people feel they ought to. That's actually quite profound, mused Matthias, from where he'd been listening. And accurate, too, I'd say. As the meal was about to be served, the headmistress stood and approached the lectern. Good evening, she said. For those very few who are unaware, Hogwarts played host, this afternoon, right here in the Great Hall, the presentation to certain of our staff and students for their roles in the vanquishing of the Dark Wizard, Tom Riddle. Professors Flitwick and Snape, please stand, she said. When both men, the first with alacrity and the second clearly reluctantly, rose to their feet, Professor Flitwick stood on his chair. The headmistress continued. Professors Phileas Flitwick and Severus Snape were, this afternoon, awarded medals of meritorious service to Wizarding Britain, for training, in secret, the Potters for their eventual confrontation with Tom Riddle. As we know, that confrontation occurred last night. For most of this year, both professors had freely given of their own time, twice a week, to train the Potters in magical combat. Their training included the use of curses, charms, transfiguration and conjuration. They trained in offensive, defensive and healing magics. Both professors worked hard to accelerate the normal education for all three, to such a point all three, according to the professors, could easily pee the practical portion of the NEWT exams for charms and transfiguration. There can be no doubt their efforts went a great way towards the Potters being successful in their defeat of Riddle. While the minister showed his gratitude to both on behalf of magical Britain, please join me in a round of applause on behalf of Hogwarts for both for their incredible efforts. Turning, the headmistress put deed to word and lead the applause for both. Giving it a few long couple dozen seconds, she then lowered her hands and turned back to the hall. Of course, she said, once the applause died down and the two professors returned to their seats. You are aware of the efforts of the Potters themselves. Please stand, Mr., Mrs. and Mrs. Potter. When the three rose to their feet, she continued. During the same awards ceremony, the minister awarded Mrs. Hermione Jean Granger Potter and Mrs. Daphne Anna Greenger Potter with the Order of Merlin, 2nd CL, each, and Mr. Harry James Potter with a 2nd Order of Merlin, 1st CL, to go with the one he earned for slaying the giant basilisk that was terrorizing the school 2 years ago. He is the first to be so awarded in over 3 centuries, and the youngest ever. Please join me in congratulating our 3 Order of Merlin recipients, she finished, before stepping back and beginning another round of applause. After the applause died down, the headmistress stepped back to the lectern and said, "Thank you. That is the totality of my announcements tonight." When she, again, stepped back, the tables filled with the evening meal. After the evening meal wound up, the families departed for their homes from Sirius's flow. The Greengers then shuttled the Grangers home by side-along apparition from the farm. The Potters, utterly tired, retired to their apartment. Dobby had already reconfigured it back to the norm. As they walked in, Hermione asked, "So, IGN Ments and Revision Study?" While Harry gave her a filthy look, making Hermione cringe just a little, Daphne sighed and said, "If we must." "Sorry," said Hermione, "I don't think I can sleep until we get some revision done. We've not done any IGN Ments or revision in over 2 days." Harry sighed and said, "Thinking on it, I think it might be a smart idea." "Oh?" asked Daphne. Nodding, he replied, "Doing something so mind-numbing and menial as IGN Ments and Study might just help me get to sleep, too." "Wonderful," said Hermione, clearly happy with the decision. The 3 Potters pulled out their school books and settled down on the couches. With a sigh, Harry pulled out his History of Magic text and the IGN Ment due for that CL. And, in doing so, the Potters at that point effectively returned to their normal school lives and being students. With Riddle done and dusted, the 3 Potters no longer needed to train for their eventual confrontation with him. So, the time they had dedicated towards the training, was now theirs to do with as they pleased. Hermione, of course, wanted to immediately set the time aside as revision study. And, with the exams only a couple of weeks off, it was difficult to argue with her. However, Harry decided to give it his best try. "Hermione, love," he gently asked, "why is it you want to dedicate so much time to revision study when the three of us are, for all intents and purposes, Newt-level students?" Hermione had clearly expected the question, or attempt, and had her arguments all ready to respond. 1. While you did all right on your OWSR first go-around, even you must admit there was a lot of room for improvement. You received a troll for history of magic, for Merlin's sake. "Hey," he complained, "I was mentally attacked by a false vision of Sirius being tortured at the Ministry of Magic that afternoon, remember? Of course I was going to fail it." Ignoring the argument back, Hermione continued. "And that doesn't account for how average you performed on other subjects. 2. You didn't study ancient runes last go-around, as you have been doing, this time." Harry just sighed and let her continue. "Of the subjects you did last time, there was plenty of improvement available to you. The only subject you excelled in was defense against the dark arts." "I practically taught the bloody CL," he retorted. "Of course I was going to do well in it. Well, as Professor Snape said, we've been practicing so much on the practical and employed uses of Dada, charms and transfiguration, we've been slipping behind in the theory of those subjects. That's what we need to catch up on," she reasoned. "Then, of course, there's also potions, herbology, astronomy, care of magical creatures, Muggle studies and arithmancy. You and I will both have no problem with Muggle studies, but Daphne might need help. And Daphne and I also have to focus on arithmancy." As each of his arguments was torn down, before he could even mention them for the most part, Harry sank lower and lower into his seat. "Fine," he eventually grumbled. "Let's get on with it, then." As Hermione laid out her arguments, Daphne just sat there listening with one eyebrow cocked and a smirk on her lips. She never said a word. Then again, she knew Hermione had more than enough argued the reasons and didn't need to say anything in support. As the owls finally arrived, with the first test being Transfiguration, Hermione was turning into a nervous wreck. One night, with a couple of days to go, she was madly muttering to herself and reading through reams of notes late at night until early morning. Harry, who'd attempted to already order her to bed twice, silenced her, levitated her, threw her over his shoulder and carried her into the master bedroom. There, he banished her clothes off her to the hamper, released her from the silencing charm and, before she could start yelling at him, put his own mouth to work on her body, effectively shutting her up. Daphne had been watching and, when Harry made his dive, decided to add her own lips to her sister wife's body. Hermione fell asleep about 20 minutes later with a smile on her face. The next morning, Harry and Daphne sat their wife down and forced her to promise not to study beyond a certain time of night, or before a certain time in the morning. If she exceeded the time, she'd be punished by being made to pleasure them both. By the time owls began, all three Potters were very physically relaxed due to the amount of they'd recently been indulging in. This time, without the threat of riddle hanging over his head, nor the headaches and visions he was receiving through the mind link, Harry was far better prepared for the exams. He almost literally just breezed through them. Daphne made the same claim, but Hermione felt she must have failed because she didn't answer a particular question here and there as thoroughly as she could. As the Potters had planned, for each of Charms, Transfiguration and Dada, they went for the bonus. In Charms on the first Monday of the 2 weeks of exams, the three cast their Patronuses. And even included demonstrating how it could be used as a verbal messenger. In Transfiguration on the first Tuesday, all three demonstrated self-transfiguration by switching to their animagus forms, just as his father did for his Newt in the subject. With Neville's help, exchanged for help on potions from Daphne, Transfiguration from Hermione and Dada and Charms from Harry, the three also breezed through herbology on the Wednesday. For Dada on Thursday, the three walked into the practical examination room wearing their Order of Merlin medallions. The three examiners looked at them with stunned expressions, and immediately sent them straight off again, with promises they'd be receiving outstanding pluses. Hermione was ambivalent about whether it was cheating or due regards. For the Ancient Runes exam on the Friday, All three wrote of their work as a team with Luna in the array that created the wards throughout the castle to stop curses and hexes flying, for bonus points. Similar endeavors were attempted for all the other subjects the next week: potions on the Monday, care of magical creatures on the Tuesday, astronomy split over Wednesday morning and late that night, history of magic first thing on Thursday afternoon, followed by Muggle studies in the later afternoon, and, finally, arithmancy on the Friday morning. For bonus points in care of magical creatures, he explained why it was so easy to take down a fully grown dragon, further explaining the need nearly all non-aquatic beasts had for breathing as being a quick conduit to bringing them down, including Noondoos and the like. For history of magic, he covered the reason for the statute of secrecy and how current methods used to maintain it were being eroded by Muggle developments in surveillance. He quickly conjured what a surveillance camera looked like, together with the various weather protection shielding they employed. For that one, he left behind a rather terrified panel of examiners. And for Muggle studies, Harry simply walked over to a typewriter that was displayed in the CL room and explained how it worked, before then showing a little bit of typing. Then, when asked, picked up a telephone and went over its basics, concepts, operation and the latest improvements, including the new technology of cell phones. By the second Thursday afternoon, Harry was walking between exams in the Great Hall for meals whistling a jaunty tune. He'd not been happier. Owls were a great deal easier than he remembered. He no longer had a dark wizard bent on making him dead. He had two lovely and very intelligent wives who were great fun in more ways than one. He had an extended family and plenty of friends, and life was just great. And, in the previous timeline, today was the day he'd haired off with his friends to the Ministry of Magic to rescue his godfather, only to see him die. Happy new life. Sirius, he thought. While both wives were intaking their arithmancy owls on the Friday morning, he went for a fly. And, was having so much fun in the air, he was laughing and pulling off dangerous stunts with almost wild abandon. Once he returned to the ground, he quickly found himself surrounded by Neville, Susan, Hannah, and Blaise, and quickly hustled off to the infirmary. "There's something wrong with him, Madame Pomfrey," huffed Neville. "No one should be this happy immediately after taking all those exams." Harry just laughed and said, "I found them enjoyable, actually. They were far easier than I heard they'd be." "All right, that's proven it," Neville almost snarled. "Someone's potioned him again." "Mr. Longbottom, calm yourself," said Madame Pomfrey quite sternly and coming over. "Due to the nature of the soul bond Mr. Potter has with his two wives, any potion that attempts to affect his mind or ability to think will fail. The bond considers it an attack and repels it. Then it must be wizard's flu, or something," pushed Neville. With a sigh, the Mediwitch turned to Harry and asked, "Do you feel unwell? Nauseous? Unusual bowel movements? Coughing?" No, and no," smiled Harry. "I kid you not, I'm actually rather happy. The exams were not as difficult as I thought they would be, and I think I did really well in them." He glanced at his watch and saw the time. "Hun," he said, "Hermione and Daphne should be about to come out of their arithmancy exam. If history is a guide, Hermione's going to be really stressed and need some stress relief. And I'm just the wizard for the job." He grinned and hopped off the bed. "Now, if you'll excuse me, Hermione needs me. I'm about to make her very relaxed." Quickly, he strolled out of the infirmary, again whistling a jaunty tune and walking with a spring in his step. "He didn't mean what I think he meant, did he?" asked a deeply blushing Susan. All four teens found themselves blushing. "Yeah, actually," said Hannah, a little softly. "I think he did." Madame Pomfrey, who was thinking the same thing, gave her throat a deep clear and said, "All right, you four. I think we all know what's making Mr. Potter so happy, and it isn't potions." Out. As they walked out, Blaise muttered, "Tracy was in that same exam. I wonder if she'd be willing to let me provide her the same kind of stress relief." Looking to the other three, he said a little louder, "If you'll excuse me, I need to make sure Tracy's not gotten herself stressed." And he hurried away. Of course, with exams out of the way, the express left for London the next morning. And, with no Dumbledore to try and send him back to the Dursleys, and no dark wizard trying to find Harry to kill him, the three were more open about their summer plans. This time they weren't even being picked up from platform 9 3/4. Hermione was carrying a portkey to take all three directly to the Grangers' garage. The only reason they didn't just decide to use it from the compartment was because the train ride was supposed to be taken, and they wanted to spend the last few hours with their friends unwinding from their exams. Now they no longer needed to hide just how advanced they were in the practical components of their wand-based subjects. The three were early to the train. Once there, they took a compartment and quickly set about making it one big one with the use of expansion charms. The spell took power to make the expansion last long enough without the use of runes, but Harry alone had power to spare. So he set about making the compartment much larger in both lateral directions. Of course, he didn't need to go up, so he didn't need to expand it that way. The window was enlarged both vertically and horizontally and now ran almost floor to ceiling and was twice as wide to allow plenty of light within, and improve the view. The bench seats were transfigured into far more comfortable plush-upholstered couches, and a table was created between the seats nearer the window to allow those who wanted to play games, such as Exploding Snap, a surface to play on without having to sit on the floor. From a compartment able to seat 6, or 8 at a squeeze, they now had a compartment able to seat 14 in comfort, with plenty of leg room to allow those sitting to stretch their legs out without getting in the way of those opposite, or block page to those moving between the window and the door or back again. "Anything else we can do?" asked Harry, using his wand to scratch behind his ear. Daphne frowned for a moment before she began gesturing with her wand. The plush upholstery developed a pattern of mixed house crests dominated by the houses of Potter, Greenger and Granger, but also adding in Black, Davies, Zabini, Longbottom, Abbott and Bones. Then she turned her wand to the walls and changed the cheap light English oak finish to a much darker and richer European yew in a deep lacquer finish. "Nice," said Harry. Hermione then raised her own wand and changed the gas lighting from the tacky bare steel frames with green GL around the flame heads, to incredible polished filigreed BR, clear GL surrounds and multiple gas heads with larger gas bags to provide far more light. Harry wasn't being idle at this point, either. He quickly transfigured the cheap linoleum flooring into a fine weave soft patternless carpet in a light brown with a deep underlay. As all three finished, Daphne softly said, "Yes. I think this will do for us for the next 7 hours. This is more our style." The three, grinning to themselves, walked back into the compartment and settled down. As Blaze, Tracy and Draco walked in, they stopped in awe. "Bloody hell," muttered Draco, before he looked at the three. "Who did this?" "We did, of course," said Daphne. "Now that we don't have to downplay our abilities, we're freer to cast magic like this." "This is incredible," said Tracy, moving in and taking a seat. "No wonder you three found the owls quite easy." "Let's get the others in here," said Harry. He quickly conjured up a messenger Patronus to Neville, telling them which carriage and compartment, and sent it on its way. "Neville?" asked Hermione. When Harry nodded, she cast her own messenger Patronus and sent it to Susan. "And that's to Susan," she said. "Who else?" asked Harry. "The twins." "No, they're not on the train," said Hermione. "Oh?" asked Draco. As soon as they finished their last nude exam, they simply walked out the front door of the castle, walked out the gate, and apparated away, she replied. "I think they were heading directly to their new store in Diagon Alley." "New store?" asked Blaze. "They're setting up a joke shop in a store in Diagon," she replied. Harry and Sirius argued over who was going to fund them. Sirius won. He played on him being an original marauder. "The cad," huffed Harry. The twins liked the idea of having one of the original marauders as their silent partner. "The son of an original marauder wasn't good enough," pouted Harry. "Ah, poor baby," smirked Daphne. "Wait," said a confused Draco. "You argued over who would be able to give the Weasley twins money." "The same two Weasley twins who scored, like, 6 owls between them." "What am I missing?" Hermione smirked and replied, "Firstly, the twins fudged their owls, as they do most all the exams, to stop their overbearing mother demanding they apply for jobs in the ministry. Without the right scores, at least, they couldn't get in. Okay, I understand Molly Pruitt can be overbearing, and a real screech owl when she gets angry, but why would they want to do that?" asked Draco. "Think about it. The two older boys, as soon as they graduated, shot through to other countries. Bill, as a curse breaker for Gringotts in Egypt, and Charlie, as a dragon wrangler in Romania, explained Harry. Percy, even though he went into the ministry, as soon as he had the chance to cut ties with his mother, took it. As soon as Molly, Potion's queen, Pruitt was out of the burrow, he moved back in. And the 3 older boys bought their father a house elf, so he'd not find himself wanting to take Molly back due to her being able to keep house and cook. When the twins entered Hogwarts, they already knew their mother was already demanding they get good grades so they could get a decent job in the ministry, like their father. To fight against that, they worked hard on their prank products but fudged their school results, so Molly could no longer force them into a career neither wanted for themselves. As he was talking, Luna simply walked in, took a few seconds to look round at the changes, and walked to sit at one of the chairs at the table. There, she pulled out a copy of the Quibbler and began to read it. Think about all the pranks they developed that involved things like potions, runes, timed charms, and the like. Almost every one of them they developed, said Daphne. That means, from about second year on, they were developing potions, charms, rune schemes, etc. As second years. Now, knowing that, do you really think their exam results were accurate, and showed a true measure of their abilities? Bloody hell, said Draco softly. Why did we never think of that ourselves? Hello, Luna, said Harry to the slender girl. Hello Harry, she said, without looking up from her magazine. I like what you've done with the compartment. Thank you, he said. Daphne and Hermione did most of it. With a strategy like that, why weren't either of them sorted into Slytherin? Asked Tracy. The hat was going to sort them there, but they threatened to burn it, if it did, explained Harry. I think they also explained exactly how they were going to get it, and with what type of fire they'd burn it. The hat believed them. As Harry was talking, Neville turned up with Hannah and Susan in tow. They took one look at the compartment from the door, stopped and gawked. Well, come in, said Hermione. That got the 3 entering and looking for seats. They found a comfortable couch to sit on in about the middle. Like it? Hermione asked them, gesturing about. How were you able to accomplish this? Asked Susan. By having access to one-on-one tutoring by a charms master who loves to teach, said Daphne. And a huge library where you can study anything you want, added Hermione. By having to learn as much as you could, as fast as you could, the practical applications of wanded magic, replied Harry. We're still very light on the theory. But, we'll have that sorted to rights next year. By agreement, none of the 3 were willing to give up the secret of the Room of Requirements, and how much it aided them in being able to learn as fast as they could as much as they could. They actually found most of the best books on the subject of transfiguration could be found in the Room of Requirement. But, that was also the case for all the subjects they focused upon, including charms and dada. Throughout the trip they had a few other people drop by. In most cases those people took one look at the compartment, and never left. For most they were asked the same questions. How did they change the compartment? What spells were used? And similar. After the first almost half-dozen times, Harry would just grunt, transfiguration and charms. Study them and you, too, will be able to accomplish such feats. It's not that hard once you know what you're doing. I wonder why no one else thinks of doing something like this. Asked one Ravenclaw. After all, if it's just transfiguration and charms, we're all capable of it. I'd have thought the 7th years would be all over something like this. It takes a fair bit of power to overcome the magic of the Express to allow for the room expansion charm, explained Hermione. However, the rest of it is really just simple transfiguration. The secret, if there is one, is you must have a very good and detailed picture in your mind of what you want, and a good understanding of the properties of the material used. But, that's the same as what we're already told for transfiguration of far more simple things, said the Claw. Is it really that simple? It is, she smiled back. The difficulty isn't the spell, it's the concentration and creativity of your mind, and its ability to hold the images, that forms the difficulty of transfiguration. Then there's just the inherent problems of transfiguring living tissue. There, you have to be pretty exacting in your concentration and knowledge. We start with inanimate to inanimate, then move on to animate to inanimate, then inanimate to animate. And, finally, the most difficult of all, animate to animate. The peak of that is self-transfiguration of animate to animate. Like this. She then stood in the middle of the floor and muttered, Timber Wolf, I think, given the room. She then smoothly switched to Pouncer, before switching back again. After hearing all the gasps from those who listened and watched, she calmly sat down again. Bloody hell, said one of the various students who joined them in the compartment. Can all three of you do that? Harry gave a shrug, stood, appeared to concentrate for a moment, and said, Grey Wolf. He then shifted to Hunter, before shifting back again. As they all heard the gasps again, Daphne snorted and said, Nice try. What? Asked Harry. What did I do wrong? Daphne seemed to think for a few moments before she replied, Your fur was a little dark for a grey wolf. And you carried across the color of your eyes. Wolves have amber-colored eyes, possibly dark brown. They definitely don't have green. Okay, Miss Clever Witch, he huffed. Show me, and gestured to the floor. With a smirk, Daphne stood, frowned a moment and shifted. Tracker stood there a few moments before Daphne shifted back to human form. Ha, said Harry, you accused me of having too dark fur, and yours was too light along your ruff. At least she was closer with the eyes, Harry, smirked Hermione. Green was just too startling on a wolf. Well, we've still got work to do to get them exact, said Harry. I still say it's pretty good for 5th years. As they neared London, most of those who just stopped by and never left, rushed back to their own compartments to be with their trunks and stuff as the train pulled into the station. Once it had pulled in, and the others left, the three cancelled their changes to the compartment to set it back to Express Standard. Then portkeyed out of the compartment to the Granger garage, without even stepping foot on the platform. When Aunt, innocently enough, asked how the exams went, Hermione launched into a half-hour-long complaint session about how she thought she might have failed various subjects and hoped her parents wouldn't be too disappointed when she had to repeat the year. Both Aunt and Sally looked as if they listened attentively, but the amused glances to Harry and Daphne told them the Grangers were used to this sort of behavior. I'm sure it'll be fine, honey. Oh, I don't think it'll be as bad as you think. Well, as long as you did your best. We'll just have to wait for the results to arrive to see for ourselves. When will you find out how well you did? You don't know. I'm sure it'll be in plenty of time for you to pick your new subjects. Don't worry. After half an hour, with her parents amusedly paying her some attention, it didn't look like Hermione was about to slow down anytime soon. Harry sighed, walked up to her, and simply gathered her in his arms as he eyed her as pianately as he could. When he stepped back, it looked as if he'd managed to short-circuit her as she stood frozen on the spot. A firm nod and grin, knowing he'd done a good job, he turned to the Grangers and asked, So, how's little Wags? I didn't see him when we came in. Sally was about to answer when Hermione gave a start, blinked and said, Oh, my God, I don't believe I forgot about Wags. I mean, William, where is he? Oh, dear. He must think me a horrible big sister for not thinking about him and coming to say hello, straight away. I've gotta find him. After a frantic look about, she suddenly ran from the room, looking for her brother. William, she called, from somewhere along the hallway. Where are you? She knows he's, only 8 months old, right? Asked Daphne. Not at the moment, she doesn't, replied Sally. I think Harry's derailed her ability to think properly. Harry, now well past the stage where he'd blush after a comment like that, just grinned back and said, It tends to work. We had to do things like that, before and during the exams, to get her to settle down. They only managed to get Hermione settled down when they practically forced her into an armchair in the lounge and Sally placed baby William in her arms. Once ensconced, she began babbling at the baby, telling him all about Hogwarts and what he had to look forward to. Meanwhile, Harry and Daphne organized the bedroom and had Dobby bring the trunks in. Harry was becoming well and truly relaxed after a very stressful year, while staying with the Grangers. Before they left after the first week and a bit, heading for the farm, the three made the time to sit down and plan out what subjects they wanted to take for Newts. But, we don't even know if we've ped any yet, said a slightly worried Hermione. Take it that we got at least exceeds expectations on all of them, and we'll figure it from there, suggested Daphne. Over the next couple of days, the three thought a lot about their subjects. Daphne had borrowed a book off her parents about the various careers in the wizarding world, and what subjects were considered important for each of them. And what do you plan on doing, Harry? Asked Hermione. He gave a little shrug and said, we haven't thought to ask our angels what they think we should do, yet. Maybe there's certain subjects we should focus on for that. I know you don't like the profession all that much, said Daphne. But, I think you should focus on politics. After Harry gave a little scowl, she continued, if we're going to make significant changes to improve society, as the angels expect us to do, then the answer lies in the Wizengamot and creating, amending and canceling legislation. I think the three of us are going to have to focus at least part of our efforts in learning everything we can about drafting legislation. As long as we're well knowledgeable in that area, we can't be browbeat by the old hands into backing off. She's right, agreed Hermione. I hadn't thought of that. That means study in wizarding law, muggle law, history and similar. I also need to take proper control of the Potter finances, said Harry. That means I'll need to take the Newt, estate planning, elective, law elective, and the introduction to the ministry elective. Plus, I think I'll continue in my studies of ancient runes, charms, transfiguration and Dada. That's 7, said Hermione, writing them down. I don't think you should do any more than that. You've still got your current responsibilities to the Wizengamot to attend. And that's likely to increase in the very near future, now that many who sat on the Wizengamot are either dead or in Azkaban. And, don't forget, you two will be inducted as full members of the Wizengamot at the next sitting, said Harry. So, you have to make allowances for your service there when figuring out your own CL load. So, what about you two? Potions, charms, transfiguration, ancient runes, and arithmancy for core subjects, listed Daphne. Law, and healing for electives, I think. That makes 7 for me. As Hermione finished writing those down, she asked, what about estate planning and subjects like that? We'll have access to Harry's texts on the subject, she replied. Plus, we've got access to my father's knowledge, if we need to ask anything. All right, Hermione, said Harry. It's time to bite the bullet and choose. I don't think either of us would believe you've not given significant thought to what you want to do as a career. So, Spill, with a sigh of frustration, she replied, I know, for a fact, I want to continue with charms, transfiguration and arithmancy, probably ancient runes. But, what I really want to do, is research. What sort of research? Asked Daphne. Spell research, I think, she replied. I want to develop new spells and research improvements in other areas of magical theory, and the like. Then, on top of your first 4 choices, you'll probably need to continue with history of magic, said Daphne. And add the electives enchanting and something else of your choosing. Healing, perhaps. There's a whole range of specialist spells attached only to healing. As she nodded along with the recommendations, Hermione was writing them down. If Binz's Newt CL is anything like his Owl's CL, it's actually going to be pretty useless to me. Maybe, said Daphne. However, you'll need a Newt in the subject to be able to study further. For research, history of magic is a must, I'm afraid. I take it you're hoping for an invitation to join the research unit of the Department of Mysteries. Down the track, yes, she replied. However, I don't think there's a great need for me to join the Unspeakables right out of school. I'd like to work independently for a while, if that's all right. Of course, it is, said both spouses. Laughing a little, Harry said, I don't think it'll drive the Potters into bankruptcy, if you must know. Then, yes, she firmly said, looking down at the list. These are the subjects I want to take through to Newts, if I score high enough on my Owls. Then, said Harry, unless we hear differently, these are the course loads we'll be taking at Hogwarts for the next 2 years. Hermione sighed and said, I guess. But, I'd like to hear more about the subject of spellcrafting and research before I definitely choose. We can do that once we're at the farm or the Black House, said Daphne. We may even be able to use those orders of Merlin to get in to talk to the researchers in the Department of Mysteries. They'll have excellent suggestions for you. Actually, that sounds like a wonderful idea, replied Hermione, brightening up. After their pleasant time at the Granger residence, the three moved without much fanfare to the farm. Now that they had access to the flow system again, Harry made a quick dash across to Potter Retreat to make sure everything was all right there. Before returning, almost immediately, to the farm. How's Jeeves and the rest of the staff? Asked Hermione. "They're all fine," replied Harry. "But, Jeeves again asked me when we're likely to move permanently to the manor." "Did you tell him we'll be living there for the rest of the summer about 2 weeks from now?" asked Daphne. "I did," he replied with a nod. That seemed to perk him up a bit. "Well, he's just going to have to be happy with that for yet another 2 years," she said, as if the subject was closed. "He knows," he sighed. Because it was the break between the owl year and the first newt year, the three didn't have any IGN ments they needed to complete. This left Hermione a bit stressed until Daphne convinced Astoria to let Hermione help her with hers, and Astoria immediately asked. Then, for the next few days for a couple hours each, Hermione could be found happily talking to Astoria about her IGN ments, and providing added instruction when the younger girls seemed to be a bit confused about a particular subject. This then led to Astoria inviting her friends over for study sessions, and Hermione helping them all out with their IGN ments. It was just before their last day at Greenger Farm when Harry received notice from the Wizengamot Administration Service of an upcoming Wizengamot meeting, and the girls received their first summons to the meeting to be inducted. Proud as punch, Matthias then immediately declared a trip to Twilfit and Tattings to be fitted for Wizengamot robes was in order, and the three were off to the alley. Though he felt he didn't really need them, Harry was refitted for new robes, as he'd grown some since his first sitting. And, with all three now fitted and provided new Wizengamot robes shrunken in their pockets, with Matthias the three returned to the farm. The next day was the move to the Black House, and the day after that was the Wizengamot meeting. Other than just moving from one location to another, Harry spent part of his time writing up his speech as the applicant to induct both his wives. Unlike the one he gave on receiving his second order of Merlin, this one was quite tame. It only spoke about the very of both, and how they fearlessly stood by his side when facing Riddle, casting their own spells and providing point defense. On the morning of the meeting, just before they needed to take the flow to the atrium of the ministry, they were joined by Matthias and Dees, who had earlier side-along apparated the Grangers to the farm, and who were also joining them. Their presence was yet another surprise for Hermione. "All here?" asked Sirius, as he looked about. Answering his own question he firmly said, "Yep," and rubbed his hands in glee. With Matthias and Dees leading the way, the party flew through with Sirius bringing up the rear. "All here," the old dog immediately declared. Then they headed for the Wizengamot chambers. Sirius, Matthias, Dees, and Ancelle all climbed the stairs into the visitors' gallery, while Daphne and Hermione were led off to the new inductees' waiting area. Harry ducked through the back door and met up with the other members of the Wizengamot, who were all waiting in the members' embling area. The members were almost immediately called out to emblay, climbing into the members' tiers, with the last being the Chief Warlock. And, at exactly the time called for the meeting, the Chief Warlock banged his gavel to signal the start of the meeting. Of course, after the calling of the reason for embling, Hermione and Daphne were brought forth to be inducted. Harry immediately stood as the applicant and was allowed his speech. Brightest witches of their ages, consistently challenging one another for the highest honors in each of their clees. Showed great courage in standing by my side while we faced evil personified in the form of the Dark Wizard, Tom Riddle. I stood in my training and, themselves, trained for more than a year to ensure Riddle's defeat. All the usual tosh. Then came a speaker against. It was quite unusual, and the other members catcalled her for it. But, as she claimed, she had the right. She spoke about how sitting both Daphne and Hermione gave the Potter family 3 seats on the Wizengamot. Then spoke about their combined youth. Segued into how all 3 were still students and, she UMed, all 3 would remain so until after completing their newts. Made vague references to possible apprenticeship contracts and how, as apprentices, they were completely beholden to their masters for even so much as permission to attend. And finished with how it meant an unprecedented number of sitting Order of Merlin holders. That led to one of the wizened old members to stand. He began by rebutting her points with logical arguments, and even included points of law. First, as holders of the Order of Merlin, all 3 Potters were entitled to sit. That was enshrined in law and, to speak against it, meant to speak against ancient laws. He then spoke of the history of the Wizengamot where, centuries past, they'd had even younger members sit, and in greater numbers. He then stated that any apprenticeship contracts, if such were in their future, would require the master to allow them to attend their Wizengamot duties, as such instances had also occurred in the past. And finished by stating if the three were old enough to earn an order of Merlin, then, by Merlin, they were old enough to sit in their tiers. As there had been a speaker against, there had to be a vote, however it was just a formality, as the rebutter reminded them. Because the vote became moot, it was by acclamation. Both girls were given their standing ovations as they ascended into the tiers and simultaneously sat, one to each side, of Harry, as pre-arranged, before the applause ended and the rest of the members retook their seats. Once the real business of the chamber began, the main order of business was what to do with all the Death Eaters they captured on the night Riddle fell. Some were just for tossing them in Azkaban, for which Harry vehemently disagreed, while others demanded a speedy, yet fair, trial for all of them. The result was speedy trials, and Madame Bones's department were ordered to expedite matters to ensure all faced justice as soon as possible. The current makeup of the judiciary was mentioned as a risk, but a vote to change the membership was quashed. Again, other members approached the three Potters about forming alliances and getting their feel on certain issues. This time, with strong support from his wives, Harry hinted at the needs to rid their nation of laws outlandishly in favor of purebloods over those considered of lesser blood. And a few other matters. He also spoke about how, reducing the number of tax breaks for purebloods, just because they were considered pureblood, would allow greater funds to boost their Auror and Hit Wizard Corps, and provide funding for others who had pet projects they were unable to gain funding for. While he didn't receive firm support or outright objection, he felt he'd accomplished something from the political maneuvering. In new business after lunch, someone wanted to move a motion to censure Harry for his remarks on the evening of his second award. However, the same rebutter as earlier, reminded members that the new recipient was given the right to speak their mind, no matter how some might be offended. It was felt that, because they'd accomplished a feat worthy of such an award, they'd earned the right to speak their mind. Harry remembered the man from earlier sessions and knew him to be extremely knowledgeable on both the history of the Wizengamot and its operation. He bore being courted as a possible ally in changing the laws to be fairer for all magicals. The mover of the motion then claimed he was unaware of that important point, and immediately withdrew his motion with the consent of the seconder. Shortly thereafter, the meeting was closed. This time the three held back to make a few more contacts, based on Daphne's urging, and left a little later to rejoin their families. Once back at the Black House, Hermione said, "That was more annoying than Harry's induction. What was it with those people putting up a fuss? 1. Harry is the boy who lived, and no one was going to contest him being a member. The press and, through them, the public would have torn them apart," said Daphne. 2. You're a Muggleborn, which is really what the problem with the diehard conservatives was all about. They just couldn't say that, so they came at you from a different direction. And, 3. They're right to be worried that the Potters now have 3 seats in their ranks. Because we're there due to being awarded orders of Merlin, it means we're there for life. The only way we can be removed is for them to prove the orders of Merlin were falsely awarded. Which they can't do because too many people saw us actually earn them. And it was done in practically the most public of places in Wizarding Britain, the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. That's, began Hermione, looking like she was building up to a rant. "Stupid," said Daphne, cutting her off. "Yes, there was a reason Harry and I were so pleased we'd face Riddle in the middle of the atrium, and with over 24 Aurors and unspeakables backing us up. No one can deny we didn't actually face Riddle, after all." Clearly accepting the explanation and considering the matter closed, Hermione asked, "So, what now?" "We plan, we graduate and we act," Daphne firmly replied. "And, what are we planning?" she asked. "That's part of the planning process," smiled Harry. "What exactly it is we're going to do?" "Oh, sure," he continued. "We have the general idea of improving the wizarding world here in Great Britain, dragging it up to the 21st century, and all. But how we go about that is currently unknown. That's what we need to work on." "All right, then," said Hermione. "Planning, I can do. But, I'm going to need some ideas. Somewhere we can start. Let's make a list of all those things we see wrong, or bad, and then add to that with what we can do to start to fix it." And, so, the 3 Potters pulled out the parchment and ink and started to instorm. Ideas were posited. Then, they were either dismissed, given a lower priority, or added to the top of the pile. Get better treatment for house elves quickly became get better treatment for all sentient magical beings. Werewolves are wizards and witches with a treatable disease, not dark creatures. Veela are witches with an added gift, not creatures. Muggle studies needs to be updated to the cusp of the 21st century, and then built upon. Studies of the non-magical world. Force Hogwarts to employ a mundane-raised expert. The term, Muggle, should be considered offensive. Replace it with mundane, non-magical, or something even less obnoxious. Make terms such as mudblood an offense, and considered akin to common alt upon all those who overheard it. Have an integration, reintegration. Expert visit the homes of any so-called Muggleborn, mundaneborn, first gen, new gen, regen, reactivant, upon the first time the child expresses accidental magic. Finally send in for publishing the final draft on the Book of Soul Bonds, Souls and the Theory of Souls going into the bodies of Muggleborns due to the lack of new magical babies being born. Force fairer hiring practices upon the ministry. No less than 10% of all positions must be mundane raised, move to 15% within 10 years. Ensure no GL ceiling develops. That's a lot, and I don't think it's anywhere near what we're going to have to do, said Daphne. That's okay, said Harry, with a shrug. After Newts, we've got the rest of our lives to work on it all. While staying at the Black House during the first week, Narcissa and Draco finally returned to Malfoy Manor. The goblins had erred. The entire grounds had been searched, including the extensive basement with its hidden rooms. During their search of the basement, they'd come across a great deal of dark arts items and reported such to Narcissa. She immediately said, "Destroy it. Destroy it, all." And the goblins did exactly that, and presented her with a list, and the curses involved on each, at the end of it. Harry and his wives and Sirius were still pretty ambivalent about sharing a home with the ex-Malfoys, but were happy to see them return to their own home. For Sirius, he'd had to tolerate his cousin, Narcissa, underfoot almost all day every day. And it was during their stay at the Black House that their owl results arrived. All three Ministry owls arrived at almost the same time, while the three and Sirius were having breakfast together. All three landed on the informal dining table in the kitchen, the same one that was often used as the meeting table for the Order of the Phoenix in the old timeline. A quick scan to check for curses and other foul magics, and the three birds were quickly stripped of their loads. "They're charmed," said Harry immediately. "They're charmed so that only the person to whom they're addressed can open them," said Padfoot. "So, go ahead." Of course, Hermione began to immediately fret. "Hermione, we've done this before," reasoned Daphne. "You ranked near the top of the year last time, if I correctly recall. It's not as if you could have done worse, what with what we know now." With trembling hands, and after taking a deep breath, Hermione gave a firm nod to herself before quickly breaking the seal and opening the envelope. A few moments later her face slowly broke into a wide smile, and then her hand tremors stopped. She sat back with a big sigh of happiness. "Well?" asked Daphne. "Open yours first," she shot back. "Very well," said Daphne. She quickly flipped her envelope over, broke the seal, and withdrew the parchment. After a quick scan through it, she, too, broke into a wide smile. Both wives then turned to Harry. "What?" he asked. Sirius gave a snort and said, "If you don't open it, pup, I think they'll kill you." "Oh," he said, "you mean my owl results?" With glared daggers from both his wives, Harry gave a bit of chuckle and opened his own. Sliding it out, he schooled his face not to show emotion, opened the parchment inside and read. Taking a deep sigh and smashing down hard on his occlumency, he adopted an expression of disappointment. He looked to his bondmates and asked, "Well, Hermione, how did you do?" With a big smile she read, "Ancient runes, arithmancy, astronomy, charms, Dada, herbology, history of magic, Muggle studies and transfiguration, all outstanding plus. Care of magical creatures and potions. Outstandings. 20 out of 22 possible owls. Ranked first in our year." "Bloody hell," muttered Sirius. He earned a frown from Hermione for his language. She knew, now, not to berate the man, especially as they were in his home. "Daphne?" asked Harry. Daphne flipped back open her results parchment and listed them. "Ancient runes, arithmancy, charms, dada, herbology, history of magic, potions and transfiguration, all outstanding plus. Astronomy, care of magical creatures and muggle studies. Outstandings, 19 out of 22 possible owls. Ranked second in our year. Harry, asked Sirius, almost squirming in his own seat out of anticipation. Harry grinned and flipped open his ancient runes, charms, dada, herbology, muggle studies and transfiguration, all outstanding plus. Astronomy, care of magical creatures and potions, all outstandings. History of magic, exceeds expectations. I also received a bonus owl for dada. First in Europe, apparently. And 17 out of 21 possible owls. Ranked 6th in our year. Woo-hoo, cried Sirius, immediately hopping out of his chair and doing a jig. That's better than even your father or I did. Merlin, that's better than Remus and Lily did. Suddenly he stopped, stood tall and declared, today, we sell it. We need to mail our friends, said Daphne. Yes, but first, we need to mail our family, said Hermione. Better yet, said Sirius. We'll flow to see Matthias and Dees, then apparate to Aunt and Sele. I think this is the sort of news that should be shared in person. After a quick stop at the farm, the Greengrass, Potters and Sirius all portkeyed to the Grangers. After a quick whirl in her father's arms, and a squeal of, Daddy, from Hermione, the full family, with Astoria this time, met in the Grangers' lounge. Extra chairs were conjured so everyone could sit. With the results ped around between everyone, even Astoria wanted to see, there were hearty congratulations for the 20, 19 and 17 owls, said Matthias. I suppose we really shouldn't be surprised, considering your history. But it's still amazing, said Dees. So, what subjects are you considering for your newts? Asked Sirius. Hermione started. I'm taking charms, transfiguration, arithmancy, ancient runes, and history of magic, and probably the enchanting and healing electives, making 7 subjects, she quickly stated. However, I want to speak with the unspeakables about what subjects I should take to get into spell and general research before I consider those firm. I was thinking about doing law, too, but I can take the lead from Daphne and Harry for that. Daphne, asked Matthias. Potions, charms, transfiguration, ancient runes and arithmancy for core subjects. Then the law and healing electives, she quickly replied. That's also 7 subjects. And, Harry, said Sirius. Ancient runes, charms, transfiguration and dada for the core subjects, and the estate planning, law and introduction to the ministry electives, he replied. Though, the last one is still iffy, but makes 7 subjects, too. So, we know Hermione wants to get into research with a focus on spell research, said Dees. And, we know Daphne wants to seek a career in healing. I can't tell what field you're seeking, Harry. Your choices are quite general. Politics, replied Harry, promptly. That, plus taking care of the finances of House Potter. Both Daphne and Hermione have convinced me the field of politics is where I should direct my efforts. I think that's a wise choice, said Matthias. But, if they hadn't suggested it to you, what field would you have chosen? Probably working on mysteries, he replied with a shrug. But, not in their combat arm. Though, Croaker would probably want me in that area. I had originally thought of being an Auror, like my dad, but not anymore. James only entered law enforcement because we were, at the time, at war, Harry, said Dees. He knew magical Britain needed as many fighters for the light as they could get. It was his strong sense of duty that led him to that career. Otherwise, he'd never have become an Auror. Perking up, Harry asked, oh, and, what would he have become, if not for the war? In his early years at Hogwarts he showed a strong interest in becoming a teacher, replied Matthias. His dream, at the time, was to one day replace Minerva McGonagall as Professor of Transfigurations at Hogwarts. And Minerva was encouraging him to do so. I didn't know that, Harry softly replied, a little in awe. A professor, he quietly mused. I could see it, said Dees. He always had a certain knack for teaching difficult parts of both theory and practicalities in Transfiguration. That's where it must come from, Harry, said Hermione, perking up a bit as she realized something. Your ability to teach, even though it's in Dada, must come from your father. After a second week at the Black House, the three bondmates were ready to move to Potter Retreat, their true home. However, just before they were due to depart, Sirius pulled the three of them into his office for a last-minute chat. After they all sat down, he said, I remember you saying that the three of you didn't get much of a honeymoon, and stayed in isolation at Potter Retreat after your wedding. So, I've been talking it over with the family, and have come up with a solution. Padfoot, Harry quietly began, before Sirius raised his hand in a stop gesture. Hear me out, he said. You mentioned how you'd like to spend your honeymoon on a tropical island, and playing on the beach. At least, that was the impression everyone got from what you said. He then reached into a drawer on the desk and pulled out a large polished wooden ring, and placed it on the table before them. That is a permanent portkey that will take you from the welcoming hall here, to Black Island in the Caribbean and back, he explained. We expect you three to make use of it for no less than 2 weeks during this break. The island comes fully victualled and has only the single house. Because of the wards, no one will find you there, let alone disturb you. You three deserve a proper honeymoon, and this should count for that. Harry was completely gobsmacked. It was Hermione who eventually asked, This island is where you holed up during the first part of 4th year, right? With a wide smile, Sirius replied, It is. Thank you, Sirius, said Daphne, picking up the wooden ring. I, for one, really appreciate this. Sirius waved off her thanks and began to stand. It's my pleasure. I wasn't able to take care of more than a few of my godfather duties, but ensuring my godson can take his wives to a tropical island for their honeymoon is well within my abilities to accomplish. With Dobby moving their trunks across, the three walked into the informal dining area part of the kitchen and relaxed at table. 3 cups of tea and a side plate of sliced cake between them. With a sigh, Harry said, Finally. Home, said Hermione. Daphne nodded in agreement. Jeeves, Hermione softly called. A bare moment later and the elf major domo for Potter Retreat popped in alongside her. Yes, Mistress Hermione, he asked. Anything of note happened to any Potter property while we've been away? She asked. No, Mistress, the little elf immediately replied. All Potter properties are being safe and well cared for. That's excellent news, Jeeves, said Hermione. Thank you. The elderly elf gave a slight bow and popped away again. That reminds me, said Daphne. Now that riddle's been dealt with, are you going to go ahead with your plans to have the manor wired for that, Tris. T. Electricity. Yes, said Harry. And, yes, as long as I can find a squib electrician who can do it for us. Otherwise, how do we get a muggle electrician to do the work when they can't even see the property? I really don't want to drop the wards to allow one in for a couple of weeks, as it means Potter Manor will immediately be remembered by all those who've been here in the past and the Fidelius charm made forget. How would we go about finding something like that out? Asked Hermione. Harry grinned and replied, The goblins, of course. They'll want a cut, warned Daphne. If they can find such an electrician, it'll be worth it, said Harry. Can you imagine how long it would take us to find one? If the goblins want an extra 10%, I'll happily pay it. It'll be worth it. Can we get it organized during our time here, this break? Asked a clearly excited Hermione. If that's what you want, replied Harry. But, please, don't be disappointed if it takes them well past the break before they can track one down. And then see if they can get it done. And then see when they can get it done, etc. Hermione nodded back, but clearly thought it wasn't going to be too hard for the goblins to track one down. After sending a letter via Hedwig to account manager Sharpclaw, the almost immediate return letter from the goblin proved Hermione correct. As Sharpclaw explained through his letter, the goblins kept an up-to-date record of all squib tradespeople they were able to track down. For electricians they had no less than half a dozen dotted across the Isles. And one was located no less than a few minutes away from where Potter Retreat was located on the outskirts of Merlin's Bridge Village, in the nearest major town, Haverfordwest. Reading the letter, Harry sighed and ped it to Daphne. Hermione was correct, as usual, he muttered. The goblins have a database of squib and those permitted to know tradespeople and other ordered professionals. Hermione laughed and said, I know. My parents are on the register as dentists, parents of a Muggleborn and, therefore, in the know. Harry stared at her in shock for a few moments before turning to an amused Daphne. Daphne love, our wife pulled a prank on us. No, dear, just you, she smirked. I already knew of it, and that the Grangers were on the register. My father introduced them as Muggle, teeth healers, to the goblins. Harry stared at both wives, who were impudently grinning back. You pranked me, he accused them. The pair of you pranked me. We did, admitted Hermione, before both girls broke into laughter. Just for that, I could cancel the whole concept and not have electricity installed, he grouched. No, you promised, retorted Daphne. With a sigh, he huffed, fine, and set to work drafting a letter to the squib electrician to meet up to discuss their needs. He even sent the man a portkey that would take them to the welcoming hall in the manor. Now that riddle was dealt with, the risk of an attack via that method had, of course, significantly dropped. As the holidays progressed, life at Potter Retreat quickly settled down. The squib electrician quickly accepted the job to retrofit the manor with electricity, and work began a little over a week later. Because of the effect magic had on electricity, they wouldn't have the entire manor fitted. Instead, they opted for certain rooms, and for the cabling to be heavily shielded. There was sufficient lighting provided by gas lights, so there was no need for electrical lighting to be installed. They decided that the Lord and Lady's offices would have wall sockets for the possible installation of computers at a later date, together with a phone line each, for contacting the non-magical world. The family's wing would have power provided to the private sitting room, which would become the multimedia room and contain the television and like equipment. The electrician also spoke of special runic arrays that could be installed around the entirety of the new multimedia room, and where the computers would be installed in each office. They acted as a sort of magical Faraday cage, and kept magic performed outside the room or area from permeating the room or area. He claimed that, though he was a squib, he discovered that runes were not beyond him, and had a witch relative teach him all she knew on the subject. In exchange, the three taught the electrician the anti-magic runic arrays they'd helped develop for the corridors and other public areas within Hogwarts, and installed those inside the electrician's own array, in a nested fashion. The rest of the house would remain free of electrical devices, so magic could be cast through the house. When the day came for the electricians to commence their work, the three made use of the portkey given to them by Sirius to finally have that tropical island honeymoon. They loved it. The island was barely large enough to be considered an actual island. However, it was more than big enough for the three bondmates. The small house located not too far from the edge of a beautiful white sand beach had made plentiful use of space expansion charms on the inside. The house was outfitted with a decent-sized combined Leary and office, an extravagant kitchen, a master bedroom with an oversized king-size bed with attached ensuite. The ensuite was fitted with a magical jacuzzi whirlpool bath, shower and adjacent toilet. The walk-in robe had plenty of hanging and shelf space for all their clothes. And extra bedrooms for guests, though they had none. Outside had a lovely combined barbecue and entertaining area, a permanent gazebo down on the edge of the sand for the beach, with running fresh water. An outside shower to rinse off with before heading back inside was attached. Everything else was just extraneous to their needs. The first 2 days was spent exploring the island, the third was spent swimming and relaxing. On the fourth day, Hermione calmly walked outside, nude, to go for a swim. Which had the other two glance at one another, grin and immediately shuck their clothes to join her, frolicking in the shallows of the gentle surf. By the time they returned to Britain, all three had full-body tans, were very relaxed and sported mile-wide grins. Sirius took one look at them and burst out laughing. "We now know why you headed for the island to recuperate from Azkaban, Sirius," said Hermione. "It's lovely, and I had no idea Harry was such a good cook," said Daphne, sitting on one of the couches in Black Manor with a dreamy sigh. "He's even better than the elf cooks at Hogwarts." "I wouldn't go that far," muttered Harry, while blushing. "No, she's right," disagreed Hermione. "You are. We went spear fishing using bubblehead charms, one day, and caught a couple of fish," said Daphne. "As soon as we returned to the beach, Harry descaled, gutted and cleaned them, before lightly frying them up on the barbecue to be added to a lovely salad with an pepper vinaigrette dressing. It was divine. While Hermione and Daphne seemed lost in their memories, Sirius turned to Harry and grinned. Maybe it's a recipe you can teach Chuckles and your house elves. Honestly, Sirius, said Harry. It was just something I thought up on the spot and threw together. It was no big deal. Oh, but that wasn't the best meal, I think, said Hermione, suddenly. He made this dish, which was quite simple really. He cut up a rack of lamb ribs and lightly fried them. Then he simply upended a jar of plum jam into the fry pan, and brought the whole lot back up to a simmer, and left it like that for about 15 minutes. Now, I thought it was going to be way too sweet to eat. But, it wasn't. They were delicious. But, messy, added Daphne. Leaving it to simmer for so long allows the sugar in the jam to caramelize, muttered Harry. That cancels out a lot of the sucrose sweetness, leaving behind the fructose from the plums. Not a difficult dish, and it really only takes a few minutes to prepare. So, what you're saying is, Harry can cook, said Sirius. Cook is too unrefined a word to use, said Daphne. He, chefs, food, said Hermione. He, prepares it the way food should be prepared. He, oh, I don't know. But, cooks, is definitely the wrong word. It's too pedestrian for what Harry does. Meanwhile, Harry was blushing away like mad. Sirius, seeing his godson blush so much, just laughed. Maybe we can convince Harry to cook for the family, one night, he chuckled. If he's as good as you say he is, we may have found a bit of a career for him. He's cooked breakfast at Hermione's parents' place, said Daphne. Usually, it's just breakfast. But he can lay on a good spread just doing that, too. Finally returning to the manor, the electrician awaited them. As per your specifications, everything's done, he explained. As you requested, I've also set up your electricity and telephone account bills to be sent to the Muggle address for Gringotts, and the goblins will ensure they're paid on time, each time they fall due. I hope you don't mind me doing so, but I've also sent my bill directly to the goblins for payment. So, you don't need to take care of that. That's fine, on both counts, replied Harry. And thank you very much. As I've already explained, having electricity in the home is something my wife, Hermione, kind of insisted upon. She loves her television shows and videos. Just hope she doesn't become addicted to the internet, like my eldest boy, grinned the electrician. We had to get a second telephone line installed, else we'd never have a free telephone for others to ring us, or us to be able to ring them. Hermione perked up. You can have more than one. Before she immediately answered her own question. Of course you can have more than one. After all, some people run offices from inside their homes. They'd need a phone line for each, and probably another line for a fax machine. I don't know why I didn't think of that. As Hermione rambled a bit, Harry just sighed and turned to the electrician. You'd better install another 2 phone lines. I have a feeling we'll need at least one more before too long. Well, replied the electrician, scratching the back of his head in a fashion similar to how Harry did the same. I can easily have the second line up and installed in a couple of hours. The telephone cable has enough individual strands to allow 2 lines to run off one cable. However, I'm going to need to run another cable back to the street to have a 3rd or 4th line installed. Do it, said Harry. I take it you've buried the line with a pull-through in place. I have, replied the electrician. Then, do it, said Harry. It's not needed right away, though. Do it when you've got time. Call Jeeves when you need to enter the manor. I'll let him know you can come in to install the extra lines. That'll make it easy, replied the electrician. Yeah, I'll do that. In the meantime, are both power and the telephone line now connected? Asked Hermione. I to both, ma'am, replied the older man. He then handed her a piece of paper with a telephone number written on it. This is your new telephone number. I'll let you know what the numbers are for the other lines once they're installed and connected. Thank you, she softly said with a wide smile, accepting the slip. As soon as the electrical contractor left, Hermione was immediately on the phone to call her parents and let them know their new telephone number. She even used the opportunity to demonstrate the use of the telephone to Daphne. Harry was happy to leave Hermione to it, as it made her almost ecstatic to be able to use the Muggle communication device. Apparently, the use of owls was all right, but instant communication via telephone was much better. Her delight might have been tempered a little if the Grangers had a fireplace that could be connected to the Flow network, but, even if they did, it wouldn't be. The risk of some muggle not in the know seeing the fireplace used in such a manner was too great a risk. Therefore, owls were the only form of communication allowed a Muggleborn household. Of course, that decision from the Ministry did not include the use of the communication mirrors, or patronuses with the audible component. They were, essentially, unknown to the Ministry, and, therefore, were not seen as a form of communication. By the time the three left Potter Retreat for King's Cross Station at the end of their summer break, the manor had been wired up with the 2 extra telephone lines. And a network cable had been run from the Lord's office to the Lady's office, for future use of an internal network and internet connection. Harry couldn't see the value in it, but Hermione seemed almost desperate for it, so he relented. The final installation of the extra telephone line and network cable had Hermione then dragging the 3 of them to a computer store in town, where 2 IBM-compatible computers, 2 printers with a ream of A4 paper each, a high-speed 28.8 kilobits modem, and a couple of other peripherals were all purchased and installed in the 2 offices in the manor. While Hermione set them up, claiming she had experience setting up her mother and father's workplace network, and her father's computer at home in his den, Harry and Daphne just stood back and watched. "I've been itching to get my hands on this," she said, still unboxing computer equipment. "It's called Windows 95 and it was only released 11 months ago, about a week before we returned to Hogwarts after the summer break. Using this means we don't have to use a socket program, such as WinSock, to connect to the internet via the modem. I'm also looking forward to seeing what the new versions of Netscape and Internet Explorer are like. But, I've heard bad things about Windows Mail." As Hermione continued to rabbit on, Daphne turned to Harry and quietly asked, "Do you have any idea what she's talking about?" "Nope," he just as quietly replied. "I think I read somewhere something about computers communicating with networks with modems, though. Dudley's had his connect to something called a BSS. BBS, corrected Hermione, barely breaking off her description on the IBM-compatible computer she was now starting to set up. It's an acronym that stands for Bulletin Board System. You could think of it as the precursor to the modern internet. It took Hermione about 2 hours to set up both computers, another 2 hours on the phone with a local internet provider to arrange a temporary volume use internet account, and 3 hours of reading manuals to figure out how to get the first computer to share its connection with the second computer. However, she finally got it all running as she liked it, but, due to the lateness of the hour, had to firmly be told that she could show the other 2 how to use the computer and the internet the next morning. Harry and Daphne became somewhat proficient by the time they had to leave to return to Hogwarts for, as Hermione smirkingly called them, newbies, in the use of the World Wide Web and Word for Windows. After being dropped off via portkey onto platform 9 3/4, this time going on their own and without chaperone, the 3 bondmates immediately boarded the train. As they walked into a free compartment in a carriage somewhat near where their friends knew they could find them, Daphne was gushing about Microsoft Word. "I cannot believe how much easier Word would make writing IGN ments," she gushed. "You can move words around on the parchment and put them in all sorts of different orders. And means you can write everything on there before you write out your final draft." "Hang on," said Harry, interrupting. "Let's set the compartment up, first. Then you two can talk about word processors." That had both his wives nodding in agreement. Standing outside the compartment they'd chosen, Harry began with the necessary space expansion. "Charm. A bit bigger, methinks," he muttered, raising his wand. He set about making the compartment even larger in both lateral directions than on their previous trip. Again, the window was enlarged both vertically and horizontally. It now ran floor to ceiling and was almost 3 times as wide to allow plenty of light within, and improve the view. The bench seats were transfigured into far more comfortable plush-upholstered couches and adorned with family crests, and, similar to last time, a table was created between the seats nearer the window. From a compartment able to seat 6, or 8 at a squeeze, they now had a compartment able to seat about 24 or more in comfort. "Your turn, Daphne," said Harry, stepping out of the way. "I loved the finish you used last time." Daphne frowned for a moment before she began gesturing with her wand. The plush upholstery developed an even more intricate pattern of mixed house crests and was again dominated by the houses of Potter, Greenger, Granger, Black, Davies, Zabini, Longbottom, Abbott and Bones, just like last time. However, with all the extra room this time, she also added in Lovegood, and a few others Harry didn't recognize. Then she turned her wand to the walls and changed the English oak finish to the same European yew with a deeper lacquer finish. Nice, said Harry. Stepping back, Daphne said, your turn, Hermione. Hermione then stepped forward and raised her own wand, changing the gas lighting to polished filigreed BR, clear GL surrounds and multiple gas heads with larger gas bags to provide far more light. Then quickly transfigured the cheap linoleum flooring into a fine weave soft patternless carpet in a deep blue with a deep underlay with a large Potter crest located right in the middle of the floor with the bottom pointing back at the door. Finally, she transfigured the internal wall with its door leading back into the pageway to match the rest of the compartment. Then transfigured the plain GL to frosted and put the Potter crest engraved into the GL of the door so it was clearly seen from the pageway. As she finished, Daphne softly said, yes. This will do. It's even better than last time, smiled Hermione, as she stepped inside. They'd no sooner sat down and got themselves comfortable when the girls restarted their discussion on Word for Windows. It's called a word processor, Daph love, said Hermione. The Muggles use them all the time in offices across the world. Next break, I'm going to see if our printers can handle printing on parchment. If they can, I'm going to see if I can find a set of fonts that closely resemble what letters look like when we write by hand using a quill on parchment. It won't fool anyone into believing we actually wrote them by hand, because it'll look far too good. However, I'm hoping that, if we can make it look as wizardly and handwritten as possible, the professors will accept it. Fonts? Asked Harry, before he realized what she meant. Oh, that's the shape and style of the lettering, right? Right, smiled Hermione. Hermione was apparently all set to launch into her next wildly educational lecture when the door was yanked open. Tracy stood in the doorway with an annoyed scowl on her face. Daphne took one look at her expression and said, "Ah, Roger's being a dick," Tracy suddenly blurted out, before she practically collapsed onto the couch next to Daphne, and cuddled into the other girl. Roger Davies, asked Hermione. Are you two related? Roger is Tracy's older brother, replied Daphne. They don't get along all that well. Turning to Tracy, she asked, and what has Captain Snooty done or said to upset you this time? Captain Snooty, Harry suddenly asked, before he almost collapsed in laughter. Oh, that's rich. Be quiet, Harry, frowned Daphne, before she turned back to Tracy. What's he done? Even though Mum and Dad somewhat approve of Blaze, Roger picked a fight with him, she replied, almost in tears. Then, he had the gall to tell me I can't see him anymore. So, asked Harry, his opinion doesn't matter, only those of your parents do. That's not the point, Harry, said Daphne. Roger will one day be head of the family. So, his opinion does matter. And, with Tommy Riddle now done and dusted, and his lickspittles all either killed or in Azkaban, it's highly unlikely Tracy's father is going to be dropping off the proverbial perch anytime soon, he countered. Therefore, it's highly unlikely Roger is going to become her head of house for any reason anytime soon. I'd say ignore what's crawled up Roger's ass about it, and keep living your life the way you want to live it. That's, actually, good advice, sniffled Tracy. The trouble is, now I just have to convince Blaze of that. Oh, asked Daphne, a little concerned. Roger's attitude's given Blaze cold feet, she replied. He's hardly talking to me now. Want me to take him out the back of the castle and beat the snot out of him? Asked Harry. Or, beat the sense into him. Whichever. That actually made Tracy laugh a little. No, she said. I'll talk to him. I'll make him see that Roger's opinion doesn't matter. Good girl, said Hermione. Tracy had finally noticed the compartment and looked about. This is even nicer than the last time, she said. We thought of some improvements on the basic design, said Daphne. Tracy gave one of her little snorts and muttered, basic design, she says. The group were soon joined by their other friends. Draco came in next, took one look around, shook his head and muttered something about show-offs. before he collapsed into one of the few armchairs the girls had configured to replace the bench seating. Next was Luna. She simply walked in, said hello to everyone, and took a seat at the table, staring out at the platform. Next came Neville, leading both Hannah and Susan. All three took a look around and lightly chuckled before finding their own seats. "This is even better than last time, Harry," said Neville. "I made it a bit bigger," replied Harry. "Then left the ladies to decorate it." "As you should," said Susan. "Ladies have better taste." "Oh, you do not want to go there," smirked Draco. "Why?" taunted Susan. "Think you could do better?" "No," the boy replied. "I just happen to know there are plenty of male professional decorators out there who could do a fantastic job. We had one redecorate Malfoy Manor a few years ago. I think Mother is considering calling him back to redecorate again." While the two had been trading mild taunts, they were joined by Blaise. He took a seat down near Luna for a moment, before he came back and quietly asked Tracy to step outside for a moment. Silencing wards, Blaise, she huffed back, before dragging him down to partway between the bondmates and the window. A silencing ward went up and the two dropped into a silent but serious conversation. Daphne kept a close eye on them. Harry had just turned away from watching the conversation start when Horace Urquhart stood in the doorway. He took one quick look around in surprise before he swiveled his eyes to look worriedly at Harry. "Potter," he quietly said. "Horace," said Harry, with a big grin. "Come in and take a load off your feet." With a visible wave of relief, Urquhart gave a slight nod and entered the compartment. He took one of the other armchairs and sat next to Draco. "Black," he quietly said. Urquhart nodded Draco back. "I'm glad to see you managed to get through our little war relatively unscathed." "As am I," the boy breathed back. "I was sorry to hear you lost your father," said Draco. Daphne stiffed a little and almost surreptitiously reached her hand to grasp the handle of her wand. Urquhart gave a bit of a despondent sigh, before he firmed up and replied, "I shall miss the man I knew as my father. However, I shall not do so for the Death Eater he became." Urquhart almost spat the last 4 words, so deep was his loathing. A few moments later, Daphne relaxed again. "Many have lost parents because of the self-interest of that lying psychopath, Riddle. He had much to answer for. It's a pity his death was so quick. But it had to be done." "It had to be done," muttered Urquhart, echoing her words in agreement. For the rest of the trip, the group were visited by quite a few others. However, this time there were a lot more who came to visit, some because they'd heard from friends who had seen their compartment on the trip at the end of the previous school year, and wanted to see it for themselves. Others even asked to stay. Every one of them was told they could so as long as, if they believed in blood supremacy, they left that attitude outside. By the time they reached Hogsmeade, their compartment was, again, full. They even had a couple of younger years sitting or lying on the floor and either playing games or lightly dozing. "I think we're going to have to make the compartment even bigger for the trip home at Christmas," said Hermione. "No," disagreed Daphne. "I think it would be better if we just configured the compartment next door to be the same." "And then put a door between the two?" asked Hermione. But, before Daphne could respond, she said, "That actually makes much more sense. That way we can make our compartment the private one. And send everyone else we don't want to join us into that one." When they arrived at Hogsmeade, the three disembarked and, as usual, Harry called out a greeting to Hagrid before he headed to the carriages. "Ari," called Hagrid, carrying his lantern and gesturing for Harry to come over as the new first years began to gather around him. Most of them barely came up to where his belt would be, if he wasn't wearing that big moleskin coat. "First years," he bellowed almost absent-mindedly, as he looked at Harry. "First years, to me." Harry and his 2 wives detoured from heading to the coaches and approached Hagrid. "Yeah, Hagrid," asked Harry. "What's up?" "First years," Hagrid again bellowed before turning to Harry. "Ari, I need ya to do me a favor, if ye wouldn't mind. Leave ye trunks and familiars. They'll be taken to Thu Casale for ye," he bellowed. "What do you need, Hagrid?" asked Harry. "There's some in Jed un Corns ma Gorian wants me tea, see to," he explained. "If in ye wouldn't mind, now, could ye see yourself to lead in these little ones across Thu Lake?" Harry gave a little snort and turned to his wives to ask their opinion. "Don't look at me," snorted Daphne. "One trip on those little death traps was enough for me." "I'll go with Daphne on the carriages," said Hermione. "You take the firsties and we'll see you at the castle." With a grin, Harry turned back to Hagrid and said, "Hand over the lamp, big guy." "I'll take him." "Ah, a real champ, Ari," said Hagrid, handing the pole with his suspended lamp to Harry with a wide grin on his face. Accepting the lamp, and still in a booming voice, Hagrid said, "To get through boats goin', jest tap one t, through gunhall and command, forward. Everything. Jest, appens, afterda." Harry gave a light laugh and said, "Understood. Go look after the unicorns." Hagrid gave him a firm pat on the back in farewell, which nearly drove Harry to his knees, and hopped on the back of one of the carriages as it was about to depart. Turning to the gaggle of firsties, he thought, "I wonder what the collective noun for a collection of first years is, anyway." "First years," he called. "First years, to me. Leave your trunks and your familiars. They'll be taken to the castle for you." Once the platform began to clear of students, and he was reasonably sure he had all the first years milling around in front of him, he called, "Right, then. Follow me, single file. The path is quite narrow, so don't try to pee the person ahead of you." Just as Hagrid did with him and his fellow first years, Harry paused at the low open cliff where everyone could see the castle, all lit up from within and without. His own experience in later years confirmed for him that it was only for this initial view for the firsties that the castle was so lit. Normally there was only about a third of the lights as there was on this night. After giving all the little munchkins a good look he said, "Right, then. Onwards to the boats." Arriving down on the pebbly beach with its wharf-like dock, he said, "No more than 4 to a boat." "No, lad, not the first one. That one's mine." Gesturing to the others he said, "There's plenty of room for everybody." As the boats filled up, Harry collected all the poled lanterns that were already lit and set off to one side and handed one to a child in each boat. Once he was sure all the kids were comfortably seated, he gave a firm nod and went to his own. However, before climbing into it, he transfigured the hard wooden seat within to a nice padded divan chair. Once on board, he gave a quick look back at all the boats to make sure no one had decided to hop back out again, drew his wand, and tapped it on the edge of the gunwale with a magical command of, "Forward." With his boat leading the way, all 14 boats pulled away from the dock and fell in behind like little ducklings behind their mother duck. The first thing Harry noticed was that he couldn't watch the kids, facing the wrong way. He conjured 2 large wing mirrors to either side, so he could see back behind. He knew the kids wouldn't get into trouble, as the giant squid would watch for anyone falling in. But he liked to watch them, anyway. As the boats approached the Vine DD entrance to the grotto he could see that someone, probably Hagrid, had been along and trimmed them right back. He didn't have to call to the kids to duck their heads, this time. As soon as his boat brushed up against the stone pier that was their disembarkation point, Harry quickly hopped out and stood at the head of the pier with his lamp. "Nice and easy, does it?" he called back. "No need to race to get out of your boats, now. They'll wait for you. Help each other out." He carefully watched to make sure no child slipped and fell back into the water. Once all the kids were out of the boats, he said, "Right, then. Follow me. It's a bit of hike up all these steps, so don't try and race it." As he led the children up the winding stairs, one of the closest to him, a young girl, almost tremulously asked, "Excuse me, but, are you Harry Potter?" Not to frighten the child, he said, "Yes, little miss, I am." That had a few gasp in surprise and look at him with no little amount of awe. Keeping his pace steady but reduced so as not to tire the kids out before they even reached the ground floor, he led them ever upwards. Did you really? Kill the volume?" one tried to ask. "Tom Riddle," said Harry, interrupting him. "And, yes, I did." He thought about that for a moment before he asked back, "That doesn't frighten you, does it?" And no," the little kid replied. "Good," said Harry, firmly, "because it shouldn't. He was more a terrible beast than a man. And he had to be put down." When they arrived at the doors to the castle a few minutes later, Harry firmly knocked on the door. When Professor Flitwick opened it a moment later, Harry stood there and firmly mimicking Hagrid said, Furs yes, Professor Flitwick. Flitwick took one look at Harry and burst out laughing. Well, we'd better let them in, Mr. Potter. And stood back, opening the door wider. Harry also stood back and ushered all the kids in ahead of him. Once the last one ped through, he followed them inside. With Professor Flitwick leading them to the anteroom, Harry gave the man a jaunty salute, closed the castle door, and walked into the great hall. His wives, as expected, held a space between them for him to join them. Taking a seat between his wives, Harry greeted the others. "Miss the carriages, Harry?" asked Anthony Goldstein. "Hagrid asked me to take the new firsties across the lake in the boats," replied Harry. He had to go and deal with something about injured unicorns in the forest. Harry and the girls were explaining their second honeymoon on the Tahitian island with those sitting nearby when Professor Flitwick escorted the new firsties in. Watching them come, some saw him sitting at the Ravenclaw table, smiled and waved. He smiled back. As soon as Professor Flitwick arranged the newbies before the dais, he brought the stool with the sorting hat perched on it to the edge of the platform, and conjured himself a small set of stairs to lift himself about 2 feet into the air alongside the stool. He waited only a moment for the hat to begin to sing. As usual it sang of the school, the houses and itself. Nothing unusual at all hidden within its message, this year. And, for that, Harry was very glad. Once it finished and bowed to each of the 4 tables it returned to its normal shape as the applause died down. Professor Flitwick brought forth a roll of parchment and mounted the stairs. "As I call your name, you are to come forward and sit upon this stool," he began. "Once you are seated, I'll place the sorting hat upon your head. Once it has then called out the name of your house, I'll lift the hat back off your head. You'll then make your way to that table, and take a seat. At which time I'll call the next student forth. And we'll repeat until all students are sorted. You and Abercrombie," he called. A little tow-headed kid scurried forward and sat on the stool as the professor lifted the hat. He went to Gryffindor. When the last student was called, Hufflepuff Rose Zeller, to the approbation of her new housemates, Professor Flitwick stepped down from his steps, rolling up his roll of parchment, banished the steps, and carried the hat and stool off to the side. Harry had been a bit worried that Ravenclaw House would end up with more than its normal, fair share, of students from this sorting. However, his fears were for naught. As usual, the students broke into houses more or less evenly. This year Ravenclaw had 12, Hufflepuff had 11, Gryffindor had 11, and Slytherin had 10. Harry wondered if one of the students who was sorted into Ravenclaw was supposed to have ended up in Slytherin, and begged the hat to sort them into Ravenclaw. After all, in Harry's year the sorting resulted in Gryffindor 10, Slytherin 9, Ravenclaw 9 and Hufflepuff 9. However, he knew he was supposed to end up in Slytherin, and it was likely Hermione was supposed to end up in Ravenclaw, which would have made the numbers Slytherin 10, Ravenclaw 10, Hufflepuff 9 and Gryffindor 8. Headmistress McGonagall then stood and addressed the students, welcoming them for their first or another year, before moving to announcements. Students are reminded that the Forbidden Forest is just that, forbidden. Anyone caught within the boundaries of the forest without a professor will automatically see their house lose 50 points, for a first offense. Each time after that will be a further 100 points. Students are also reminded that spells are not to be cast in the castle's corridors. And, further, they will find that they cannot cast due to rune-based magics at work, anyway. However, those who find a way to cast magics, especially offensive magics of any form, will quickly find themselves facing harsh disciplinary action. That may include being handed over to Aurors of the DMLE for criminal prosecution. And, finally, it is my great pleasure to inform one and all that there is no new professor of defense against the dark arts, as Professor Black has decided to remain for another year. That received a long round of applause from the students, including the Slytherins. Sirius might have been a Gryffindor when he attended Hogwarts as a student, but he was still a pureblood Black, even the Black, so they were apparently ready to forgive him that one indiscretion. And the Gryffindors loved him because he was, well, a Gryffindor. But none applauded more or more loudly than the 3 bond mates. Besides, it was readily accepted by all the students he was a very, very good teacher, and well versed in his subject. And the bond mates were happy that it proved the curse on the position had now been broken. They didn't know how but suspected it had to do with the death of whom they suspected was the caster, Riddle. Harry's mind wandered back to the sorting of his own year, and relatively even numbers of students, and thought how he'd have sorted them. He was snapped out of his daydream by a nudge from Hermione. The food had appeared, though they now saw no reason to check for listening or monitoring charms when they entered their suite. The three still did them. Once they were finished, and finding none but the ones Dumbledore had put up, Hermione said, "Actually, we should remove those, too." Daphne looked back in surprise and said, "She's right. Once Dumbledore died there was no reason to leave them in place." Both girls then went through the suite removing all of them. "They're done," declared Hermione, once they were finished. "Actually, I'm rather glad we did that. They were always a bit of a risk to just leave them there." "Agreed," said Daphne. While the girls had been doing that, Harry had been moving about the suite renewing some of the charms they'd put in themselves. He renewed the charms on the owl window, the ward-blocking insects and other pests, including Rita Bloody Skeeter, his charm to ensure Hedwig's area was kept clean of droppings and other waste, and the autofill charms on her personal feeder and water dish. Since Harry had permanently installed a roost for her in their suite, and had charmed it for her, Hedwig rarely returned to the castle Ullery. Once he was done, and the girls had finished stripping the old listening charms away, Harry pulled out a sheet of parchment and his auto-inking quill and began to write. First, he went through all the students in their year, and where he remembered them being sorted to. Then he began to move the names about, having a pretty fair idea as to the personalities of each. When he was finished, he had a pretty evenly distributed list. Gryffindor: Susan Bones ex-Hufflepuff, Faye Dunbar; Megan Jones ex-Ravenclaw, Sally Ann Perks; Wilma Summerby ex-Hufflepuff, Seamus Finnegan; Neville Longbottom; Draco Malfoy ex-Slytherin, Zach Smith ex-Hufflepuff, and Dean Thomas. 10 members. Slytherin: Millicent Bulstrode, Tracy Davies, Daphne; Greenger: Pansy Parkinson, Michael Corner ex-Ravenclaw, Theo Knott; Harry Potter ex-Gryffindor, Ron Weasley ex-Gryffindor, and Blaise Zabini. 9 members. Ravenclaw: Mandy Brocklehurst, Hermione Granger ex-Gryffindor, Sue Lee, Morag McDougal, Padma Patil, Terry Boot, Stephen Cornfoot, Kevin Entwistle and Anthony Goldstein. 9 members. Hufflepuff: Hannah Abbott, Lavender Brown ex-Gryffindor, Parvati Patil ex-Gryffindor, Sheila Whitlock, Vincent Crabbe ex-Slytherin, Justin Finch Fletchley, Greg Goyle ex-Slytherin, Wayne Hopkins and Ernie Macmillan. 9 members. After Harry laughed at his own list, Daphne looked at him quizzically while Hermione flat out asked, "And just what has you so amused?" "I decided to go through the list of students for our own sorting, to see if I'd have done anything differently," he replied, "now that we know everyone better, that is." "Mind sharing?" she asked, coming over. Harry simply handed her the list. And, while she was reading and her grin got wider and wider, Daphne joined her. When she'd finished she, too, laughed. Daphne looked at it and said, "So you think that, even though you begged the hat to sort you into Gryffindor, if you had ended up in Slytherin you'd have still had Weasley as a dorm mate?" "Yep," he replied. "What made you create the list, anyway?" asked Hermione. Harry thought about it for a few moments before he said, "We know Fumbledurk was both a Master Legilimens and Master Occlumens. We also know he wasn't adverse to flinging out the odd compulsion charm or two, to get what he wanted. And, third, we know the sorting hat sits on that shelf in his office, day in and day out, for practically every day of the year except the evening of the sorting. How much do you want to bet the old bastard couldn't help himself, and figured out a way to compulse the hat into sorting the students the way he wanted them sorted?" Both wives let out little gasps. "I mean, think about it," he said. "Take a look at our year mates. For a start, there's no way in Hades Crabbe or Goyle could be considered Slytherins. They're both not but followers of whoever takes up the unofficial but well-known mantle of the Prince of Slytherin. As soon as Draco turned from that path, both immediately switched their allegiances to Knott. Now that Knott's gone, they're following Parkinson about the place. That's loyalty, not cunning or guile." Shaking his head he said, "Those two are the epitome of Hufflepuff, through and through. And we already know Draco is more a Gryffindor than a Slytherin. Another, we all know Sue Bones went into Hufflepuff, and that her family are usually from that house. However, she's chock full of very, and would have fit perfectly in the House of the Lions. Plus, she really wanted to be with her friend, Hannah. So, I think that's how she ended up a puff. I get it, said Hermione. And you think Dumbledore used his magic to subtly steer the sorting the way he wanted it? Exactly, he replied. He didn't want the niece of the head of the DMLE in the same house as me. Is there anything we can do about it? Asked Daphne. About the only thing we can do is tell Headmistress McGonagall, said Hermione. Hopefully, she'll then have the sorting hat inspected for such compulsions and the like. I think she'd have to call in the Unspeakables to check it out, said Daphne. They're about the only ones with the skills that would rival Dumbledore's at his height. And it would take a powerful wizard or witch to cancel such charms. So, we do that, then? Asked Harry. Daphne frowned for a bit and nibbled at her bottom lip in thought. Suddenly she said, better to tell her your suspicion and be wrong, than not tell her and be right. She's right, said Hermione. Game theory. The prisoner's dilemma proves the point. Whatever that is, muttered Daphne. Harry immediately said, then, let's go see her now. Headmistress McGonagall was working in her office, going over the school finances, when the alert informed her 3 students sought her audience. She mentally ordered the gargoyle to step aside and, a few seconds later, there was a knock at her door. Enter, she called. Harry opened the door and allowed his wives to precede him into the office and, as they came, the headmistress reconfigured the chairs before her desk into a 3-seater high-seat lounge. The Potters sat on the lounge in their usual order and she asked, what can I do for you 3? She'd noticed all 3 had almost surreptitiously glanced at the sorting hat as they sat down. Harry ran through a little exercise related to the sorting of the students in our year, said Hermione. And, from that, we reached a quite worrying conclusion. Oh, asked McGonagall. And, what would that be? I think there was a lot of missorting going on, Harry suddenly blurted. I mean, if you look at the students from that sorting now, you can easily see how they would have been better sorted in other houses. Daphne interrupted and said, we think Headmaster Dumbledore has done something to the sorting hat that makes the hat sort the students where Dumbledore wanted some of them. That's a serious allegation, frowned the headmistress. But, I don't believe it's possible for the hat to be manipulated that way. That is, we think he did, ma'am, said Hermione. I was giving it more thought as we walked here, and I think he used a potion, like he used on Harry's invisibility cloak, to allow him to use legilimency and/or compulsion charms on the hat. McGonagall's frown deepened and she seemed to think harder about that. Then she suddenly turned to stare at the hat. Sorting hat, is this possible? The sorting hat seemed to wiggle a little before the rip in its brim opened and the hat said, I won't say it's impossible. When I was created, the founders were only looking to make sure charms of the day would not work upon me. However, I do not recall them considering potions as a viable mode of manipulation of what is considered no more than a magical artifact. Furthermore, I can hear your late unlamented headmaster often attempted legilimency on me while I was sorting students. I say, attempted, because I always believed I was made with that art unable to penetrate what you would consider my occlumency shields. However, the use of potions may have been used on me to break through those shields. Often attempted, asked Daphne. He should only have tried it once or twice if it didn't work. That he tried it more often than that means he must have been successful. Is there any way we can check? Asked the headmistress. Hermione immediately replied, the Unspeakables. They're the only ones who can do it, we think. That's a very good idea, said McGonagall. She turned back to the hat and asked, do you have a problem with the Unspeakables checking you out? Not at all, replied the hat. There have been times in the past when I have been temporarily loaned to them for examination. I have suffered no undue effects from such, so I cannot anticipate it happening this time around. Well, I have no idea if what you believe is true, Mr. Potter, said McGonagall. However, it's worth checking out, if only for my own peace of mind. Thank you, Professor, said Harry, rising to leave. As he helped his wives to their feet and headed for the door he had a sudden thought. Turning back, he asked, Professor, what do you intend to do if I'm right? The headmistress appeared to think on that for a moment before she sighed and said, I'll have to give it quite some thought, Mr. Potter. But, if this gets out. Understood, Professor, he replied. And, thank you again. The three bond mates were sitting for breakfast a couple of weeks later when a barn owl flew down and offered its leg to Hermione. Not recognizing the owl, she immediately cast detection charms on it and its package before relieving the bird of its load. It was a large letter. Carefully opening it, Hermione allowed the contents to slide out of the envelope onto the table, cast another series of detection charms upon it, and then picked it up to read through it. In only a few moments her eyes widened in shock before her face broke out in a wide grin. She was so excited by what she was reading she was almost bouncing on the bench seat. "They're going to print it," she softly gasped to her spouses. Handing the letter to Harry, he quickly read through it, grinned, and handed it off to Daphne. "Dearest Mrs. Granger Potter, we here at Wiz Hard Books will be honored to publish your manuscript, The Nature of Souls and Soul Bonds, and see to its distribution within the wizarding world to retail outlets. As you have informed us of the identity of your literary agent, Mr. Stuart Ackerman, we shall be in contact with him direct to organize the contract between ourselves and you to publish your works. We look forward to a profitable partnership between yourself and us, and wish you a lovely day. Rupert Hornswoggle, Publisher, Diagon Alley, England NCH. Wiz Hard Books. Merlin," said Daphne. "They're actually going to print it. Is there something you two want to tell me?" asked Harry, a little bemused. "Yeah, we finished the book," said Hermione. Harry gave a little snort and said, "No kidding. We needed to get it out of the way, Harry," said Daphne by way of both apology and explanation. "Oh," he asked. "Why, wait. You wanted it out of the way so you could start on a second book, didn't you?" His question wasn't so much accusatory, but was more along the lines of Piv acceptance. "Yes," she immediately replied. "And, let me guess," he sighed, "it's going to be on the nature of magical souls and muggleborns, isn't it?" "Yes," she simply replied again. He took a moment to allow that to percolate before he asked, "You've already started it, haven't you?" Both girls grinned and replied, "Yes. Croaker's going to kill us." He groaned. "And, if not him, then the minister." 3 days later they were called up to the headmistress's office. As they entered, they noticed that the sorting hat was sitting on the edge of her desk, rather than its more normal shelf, and it looked a great deal cleaner than it ever had before. "Take a seat," she invited them. Once the three were sitting, she gestured to the hat and said, "The sorting hat would like a word." The three turned their attention to the hat but, before it could speak, Hermione said, "You're looking quite spiffy, hat. A good cleaning appears to have done you well." "Thank you, Mrs. Granger Potter," replied the hat with its almost formal bow. "However, I asked the headmistress to grant me the opportunity to speak with you." "And, what can we do for you?" asked Hermione. "I wanted to thank you three, personally, for seeing a possible problem regarding me, and asking the headmistress to investigate it," it replied. "Because of your forethought, the unspeakables were able to discover I'd been sprayed, over time, with a potion which allowed the late, unlamented headmaster to wield certain control over me. The headmaster had been telling me he was using a preservation and cleaning potion on me when, in fact, he'd been using a modified form of a compulsion potion he was able to use his skills as a master of alchemy to develop. That potion also allowed him to bypass my occlumency variant and use compulsion and memory charms to have me sort a few of the students the way he believed they should be sorted. There were not that many, but the ones I believe he was able to sway were ones that could have been sorted elsewhere. Those I was very definite about, however, he wasn't able to influence, but, as you would know, there were a great many students that could have been sorted into more than one house." "Are you going to demand a resort for those students?" asked Daphne. "No," replied the headmistress. "The hat believes, and I would have to agree, that having this all become public, as it would if we were to order a major resort of the student population, would shake magical Britain to its very core. The sorting hat is one of those relics that everyone believes is impeccable in its behavior and choices. If we were to allow it to be made public that the sorting hat was, and, therefore, could be again, tampered with, then no one would trust its decision ever again. Therefore, we have no choice but to leave the current student body where they are. But, from this point on, the sorting hat will be doing its rightful duty by sorting each new batch of first years as they should be sorted." While she'd been talking, Hermione had been thinking. "What about if it's offered to the student populace as an opportunity?" she explained. "Don't tell the student body what has happened. Just tell them that you, as a new headmistress, have wisely decided to implement the new policy of allowing students to be resorted. But, only offer it at a specific time of the school year, and only for specific years. I get it, said Harry. For instance, alert the students in advance that, immediately after the sorting on the 1st of September, anyone who would be starting their 3rd or 5th year that year, are welcome to ask the hat to be resorted. However, cut in Hermione. The hat could also simply resort the student back into their existing house, if the hat still feels that is the best place for them. I've always believed that should be an option, anyway. After all, Hermione Granger the new firstee, is a far different person to Hermione Granger the 6th year, my being married, aside. Muttered the hat. That's actually a clever idea. Headmistress, your thoughts? McGonagall sat thinking about it for a while before she said, it is, indeed, workable. However, it won't necessarily catch those who were misorted. That doesn't matter, said Daphne, speaking up. If the student ends up being happy in their house, even if it was a Dumbledore-influenced missort, why not let them stay? What harm could it do? And, if they're unhappy, then they'll ask for the resort, anyway. I like it, said the hat after a moment. I won't be able to rectify all the misorts, but I'll be able to catch most of them, I'm sure. And, as Mrs. Greenger Potter said, if they're happy in their house there's really no reason to resort them. 1st of September, mused McGonagall. That gives me plenty of time to flesh the plan out ahead of time. A few moments later she reached a decision. All right, we'll do that. 20 points to Ravenclaw for a well-reasoned argument and concept. I trust you three will remain silent on what you've learned in here, today. Of course, Professor, replied Harry for the three of them. Good, she firmly said. Thank you, again, for coming. For the 3 Potters, they quickly resumed their studies in now their 6th year. The 2 wives were also now working hard on the Wizengamot, and Harry was happy for their company during those days when the 3 had to attend. It was in late November when the human excrement struck with force the rotary oscillator. The book was released. The publisher had originally asked, through their solicitor, for the right to release certain information contained within the book, as a sort of teaser. But the 3 Potters were very adamant it not be. That meant, when the book hit the shelves, it did it with all the usual fanfare in one hit. The publisher had also asked for Harry, at least, to be present for the book launch, held at Flourish and Blots. But, again, the Potters refused. While the publisher was trying for as much fanfare as possible, the Potters were aiming for as little as possible. The publisher believed the book would sell better if there was much publicity surrounding it, especially as Harry's name would be listed as one of the authors, while the Potters believed it was best not to make a big deal about it. They believed that too much publicity, too soon, might tempt the minister to see to the book being pulled from the shelves. And that it would sell more books without interference from the ministry on its own merits. Of course, the Potters received the so-called very first print-off-the-binding machine. Believing the book would end up being no more than about a half-inch thick, including the hardcovers, they were almost shocked when they received the first copy and it turned out to be over an inch thick. The reason why was quickly discovered when they turned to the inner pages. The font was actually quite large, and contained quite a few full-page illustrations and photographs, as well as illustrations and photographs that were only part pages. You included pictures, he exclaimed to his wives. Well, yes, said Hermione. Not everyone who's a witch or wizard in magical Britain has been to Hogwarts, Harry, just almost everyone. We paid that little fanboy of yours, Colin Creevey, to take some photographs for us, explained Daphne. And Hermione mentioned Dean Thomas was a talented drawing artist, so we paid him to draw some illustrations. With a snort, Harry said, I thought the drawings looked familiar. Dean's work, yeah, they're pretty good. 2 days after the book was released it was targeted with a scathing review in the Daily Prophet. Harry read it and laughed. You're not upset about it? Asked Daphne. Not at all, he replied with a grin. It'll actually sell more books, as people will now go and buy it just to see why the critic was so scathing of it. We'll give it a few days and release a statement. That'll then have even more people buying it. By the time the minister tries to act to ban it, it'll be too late. However, and a little surprisingly, the critic was responded to by people who had actually gone and bought the book and had the opposite opinion. If anything, many had written that they agreed with the Potters about the nature of souls, and thanked them quite profusely for clearing up the matter of the nature of soul bonds. The critic ended up having to write a retraction for his comments and excused his reactions by stating he'd only skimmed through the book at first glance. However, after a solid and more in-depth reading, found he agreed. That had Harry practically falling off his seat at the Ravenclaw table, cackling madly. His wives just smirked at his antics. When Draco approached he smirked and asked, "Not satisfied with your current notoriety, Cousin Harry? You needed to go and publish, too. Blame Hermione and Madame Pomfrey, Draco," he replied. Hermione had the idea to write a book about the soul bonds, and Madame Pomfrey encouraged her. "Which reminds me," said Hermione. She pulled a new copy of the book out of her bag, together with a quill and ink. Opening the book to the bookplate page, she wrote in it before she signed it with a flourish. Then slid it over in front of Harry. Looking down, Harry read it and smirked before accepting the quill. "To our dearest friend, Madame Poppy Pomfrey, who encouraged us to write this book. We ask you hold on to it and make it available to those who come after us, who also find themselves involved in a soul bond at an early age. We hope it gives them peace. Hermione J. Granger Potter." Harry signed it below Hermione's signature and passed it on to Daphne, who, after reading the message, smiled and added her own signature before pinning it back. With it back in her hands, Hermione blew over the page to dry the ink before closing it with a snap. Meanwhile, Draco had left again, shaking his head. Hermione then almost casually strolled up to the head table and handed Madame Pomfrey the book, flipping the cover open to the dedication page as she did so. From where they sat, Harry and Daphne watched Poppy look at the book with joy, before she closed it and held it to her with a look of great pleasure on her face. After a few words between her and Hermione, Hermione turned back and headed back to their table with a wide smile on her face, clearly pleased with herself. Poppy showed the book and the dedication to the professors either side of her. "Nice," commented Harry once she approached. Sitting down, she said, "We probably would never have published it if it wasn't for her. I think it was the least we could do. With the next book, though," he asked, "do me a favor." "What's that?" she asked. "Make sure it clearly states, often, that what's written within is a matter of opinion," he urged. "Let them make their own assumptions, based on that." "All right, Harry, we can do that," said Daphne. While sixth year was considered by most students as the year to relax between owls and newts, Harry couldn't understand why. The IGN ments were still piled on them, even more so than for owls. But the three were able to slog through them in plenty of time before they were due. While sitting down working on IGN ments together in almost silence, Harry had a sudden thought. "I just thought of something," he grinned. "I wonder if Ron is enjoying his time at Azkaban, or would much prefer to be working on fifth-year IGN ments." Daphne gave a little snort while Hermione asked, "Why on earth would you be wondering that?" Shaking his head he replied, "No idea. One meal a day, if he's lucky. No second helpings, let alone thirds. No desserts, no chess, no Quidditch, even magazines." "Hey, he's gone," said Daphne. "Dumbledore's gone, Riddle's gone, Pruitt is as much as gone, and I've seen no sign nor hair of that little Weasley." "Forget about them." "Yes, ma'am," he smirked. "Do you think you can come up with some way to help me take my mind off them?" "Not tonight, Tiger," she firmly replied. "Your timing's off." "Oh," he softly said and sulked as both wives grinned back. It was only 6 months later when the second book, the one on the truth about Muggleborns, Muggleborn or Squibborn, was printed and released. It was much thinner than the first, but the information within was just as, if not more, explosive. Of course, the Prophet's critic immediately referred to Harry's little speech on the awarding of his Second Order of Merlin, First CL. And asked, via his critique, just how far advanced the Unspeakables were in their own research. The release of the book almost caused the calling of an emergency session of the Wizengamot, but saner heads managed to prevail. Of course, that didn't stop the questions flying thick and fast about how he, and his wives, had reached such conclusions. But, by the time the actual Wizengamot meeting was held, heads had cooled. It also helped that the goblins, in one of their rare media interviews, confirmed that they specifically kept an eye open for new Muggleborns entering their bank, and, without specifically encouraging them to do so, tried to steer them towards taking inheritance tests. And why? Someone was prepared for the meeting and attempted to pass legislation banning Muggleborns from inheriting. Everyone waited for Harry or one of his wives to speak against. However, Hermione finally stood in support, and her closing remarks had them utterly flummoxed. And, finally, I support this legislation because it means it now becomes the responsibility of the Ministry to prove a Muggleborn is, in fact, a Muggleborn, she firmly stated. It means the Ministry will now have the task of proving someone is not a Squib-born, and is actually a Muggleborn. No longer will the body of proof lie with the Squib-born, / Muggleborn. This means all new magicals entering the magical world for the first time must be accorded the same rights as a pureblood, until such time as the Ministry deems them otherwise. As such, I adjure members to support this bill with all their heart. Thank you. Shockingly, the bill actually passed, and it became the first piece of legislation that was ultimately aimed towards getting rid of the blood bigotry that ran rampant through magical Britain. And it wasn't the last. As well as working on IGN-ments and studying in school, the three of course also had their other Wizengamot duties. Harry, having already completed his first year without having to be part of any sub-body, was finally tasked with being a junior interrogator on minor cases. Because of his age, and it was felt he could better relate to the children, he was often called upon to sit on cases of minor child abuse. Most of his cases, however, were of minor criminal matters. One such was a case of petty thievery in the Ministry versus Mundungus Fletcher. Fletcher tried to explain how it was all a misunderstanding and how he didn't know he was actually stealing something. However, Harry knew the truth about the man. He was an unrepentant thief, a con artist, a bald-faced liar, a coward and more. And Harry wasn't buying any of his pitiful excuses. Harry asked pointed questions and wouldn't let the man weasel out of directly answering the questions he asked. When Fletcher attempted to pontificate, Harry immediately brought him back to point. Harry wasn't letting him slide. Eventually, Fletcher was sentenced to 5 years in the low-security wing of Azkaban but was told he'd only serve 1 year. And that the remaining 4 years he'd be allowed out on a good behavior bond. He was also told that, should he reoffend during that time, his existing remaining 4 years would be added to his next sentence and he would mandatorily serve them. A heartbroken Fletcher was dragged away. The man knew his days of petty crime were over, because there was no way he wanted to serve those other 4 years of his sentence. When Fletcher was released a year later, he attempted to emigrate a number of times to other countries and was denied each time. Eventually, he was caught in France, having traveled there by Muggle means by stowing away on the train that used the Channel Tunnel. He fought the French Ours and was killed trying to avoid capture. Because of the requirements of studying during their 7th year, the girls' turn at serving the Wizengamot in other means was delayed, and Harry received a stay for the 9 months. For their 7th year, Harry was head boy while, for the first time ever, there were 2 head girls simultaneously, Daphne and Hermione. They served their roles with distinction. They completed their studies with outstandings at least in every subject. And, before they even received their marks, had their first jobs already organized. Harry, as expected, delved even deeper into politics and became a force to be both feared and awed by the other members of the Wizengamot. In time he was joined by Neville, Susan and a few other friends in an alliance of such strength that any law they moved was passed. Hermione went into her private spell research and aided Daphne in developing new spells for healing. Daphne eventually focused on healing as a career and became an emergency trauma specialist at St. Mungo's. Of course, Croker was determined to have the 3 of them in his ranks, so, after much coercion from the old man, the Potters eventually answered his call. However, instead of becoming full-time unspeakables, the 3 of them became part-time specialists in the department. While all 3 became part of the legislative arm of the department, Hermione continued to focus on spell research for them. Daphne became one of their healers available for emergency call to work in the secret unspeakable infirmary, and Harry occasionally, to the annoyance and fear of his wives, joined one of their combat teams. Hermione's unspeakable name was Crafter, Daphne's was Patch, and Harry's was Mace. While the 3 did not tell anyone of their animagus forms, all three knew it was an unspoken fact that Croaker knew of them. Harry and he once engaged in a non-lethal training duel because Harry cheekily called him Santa in front of the entire combat arm of the department. In the rules of the duel, Croaker had said, "I don't want to see you conjuring up any wolves, you hear me?" Harry heard, loud and clear. And Croaker then, almost effortlessly, spanked him 6 ways from Sunday on the piste. With Harry lying on the floor bound, frozen, and aching all over, Croaker said, "And that's what you get for calling me Santa." "You're right," said Harry. "I apologize. I got the letters in the wrong order. What I should have called you is Satan." Croaker just smirked and said, "I like that one much better." When he walked off, not bothering to free Harry, one of Harry's team walked over and released him before helping him up. "Thanks, Spear," he muttered. Spear just snickered and said, "That's why none of us mouth off to him. He visits you with pain." The three, together with the Potter and Black alliances, finally forced the Wizengamot to publicly notify all Squib-borns they should consider visiting the goblins for an inheritance test. However, they would not be swayed on publicly stating why. From that, the goblins found 5 who had come in and who had inheritances of some form. One was still a student, and one, surprisingly, was discovered to be an illegitimate daughter of Rabaston Lestrange. After talking to her, a young witch who was until then working as a waitress at a small cafe in the alley, what she knew of her history was that her mother had fallen pregnant while as a single woman. Her mother believed herself to be until she discovered she was pregnant, and swore blind she had no idea who the father was. The goblins and Harry determined her mother had been D by Lestrange and her memories wiped of the event. The goblins let him know it was not a rare occurrence for muggles to be D by wizards, and for them to have their memories modified. However, usually, the memories were only modified to make the victim believe they were a willing partner, not erased of the act completely. After a lot of discussion between her and Sirius re-established the Lestrange line and set her a decent stipend and vault, but under the name of Donovan, her own. However, it took the forceful application of the alliances to force the Wizengamot to accept the name change, as the Wizengamot wanted to see the name Lestrange re-established. One of the others, a middle-aged wizard, was the heir of the name Meadows, and the final one was an heir of McKinnon. The angels visited them only twice more, and that was to give them hints in which way they wanted them to go with their efforts. But, 5 years to the day after Harry finally rid the world of Voldemort, they turned up to tell them they'd no longer be visiting. The 3 had not just met their expectations, but exceeded them. However, the 3 continued with their efforts to improve the lot of all magical persons and creatures in the magical world. Harry went on to become Chief Warlock, but stepped down when Hermione became Minister, citing conflict of interest. He publicly gave the reason he just couldn't say no to her if she was determined about something. But, to their friends, he said he couldn't say no to her if he didn't want to end up sleeping on the couch. The Potters ended up having 6 children, with the first born to Hermione a year after she completed her studies. Daphne had her first after completing her training as a master healer, and the second only a year later. Then Hermione had twins, identical girls, and Daphne had her third 2 years later. At that point both wives put a stop to being baby makers, claiming they had no desire to challenge the Weasley family for the size of their brood. Harry had begged for more, claiming one more would give them a Potter-only Quidditch team. But, both wouldn't hear of it and refused. Instead, they ended up adopting a child, a Squib-born whose God-fearing parents, when they learned of their child being a magical, attempted to exorcise the demon out of her, nearly killing her in the process. Hermione used the spell she'd used on her parents in the original timeline to erase knowledge of the child out of the minds and homes of the child's parents and their fire and brimstone pastor. And the child, a lovely girl who suffered a lot of what Harry had gone through, grew with the desire to work with the Ministry to find others like her and her dad in the Muggle world. And Harry finally had his Potter brood Quidditch team. 20 years after the fall of Riddle for the second time, the Potters gathered at Black Island with their extended family for the anniversary. Sirius came with his wife, Sophia, and their 3 children, Antares, Cleopatra and Orion. Remus turned up with his wife, Master Auror, Call Me Tonks Tonks, and their 2, Teddy and Regulus. Astoria and her husband, Draco, came with their 2, Scorpius and Axes. And they were joined by Matthias and Dees, Aunt and Selle, and an unmarried, Wags, who liked his nickname so much he preferred it to his true name. While the entire family enjoyed a barbecue on the beach, Harry turned to his wives and asked, thinking back on everything, now, what would you change? Nothing, replied Hermione. Absolutely nothing, smiled Daphne. Yeah, he said, me too. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.